Xia Fei's brows furrowed. He had believed that Yu Hua and the people behind him only wanted his life, but they had, instead, riled up the entirety of the law realm to stand against him. The law enforcement board was after Xia Fei, and there was a legitimate wanted bounty. While Xia Fei might still find it hard to live if he was captured by them, he would at least have a chance to plead his case, but the underworld that Qindong was part of would not give Xia Fei this chance. The entire underworld had come alive for the sake of those 1 million grade 4 crystals, so numerous people were currently lining up to take Xia Fei's head. Both sides of the law realm were after Xia Fei, presenting probably the greatest challenge he had faced in his life. "This is pushing me to death's precipice," Xia Fei grimly said. Qindong sighed. 1 million grade 4 origin crystals is no small reward. It's an enormous sum to those of the underworld and some small clans. On the way here, I ran into numerous fellows from the underworld and a few small clans who wanted to get a share of the spoils doing some illegal business. You and Avril aren't in a good situation. Xia Fei waved his hand. Let's go back first. If I didn't make a backup plan, there probably wouldn't even be bones left of me. I'll remember all this and come back to settle accounts in the future. This is your backup plan. Standing in Metal City, Qindong rubbed his eyes and stared in disbelief at the countless robots about. How many of them are here? Qindong pointed at a squadron of ships as it flew past. I've never asked about the exact number, but the estimated fighting force is probably more than 10 billion, Xia Fei said after some thought. 10 billion. An army of 10 billion robots. Then you might as well usurp Tai's position and become president, and the alliance might be able to exhibit all of its potential. Qindong was furious. Truly, comparison could anger a person to death. Though he came from the illustrious Qin family that had produced several grand admirals, he had never before seen such a large force. Such a large region of space, and such an army were Xia Fei's trump cards alone. The table he was playing at had to be huge. Xia Fei smiled. You still care about becoming president after seeing the power of the law realm? Qindong shook his head. Of course not. Those super experts completely overturned my understanding of power. If you were to give me the president's seat now, I wouldn't want it. It doesn't interest me at all. The two of them walked to the tallest tower in Metal City. This place served as both the headquarters of the robot army and the location of Sentinel Goddess Sophie's main body. What method did they use to make me become a wanted man? Xia Fei asked. In the law realm, the legitimate method is through the law enforcement board, while the underworld uses the Great Cloud Society. These two maintain the order of the two sides of society. Someone hung up your wanted notice on the Great Cloud Society's wanted board, Qindong answered. Who did it? Xia Fei sternly asked. You can hang up wanted notices in the Great Cloud Society anonymously. All you need to do is pay the fee by depositing the money into the bank indicated by the society. The Great Cloud Society will handle everything else for you. Of course, the Great Cloud Society also takes a commission, 10% of the reward. This is a hard requirement that must be paid whether the job succeeds or fails. In fact, success means that they take an additional 20%. The people of the underworld don't care about favors or grudges. Only if enough money is being fronted to make the work worth it. Unless you can convince the elders of the Great Cloud Society to tell you the details, you will never find out who's the one trying to stab you in the back. Xia Fei was startled. Avril and I are both worth 1 million, and with the 30% commission, that's 2.6 million grade 4 origin crystals. It seems like it's no ordinary person who's after me. Qindong said, You're right on that point. My master. No. Smiling Buddha of Murder Sullivan once accidentally told me that 2.6 million grade 4 origin crystals far surpasses the annual income of an ordinary clan. Thus, it can't be any of the mid-level small clans who want your life. Only the 9 great clans of the White Horse constellation or those wealthy big shots who have the privilege to live there as well can pay that bounty. Moreover, this matter has caused so much turmoil that the law enforcement board has to know about it, but they haven't said a word. Nor have they found the managers of the Great Cloud Society to consult with them. It's clear that your wanted notice has been tacitly accepted by the Law Enforcement Board. If we put together all these suspicious factors, we can be certain that the one you've offended is somebody extremely influential in the circle, Qindong sternly said. Xia Fei said nothing, but his fists clenched tightly. The reality was clear. and Xia Fei would no longer be able to live a clear life, not in the Alliance and not in the Law Realm. There was probably no place in the universe that Xia Fei could safely reside in now. Swift eradication had been one of Xia Fei's frequently used methods, but now someone else was using it on him. Right. I recall that the ancient human civilization was wiped out by an army of robots. Could this robot army be connected to that one? Qindong asked. It's not just a connection. This was that very same army, Xia Fei bluntly replied. Qindong casually shrugged. Influenced by Xia Fei, he did not feel too much hostility toward robots, and after Xia Fei explained what had happened, Qindong cared even less. He now looked upon the robots with kindness. Remember, when you see Avril, don't mention a word of this to her. We're both men, and we have no reason to frighten our women, Xia Fei solemnly said. Qindong nodded. With this chauvinistic point in mind, they quickly entered the tower. Qindong, Xia Fei, and Avril sat around a table laden with food. Avril and Qindong had known each other long ago, so she knew that he was Xia Fei's friend. Besides that, she had not seen another human in some time, so she was particularly happy. Of course, she was the happiest that Xia Fei had safely returned. Sophie and the other two leaders, Dimsky and Warstar, had all come out to meet him. They saw that, though Qindong was a little inflexible, he held no hostility toward robots, so they were in a good mood. Even though they did not eat, they still sat at the table with the three humans. Pod was busy serving tea and pouring water. The master had come back with friends, so this robot king had to serve them personally, but there was no sign of Furball. Why hasn't Furball come out to see me? Xia Fei curiously asked. Avril covered her mouth and smiled. He's probably embarrassed. That fellow knows how to feel embarrassed now. His skin is thicker than a wall. Let me go and find him. Xia Fei felt that Furball must still be angry over being unable to go with him on this expedition, so he wanted to teach his pet a lesson and make the latter understand what it meant to be aware of the big picture. In truth, it would have been absurd if Furball had been the teachable sort. Just like Xia Fei, that fellow was set in his ways and cared little about the rules. There's no need to go. He's right here. Avril smiled as she moved aside her golden hair, revealing a flashing peanut-sized ball hiding behind Avril's neck, two sesame-sized eyes peeking at Xia Fei. Ah! Xia Fei jumped out of his chair and pointed at the golden peanut. When I left, you were like a rice ball. Why are you now a bean? What did you do while I was gone? Furball made a face at Xia Fei, having known that the latter would scold him. Pod was just pouring tea, and when he heard this, he asked, Bean? My name is Pod. What does the master need me for? Is the pu'er tea not good? Should I change it out for Mingqian? The fried paste noodles will be ready soon, and it has your favorite cucumber strips and tomatoes. Everyone laughed, and Xia Fei sighed. Having no intention of blaming Furball, he sat back down in disappointment. Furball seems to have gotten angry after you left, so he did nothing but sit on the bed and eating all of those transparent stones you gave him, and the result was this, Avril softly said, dropping her head. She seemingly blamed herself for not taking good care of Furball. Xia Fei hastily hugged Avril. It's fine. Furball and I were just joking. It's not your fault that he became so small. Rather, he promoted again. He promoted? Avril seemed very excitedly hugged Furball. I just thought that Furball was cuter when he was smaller, but he's too small now. A gust of wind might blow him away. Furball bemoaned his fate. Xia Fei already did not like that he was getting smaller and smaller, so he had been hoping that Avril would speak up on his behalf. But it turned out that both of them did not like how small he was and were seemingly in sync with each other. Qindong was taken aback. He curiously looked at the little peanut on the table. What sort of exotic beast is this? Furball glared at him, his eyes so sharp and imposing that Qindong almost wanted to fight with this little ball. However, when he noted how small Furball was, he felt that there would be no accomplishment in such a battle and that he had no reason to bully around such a small fellow. This isn't just any exotic beast. This is the holy beast Shatterstar, Xia Fei somewhat proudly said. Holy beast? Shatterstar? Qindong was stunned. He had heard the tales of holy beasts, but he had not met one until this moment. So this is what a holy beast looks like. It thought that they would be giant and savage monsters. Qindong stroked his chin and muttered. Everyone laughed again while Furball inwardly fumed, telling himself, this is just a phase, okay? How could you judge someone purely by appearance? The banquet was a very warm and enthusiastic affair. Everyone, except the unfortunate furball, was satisfied. Dong mentioned nothing about Xia Fei and Avril's current predicament, nor did he speak about the law realm. Xia Fei had made it a rule to always bear any danger alone, no matter how perilous it was. Thus, they only talked about daily life. The sentinel goddess very diligently listened. Robots only had the concept of work, so interacting more with the lives of ordinary people would help them better mix with other sapient life forms. Once the meal was over, Xia Fei and Dong headed over to the cultivation chamber. It had been 2 years since their last meeting, and they had a lot to talk about. Why don't we first take a look at today's spoils? Xia Fei took out the 2 chests from his spatial ring and asked. Dong shook his head. There's no need. No matter what's inside, it's all yours. My ability is sealing ice, and I learned the law of ice, which is an offshoot of the law of matter. It requires warriors to create their own armor of ice to protect themselves and attack, using as much of one's own strength as possible. For me, as long as I have enough energy, I don't need any equipment at all. Everyone has their own path of cultivation. You like collecting mystical weapons, while I like being self-sufficient. Xia Fei nodded and put the chest to the side. The law of matter had extremely harsh cultivation requirements, using one's own power to create weapons and armor and adjusting to local circumstances. However, it was rare to see people like Dong who persisted for this long, almost stubbornly resisting various temptations. There's no going back to the law realm, so we can't get any information from that side. We're currently in a completely passive position. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said. The only person he trusted in the law realm was Dong, and he had already fallen prey to Yuhua. Xia Fei clenched his fists. Lady Fuping of the Withered Mu clan had treated him rather well, but Xia Fei instinctively excluded her. After all, the Withered Mu clan did not have a friendly attitude towards Xia Fei. If you want to get information about the law realm, there actually is a person you can trust, Dong said after considering the problem. Who? Moon Song. Moon Song. Xia Fei asked in shock. Is Moon Song also in the law realm? How is it that I've never run into her? Dong smiled. The law realm uses spatial compasses and terminals, not the microcomputers of the Panhuman Alliance, as communication tools. Once you're there, the old communication methods don't work, so unless you run into them, you can't find anyone. Xia Fei nodded. That's true. At least in the Alliance, there's a telephone number, but in the law realm, everything is blocked out, and there's truly no way of getting in touch. Dong gave a slight nod. You've got it. I've already heard of your deeds during the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Alas, I had no way of contacting you, and it wasn't possible for me to go to the Yu family to find you, either. The entry and exit are all being controlled. If not for this coincidental meeting, who knows how long we brothers would have to wait before meeting again. Back then, you told me about that strange yes theory. Thinking that it made sense, I began wandering around and eventually came across this place called the Heritage Planet. Later, someone became my instructor and passed on to me some very interesting cultivation methods. It was only after I arrived at the law realm that I realized that it's the so-called law force, and that I had already taken one step into the underworld. It's too late for regret, so I decided that since it was all about cultivation and fighting anyway, it didn't matter if it's in the dark or out in the open, and it's fine as long as I could cultivate. The new disciples in the organization all had to take a master, and my master was the smiling Buddha of Murder Sullivan, that fat old man whom you killed. Xia Fei let out a sigh. So you said farewell that time because you were entering the law realm. Dong nodded. Precisely. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you the truth then. Xia Fei awkwardly shrugged. We're the same. I didn't tell you that I was headed to the law realm either. What's your current cultivation level? Dong answered. Level 8 Law Sovereign. I cultivate the laws of matter and ice. Level 8 Law Sovereign. Xia Fei was stunned. He thought that his advancement speed was heaven-defying, but it turned out that Dong was even faster. Dong said, I started cultivating law earlier than you did, all the way from Heritage Planet. It's just that the teacher who taught me at the time didn't tell me that it's law force. It's only when I arrived at the law realm that I understood. Xia Fei had been to Heritage Planet before, but the place he had been to had been abandoned long ago. He had been lucky enough to come back alive, let alone find some teacher to instruct him. It was no wonder that Sullivan had brought Shindong with him. He was already a level 8 law sovereign and on the verge of ascending to law emperor. The smiling, killing Buddha regarded him as a cherished disciple. This thought made Xia Fei's face freeze. Not only had he burdened Avril with this incident by forcing her to hide in the hidden realm, he had also burdened Shindong by making him bid farewell to the law realm. If not for him, Shindong might have been able to travel very far under the guidance of that great law emperor instructor. Though Shindong walked in the underworld, that was still a road. At least, it was better than not having a road at all, like things were now. For Xia Fei, Shindong had actually abandoned his master and bid farewell to a promising career. Xia Fei found it impossible to return such a favor. Fortunately, Charlie and the others were safe. If something happened to them, Xia Fei would be too ashamed to face his elders back in Jiangdong. "What's going on with Moonsong?" Xia Fei asked. "I met her a while ago. It seems like she's with a small clan in the law realm, though I don't know how she managed to get there. She's as carefree as ever, gnawing on a big cucumber whenever she's free," Shindong replied. Xia Fei chuckled. Her way of doing things is also pretty good, never having a hard time no matter where she goes. She just lacks a little in womanly qualities. Shindong heavily agreed with Xia Fei's view of Moonsong. Now that he thought about it, it was rather strange. Moonsong was short with a bulging chest and a simple face, a devil's body mixed with the face of an angel. But the resulting personality was extremely uncivilized, completely unlike her appearance. So much so that even her sexual orientation was vague. Shindong took out a piece of paper from his spatial ring and gave it to Xia Fei. She gave her spatial compass number to me, but before I could contact her, Sullivan took me to the Alliance to hunt you down. If you want to find someone who understands the law realm, you should go and find her. Xia Fei frowned. I'm a wanted individual. Moonsong's not guaranteed to stand on my side. Shindong laughed. Even I can tell. So how do you still not get it? Moonsong likes you. Let alone gather information. She'll even climb a mountain of blades or forge into a sea of fire for you without fear. Xia Fei pursed his lips. There were some things that truly put him in a difficult situation. It was not just Moonsong. Sarah, Yi Xiaohan, Nicole, and even Mu Fuping had all treated him rather well. There was nothing more difficult to endure than the kindness of a beauty. With his status before the incident, Xia Fei could have taken 3 or 4 wives without a problem. The problem was that Xia Fei already had Avril. Putting aside everything else, when Xia Fei and Avril first got together, he had been an impoverished youth while she was the only successor to Starlink Corporation. As the daughter of a wealthy family, not only did she not look down on him, Xia Fei even made her cry quite a few times. When Xia Fei went to the Wild Star region, Avril did not mind sending several of Starlink Corporation's fleets to search for this nameless soldier. When he went to Heritage Planet, Avril had been so worried that she lost a lot of weight. Xia Fei did not dare to forget all these things, and he considered a marriage to this sort of life the result of good karma that had to have taken several lifetimes to accumulate. He could not let her down. Shindong saw Xia Fei hesitating and smiled. Don't overthink things. Moonsong won't drag you down. She doesn't even seem sure whether she likes men or women. To tell you the truth, she's the only one who can help you gather information without leaking anything out. If I were to try, I would fail. Xia Fei nodded. Fine. In a few days, I'll try to contact her. Moonsong appeared carefree only on the surface. When it came to cleverness, she was better than anyone, and she was also skilled at hiding it. She truly could be of great aid to Xia Fei. Xia Fei changed the topic and asked, the law realm is probably going to be a no-go zone for a bit. What do you plan to do? Shindong patted his chest and said, what does it matter if I can't go back? This hidden realm doesn't lack food and drink, and there's a large amount of origin crystals for me to use, too. This is the perfect place for some secluded cultivation. I plan to seclude myself here for 10 years. Even without a teacher, I can still cultivate. Xia Fei knew that Shindong was not speaking sincerely. The path of cultivation was not just demanding, but also required instruction and sparring. Shindong was a madman who loved to spar with others. Let alone 10 years, not fighting for 10 days would have him itching all over. Back in the Heaven Execution training camp, he had fought everyone from the teachers to the students. However, Xia Fei had no other options. Shindong had betrayed his master, so going back was tantamount to death. They chatted for a long while, after which, Dong said that he was tired and left to rest. Xia Fei gave him 3 days' worth of medicine and told him to take them on schedule. Once the door was closed, Xia Fei punched the thick alloy wall 30 times, the veins on his forehead bulging. I've reconciled with the fact that if I'm unlucky, but I've also dragged down Avril and Dong. Xia Fei cursed. Phantom soothed. How can you blame yourself? Blame Yu Hua for being too sinister, such that even you fell for his schemes. You've got to avenge yourself. Cultivate now while Oro is still around, and once you meet with success, take Yu Hua's life. That's right. Complaining won't do anything. At this point, I must take responsibility. While my 7th brain region still has all this energy, I'll break into level 7 Law Sovereign tonight, and then break into level 3 of the Law of Primal Chaos. The flames of revenge burned in Xia Fei's eyes. This misfortune had not brought him down. Instead, it incited his will to fight. The more his enemies wanted to kill him, the more Xia Fei would return what had been done to him 100-fold. Just when he was about to sit down and begin cultivating, Lionheart King Oro suddenly asked, "That Dong is your friend?" "Yes." "He has nowhere to go?" "Yes, I burdened him," Xia Fei said, his brows creasing. "Then send him to the Lionhearts," Oro lightly said. Xia Fei rolled his eyes. The Lionhearts are of the demon race, which is opposed to the god race. Humans have always been with the god race, so sending Dong to the demon race may not be very proper. Besides, your words probably don't count now. Oro became slightly angry. Who said that my words don't hold weight? I might not have said anything then, but as long as I speak, my words will definitely count. Xia Fei ignored him. Rather than choosing not to speak out, it was more of the fact that Oro was scared of speaking out. His enemy had almost beaten him into a cripple. Just how formidable would they have to be to do that? It would be bizarre for him to show his face before recovering his cultivation. It was not just seeking death, it was courting disaster, too. "I'm telling you the truth," Oro said with deadly earnestness. "Your relationship with that great-grandson of mine, Heathfield, is rather good. Find him, and he will definitely agree." "Surely not. He doesn't owe me anything. Even though I saved his son, he bought Waning Moon's toll at several times its value. That debt has already been settled," Xia Fei said. "Fool. If you have Dong go to the Lionhearts, you won't be owing him. He will be owing you." Oro rebuked. "What do you mean?" Xia Fei asked in confusion. Dong is a genius. A brilliant genius. In just 2 years, he's already nearing the Law Emperor level. This advancement speed is comparable to yours, and he hasn't had the resources of some wealthy clan all this while but was in the underworld. Any clan would value this kind of genius, Oro excitedly said, his eyes almost spewing flames. From this, one could see that he truly had a high opinion of Dong. How many people in the universe can advance at such an insane pace? Dong definitely meets the standard genius. Unfortunately, he joined the wrong faction and picked the wrong master. With us Lionhearts, if he had been provided with a limitless energy supply, he would have reached the Law Emperor realm long ago. If you send a genius like that to the Lionheart race, they'd naturally be grateful to you. Xia Fei found that Oro's argument made sense. Everyone knew that Dong was a genius. Since he could not go back to the Law realm, serving under the demon race was an option. This would both resolve the problem of Dong's future cultivation and also make the Lionheart race owe Xia Fei a favor for recommending such an excellent candidate. What was it that the Law realm lacked the most? Geniuses. Moreover, if Dong thrived in the Lionheart race, Xia Fei would have another major source of assistance, this one from the demon race. In truth, it'll be fine if you join the Lionhearts too. Heathfield has a rather high opinion of you, Oro said, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. Head to the demon race? Xia Fei muttered. Let me think about it some more. That's a path with no return. As he spoke, Xia Fei slowly opened the 2 chests next to him. Oro finally voiced his plan. Bring Xia Fei and Dong to the demon race. The 2 of them were in difficult circumstances, pursued by both the lawful and the lawless organizations from the god race. Though the sea of stars were vast, there were few places that they could hide in. To tell the truth, Xia Fei was tempted. However, he had no idea whether a human running off to the demon race would be a blessing or a curse. As he weighed his options, he opened the chests. The 3 mechanical locks presented little difficulty for Xia Fei, and 2 nimble hooks made of steel wire were enough to do the job. Snap! The lock sprang open, and Xia Fei curiously opened the chest. In the key was only a dazzling key. It had an ordinary shape but was exquisitely crafted, and a string of numbers had been carved into. 9527. Xia Fei took the key from the red velvet pad and curiously examined it. Both the Atlantean continent and the entire dark crow pupa cavity had been destroyed. If this was the key to some treasury, then he was in trouble. A key without a treasury was the same as using a wicker basket to draw water. Do you recognize this key? Xia Fei asked. Lionheart King Oro carefully examined it, and then he burst into laughter. Xia Fei, hurry and open up the other chest. Xia Fei frowned. Do you recognize this key or not? Oro mysteriously said. First, open the second chest. Xia Fei shrugged and used the same method to open the other chest. Inside was a golden card about half the size of his palm, carrying a black data chip on its surface. The card was made of metal and featured a boulder on both sides that appeared to be falling from a cliff. Rock Private Bank. Xia Fei read the words aloud on the card. Oro became excited, sternly saying, These 2 items are a key to a treasury and an account card. As for Rock Private Bank, it is the wealthiest private bank in the law realm, with an excellent reputation. You've taken the treasure of an entire clan this time. Xia Fei was not as excited as Oro. What does it matter if I have the key and the account card? It's not like I can run off to the bank and just clear out the vault, right? I won't even be able to get through the DNA verification. Not to mention that I can't even go back to the law realm. Oro laughed at Xia Fei's ignorance, lightly saying, Look again. This is Rock Private Bank. Do you understand what a private bank means? Xia Fei shook his head and indicated that he did not understand. A simple explanation will be enough for you to understand. Ordinary banks are strictly regulated. If you open an account at a regular bank, your account information can be looked up by organizations like the law enforcement board outside of it. The advantage of these banks is that they're convenient for public transactions. It's just like your spatial compass. You have to tie it to an ordinary account, or else you can't use it. In addition, the money you have stored in an ordinary bank won't suddenly disappear. Even if the bank can't pay its debts and goes bankrupt, you can get your money back all the same. The price is that you submit yourself to supervision. Private banks are different. The accounts and holdings are all secrets, and nobody will know how much money or what treasures you have in a private bank. As for the disadvantages, you can't use this money for public transactions, and if the bank goes bankrupt, you won't get a cent of your money back. Xia Fei nodded. In other words, private banks are very unreliable. If the one running the bank gets up to some mischief, like fabricating accounts, causing the bank to go bankrupt, the depositor is basically done for, right? Fool, Oro angrily said. You're looking down on private banks too much. Only trustworthy clans with long histories can open private banks. How could they possibly just up and close? If you got some money from robbery or money that couldn't see the light of day, would you choose a regular bank or a private bank? Oro asked. Xia Fei replied. Do you even need to ask? Since it's illegal money, it couldn't be deposited in a regular bank. If it were to be found out, I could lose everything and end up being implicated. I could only store it in a private bank. Oro nodded and asked, if you were giving bribes to some influential person, it wouldn't be right to just hand over the money, and it'd be much better to give a bank card and have the person take the money themselves. At a time like this, would you choose a regular bank or a private bank? Xia Fei replied, the private bank, of course. If you gave him a regular bank account, wouldn't you be selling him out? Oro burst into laughter. Isn't it clear now? Although private banks have a lot of disadvantages, they also have a lot of advantages. Purely when it comes to secrecy, there's no comparison. Those transactions that can't see the light of day are mostly carried out by private banks. Treasures seized or stolen can only be reliably deposited in private banks. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sternly said, in other words, while private banks have a lot of disadvantages, they're irreplaceable. After all, no clan has a clean background. No one will benefit if those underground banks cease to exist, so they've been kept around until now. Oro smiled. You're quick to catch my drift. If the private banks were to be torn down, many transactions would be brought into the daylight, which those important individuals don't want to see. So they've been keeping one eye closed and allowing private banks to develop in the law realm. Since the Atlanteans were once a clan of the law realm, it's very normal for them to have an account and vault in a private bank. It might even have some sort of treasure that they're preparing for their comeback. From what I know, opening an account at Rock Private Bank requires at least a base deposit of 1 million grade 4 origin crystals. After all, private banks weren't established to serve the poor. Only the clans and people with money can use them. Opening an account requires 1 million grade 4 crystals. Xia Fei sighed in amazement. It turned out that all of his assets were just barely enough to open an account. Private banks truly operated in a high-class niche. Though he did not know what sort of things the Atlantis clan had stored in Rock Private Bank, Oro's description had made Xia Fei excited about what might be inside. I'm currently wanted, so no matter what is in Rock Private Bank, I can't go there yet, Xia Fei dejectedly said. Oro flashed a cunning smile. Just find that great-great-grandson of mine, he feared. He's in demon territory. How can he help me? Xia Fei asked. Rock Private Bank has a branch in the demon race too. The bank account card can be used anywhere, and you can withdraw or transfer money at any time. As for the vault, you don't need to worry. Who knows where their vault actually is? To get into their vault, you have to go through their internal spatial gate. Whether you're in the god race or in the demon race, you can travel directly to the vault's location, Oro said. Xia Fei was stunned. Rock Private Bank could also be entered through demon territory? This was wonderful news. Heathfield is a member of the Lionhearts. I guarantee that you'll be safe under his guidance. Xia Fei stroked his chin. It seems that I really will have to take a trip to Black Lion City. The afternoon of the next day, Xia Fei left the cultivation chamber. He was now a level 7 Law Sovereign and a step closer to Law Emperor. The blood crystal's devouring ability allowed Xia Fei to advance by leaps and bounds. Not only did he not slow down as Oro predicted, he was even accelerating. Have you thought it over? My proposal is ideal for both you and Qindong. There's no place in the god race that can shelter the two of you, so just go to the demon race instead. Strength is revered across the law realm, and if you can maintain your current speed of advancement, you'll be welcomed anywhere, Oro said, re-emphasizing what he had said before. Xia Fei said, it's still the demon race. If I choose it, I'll be leaving human society forever. The human race doesn't have a very high status there. What are you so worried about? My Lionheart clan is one of the mighty great races. As long as the clan takes care of you, who can do anything to you? Oro said. To be honest, he was being selfish. First of all, Xia Fei and Qindong were talented individuals who met the selection criteria of his clan. Second, if Xia Fei went to the Lionheart clan, Oro would be able to see the members of his family, whom he thought about night and day. He was killing two birds with one stone this way. Xia Fei shook his head. I still don't want to head to the demon race for now. As for Qindong, I'll go and ask him. Dinner was asparagus with stewed chicken. Qindong was effusive with praise for Pod's cooking, and the dinner table was very lively. After dinner was dessert, for which Pod had made a coconut pastry and chocolate pie. Avril declined due to weight concerns and had Pod accompany her for her night lessons. Ever since she started cultivating the law of life, everyone had been able to see Avril's efforts. Qindong, there's something I want to discuss with you, Xia Fei said after swallowing down a large piece of chocolate pie. What? Qindong's knife and fork stopped. The two of them had big appetites, and the food covering the table had vanished like clouds blown away by the wind. To tell you the truth, I have a friend in the law realm who belongs to a very powerful clan, even stronger than the 9 great clans of the White Horse constellation. At present, his clan is lacking in talents. If you want to go, it's a pretty good choice, Xia Fei lightly said. Even more powerful than the 9 great clans. Qindong was taken aback. It must be some super clan of the circle then. It's definitely a super clan, providing unlimited resources to its warriors. It also has top-class training facilities and famous teachers who instruct through example. Qindong became very excited. He was a madman who was intoxicated by cultivation. Although he did not say it, he found it a great pity that he could no longer cultivate in the law realm. Xia Fei's words were exactly what he wanted to hear. However, this isn't a human clan, and it isn't within the territory of the god race. Before Xia Fei could finish, Qindong blurted out in shock, Demon race? You even have connections in the demon race. Xia Fei nodded. What? Are you afraid? Me? Afraid? Chen Dong shook his head. I've never been afraid of anything in my life. But if I go to the demon race, I probably won't be able to come back, will I? Xia Fei replied, yes. The two supreme races are opposed to each other. Once you become a law emperor in the demon race, you're certain to enter the list of the demon race's core figures and become an enemy of the god race. If you ever want to return to the god race in the future, neither side will agree. That's why I wanted to talk it over with you, Xia Fei added. This was not a simple problem. Chen Dong was going to choose his future faction. Xia Fei and Chen Dong were both only law sovereigns, so there was little stopping them from moving between both sides. But once they became law emperors, they would join the ranks of the elite, and they would no longer be able to travel as freely. If they chose a side, they must keep that decision to the end. This was why Xia Fei had been so cautious about Oro's invitation. There's no need to rush it. Take your time to think about this offer. After all, once you make this decision, you won't be able to take it back for the rest of your life, Xia Fei sternly said. In 3 days, I need to head to the demon race to carry out some errands. We can talk about it then. 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, Xia Fei and Avril were smiling away while eating breakfast in the dining room. As Xia Fei would be away for a few days, they spent a very affectionate night in bed, so much so that Avril had faint black circles around her eyes. As for Xia Fei, he was as lively as a tiger. Breakfast was ham, fried, oatmeal, and pickled mushrooms, served with fruit and milk. It was a very sumptuous meal. As they were eating, Chen Dong came in neatly dressed. He sat down across from Xia Fei and Avril and began eating a piece of ham. I'll go with you today, Chen Dong lightly said. Xia Fei was startled, and then he gave an understanding nod. This seemingly casual exchange was actually an extremely important decision in Chen Dong's life. From now on, he would no longer be part of the human species and would seek to enter the territory of the Lionheart clan, entering the world of the demons. The chances for him and Xia Fei to meet would inevitably get smaller and smaller. I rarely see you in such formal clothes. Are you going to see someone? Avril smiled and asked. As Chen Dong studied the law of ice, he could create his own ice armor. Thus, he normally disliked wearing too much and usually went out wearing just a pair of pants. Even when he ate together with Xia Fei and the others, he would at most wear a shirt and pants, sticking out like a sore thumb. Today, however, Chen Dong had put on a gray suit, leaving Avril amazed. Oh, I'm going to see a friend, Xia Fei's friend, so I have to dress a little more formally, Chen Dong simply said. Right, I might choose to stay there for some time, so I'll give this to you. Chen Dong offered Avril an exquisite gift box. Inside it was a pink pendant. She could not tell what it was made of, but it was exquisitely crafted. Why are you just randomly giving me something so valuable? Avril happily tried it on before asking. I might have to stay for a long time, so I might not be able to make it back in time for your wedding. Since I've already prepared a gift, I might as well give it to you now, Chen Dong said. Avril's pretty face immediately turned red. She and Xia Fei had spent some time here, but they had yet to hold their wedding. Girls always dreamed about a glorious wedding, and Chen Dong voicing Avril's desires caused her to drop her head. Saying that she was full, Avril left. Did I say something wrong? Chen Dong nervously asked. Xia Fei helplessly shook his head. You're not wrong. I'm the one who is wrong. In the current situation, I'm afraid the wedding will have to be postponed a little longer. Originally, Xia Fei planned to settle down a bit in the law realm before marrying Avril. Alas, his plans could not keep up with the rapidly changing situation. Before he could settle, the both of them had become wanted. He had Yuhua to thank for that. Have you decided? Xia Fei asked. For me, the only difference between the god race and the demon race is the cultivation environment and the opponents I can challenge. A change of setting might be good for me. After all, a major clan is a completely different concept from the underworld, Chen Dong firmly said. The demon race doesn't like humans that much. Your life won't be that peaceful there, Xia Fei warned. I could ask for nothing more. Chen Dong burst into laughter. The thing in life I fear the least is fighting, and the worst fate I could suffer is that I'll have no one to fight. Whether they're gods or demons, I'll beat them up all the same. Xia Fei was stunned. It was clear that the brash madman Shun from the Heaven Execution Training Camp had returned. The Fig Corporation's 100 Series Precision Edition Spatial Compass took Xia Fei and Chen Dong directly to Black Lion City. From the hidden realm to here, it only took 87 grade 4 origin crystals. While quite pricey, it was fast and convenient. Besides, Xia Fei was not so poor at the moment that he could not pay such a small sum. His second visit was much easier. The large Lionheart butler very politely led Xia Fei and Qindong into the living room. He served 4 dried fruits, 4 fresh fruits, 4 honeyed foods, 4 small snacks, served some tea, and sent someone to fetch the Lord of Black Lion City, Heathfield. The Lionhearts has such large bodies. Even the chairs and tables are huge, even wider than my bed, Qindong said with some excitement. He and Xia Fei had very frank personalities. Since he had decided to join the demon race, he loosened up and dropped his apprehensions. It was not long before the nearly 5-meter-tall Heathfield entered the living room, his face beaming. He met Qindong's gaze and felt a hint of admiration. As a human, Qindong had an extremely muscular and tall physique. He had been educated by his family as a child and usually possessed some bearing, but that was only usually. When Qindong started fighting, he did so with everything he had, completely like a madman. "This is," Heathfield asked. "Qindong, my best friend and a nameless nobody," Xia Fei introduced. After exchanging some pleasantries, both sides sat down. The more Heathfield saw of Qindong, the happier he became. That body, and those scars on his face. They were clearly the pride of a warrior. In the introduction, Xia Fei had intentionally given Qindong's name and also said that he was nameless. It was not because Xia Fei was forgetful, but because he had some ulterior motives. Being a nameless nobody meant that he had committed some crime in the territory of the god race and could not go back, and by giving Qindong's name, Xia Fei was clearly recommending him. A smart person would realize what was going on with just a little thought. This was why Heathfield had started inspecting Qindong. "City Lord, you seem particularly happy today, yes?" Xia Fei smiled. Heathfield waved his hand. "Brother, don't be such a stranger. You are my clan's benefactor and its most respected individual. Please, just call me Heathfield." "Well then, there's no better form of respect than compliance, big brother Heath." Heathfield heartily laughed. "Of course I'm happy. I just sent Heinrich to our race's academy this morning, and at noon, you came to pay me a visit. How could I not be happy?" Xia Fei was surprised. "Entering the school so soon? Is Heinrich happy about that?" "This sort of thing naturally has to be done as quickly as possible. The Lionheart's Academy is a very difficult place, but Heinrich was very determined, so he should do well. This is all thanks to you, brother." Xia Fei hastily said that this was not so, while also congratulating Heinrich. Heathfield treated Xia Fei and Qindong to a feast for lunch. Large platters carrying entire roast lambs and chickens were placed on the table. A normal restaurant might have 1 roast chicken for an entire table, but at Heathfield's feast, it was 3 chickens for 1 person. This was probably enough for Xia Fei and Qindong to eat to their heart's content. Qindong and Xia Fei both had large appetites. They were not as tall as Heathfield, but they ate just as much, causing this Lord of the Black Lion City to once more break out in praise. He believed that this sort of appetite was required to have a good time. After 3 sumptuous courses, Heathfield asked, "I can tell at a glance that Brother Qindong is talented. Your cultivation must be extremely high, yes?" Xia Fei had already given him a hint, so Heathfield had decided to ask about Qindong's situation. He knew that Xia Fei was formidable, so his friend could not possibly be lacking. "Level 8 Law Sovereign." Qindong put down his knife and fork and said, "Oh, so close to being a law emperor at such a young age. Brother Qin, you're a genius," Heathfield loudly said. Xia Fei ate a white-boiled shrimp and then lightly said, "Qindong has only been cultivating laws for over a year, but he already possesses this level of cultivation. The title of genius truly is a good fit for him." Heathfield was stunned. It was incredibly rare to see warriors who could reach this level with only a year and some months of cultivation. Thus, while gawking in amazement at Qindong, he toasted him 3 times. Qindong was no Xia Fei, and this slight praise caused his face to feel hot. In truth, Xia Fei was not lying. 1 year and a month was over a year, and the same could apply if it was 1 year and 12 months. Qindong truly had not been cultivating laws for more than 2 years. After a pause, Heathfield began to discuss business. "Brother Qin, being a nameless person isn't a long-term plan. What are your plans for the future?" Qindong said, "I plan to think on my feet. The universe is so big that there must be some place that can shelter me. Heathfield waved his hands. This is wrong. Shelter is for ordinary people. Warriors like us naturally have higher and stronger pursuits. We have to think in the long term when it comes to the future. Xia Fei's eyes flashed as he said, Big Brother Heath, you're a member of the mighty Lionheart clan. Why not have Qindong stay at your side as a bodyguard? His law of ice is extremely unique, and he'll even be able to fight against a law emperor on even terms. Absolutely not, Heathfield quickly refused. Brother Chun is a heaven-blessed genius, a top-class individual that you may not find even one of in 100 years. How could I make him into a bodyguard? Xia Fei knew that he would say that, which was why he had suggested it. Actually, I have an idea that I wonder if Brother Chun might be interested in. Please speak. Heathfield cleared his throat and then sternly said, We of the Lionhearts had always respected courageous warriors. No matter what species they are, we never discriminate against them. At present, my clan has sent me to Black Lion City to train, and I can only return after a year. In this period of time, Brother Chun, you can stay here. Qindong frowned, saying to himself, I didn't come here for lodging. What does he mean by staying here? In this year, I will have my guard captain personally impart you the law of darkness. He is a level 9 law sovereign, only a step away from law emperor. As for your law of matter, I can do nothing about it. After all, no one in the Lionheart race is skilled in it. At most, we can only seek out resources for you. All your daily expenses will be paid by the clan's elite warrior fund, and you can use origin crystals without limit. Qindong was a cultivation madman, so when he heard that he had an unlimited supply of origin crystals and could even cultivate a new law, he became tempted. 1 year later, when you have a foundation in the law of darkness, I can take you back with me to my clan. When the time comes, I will give you a new identity. I, Heathfield, will take you as my sworn brother. What do you think? Xia Fei was stunned. He dropped his head and asked, A sworn brother? What level of status is that? Oro smugly laughed. This means that my Lionheart descendant has good eyes. Even the demon race accepts this status. It's second to being the Lionheart royalty, and it's higher than ordinary members of the Lionheart clan. From that moment, Qindong will be an official member of the Lionheart clan, akin to joining one of the 9 great clans. Xia Fei emotionally sighed. To recruit Qindong, Heathfield was willing to give him a status second only to the royals, a truly heavy price tag. He hurriedly blinked his eyes, signaling that Qindong should agree, but he was also very curious to see what sort of conditions Heathfield would offer if he himself had chosen to remain in the demon race. Then I will leave it to Big Brother Heath. Qindong bowed and said. Heathfield happily said, It is my fortune to have a powerful ally like Brother Chun, the great fortune of my Lionhearts. It's only a pity that I have to trouble you to remain in Black Lion City for a year so that we can establish a friendship between the two of us. This is the only way to minimize the gossip in our clan. There's nothing else to be done. The clan is truly too big. Before this, Qindong had been a disciple of the underworld, unable to see the light of day or participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. But in a flash, he had become a member of one of the top clans in the demon race, his status having improved by many times. After a few more minutes of happy conversation, Xia Fei said, Big Brother Heathfield, I have another matter I must trouble you with. I need a way to get to Rock Private Bank to withdraw something. Big Brother Heath, I have another matter I must trouble you with. I need a way to get to Rock Private Bank to withdraw something, Xia Fei said. Heathfield was surprised. Rock? That's a private bank of some scale. The 2 supreme races don't dare to admit it, but it's one of the best in our circle. Does Brother truly want to open an account? I won't deny, while Rock is truly a top-class bank when it comes to keeping secrets, opening an account isn't cheap, and it comes with lots of restrictions. Heathfield spoke very ambiguously. He knew very well that Rock was a bank only open to high-class clients, so he was hinting at Xia Fei that he would probably run into a wall. After all, he could not be considered some rich scion of the law realm, so he might not be treated well. Even Heathfield or the Lionheart royalty might not be of any help. The bank's doors cared only about money, not status. Xia Fei smiled. I have a small unregistered account there, and I need to go over to handle some small matters. But you know what my current status is, so I naturally can't go pay a visit on that side. Which is why I came to find you, as I'm unfamiliar with the demon territory. A A small account? There was no such thing as a small account when it came to Rock Private Bank. Heathfield was rather amazed. He had not expected that Xia Fei would have an account at a private bank normally frequented by the wealthy and powerful. Oh, if that's so, I'll have someone guide you over tomorrow. However, you must understand that the city isn't like the borders here. Rules are everything there, and exposing your identity will do little good for either of us. There's no problem with me sending you over, but we might run into big problems if you go around walking everywhere, Heathfield solemnly said. He had taken 10 minutes to think this over and seemed extremely reluctant. Xia Fei slapped his chest and promised, "Don't worry. I'm just going to Rock Private Bank. I won't go anywhere else." Heathfield then went on a long spiel about what he should watch out for and made sure to outline every step of Xia Fei's itinerary. Even then, he was still rather uneasy, so he had someone go overnight and fetch a spatial compass used exclusively by the Lionheart royalty. This way, they could keep in touch at any time. He also wrote down 2 emergency contacts, saying that they were his cousins and that Xia Fei should get in touch with them if he could not get in touch with Heathfield. Finally, after handing him a keepsake of the Lionheart royalty, Heathfield was finally able to rest easy. Isn't Heathfield being too careful? You're just going to the bank. Feels like he's making a mountain out of a molehill, Phantom impatiently said. Xia Fei also felt that this was a bit too much. There was no reason for the Lionheart royalty to be so nervous just because he was going to a bank. There were few clans in the demon race who were stronger than the Lionheart clan, so there should have been no need to be so cautious. Putting on a smile, Xia Fei agreed to all of Heathfield's terms. Rock Private Bank's branch is in the Unicorn Immortal constellation, the territory of the Cobalti. They don't have much regard for us Lionhearts, so if something really happens, I may be unable to protect you. As for the other branch, it's in the Red Fur constellation, the base of our Lionheart's mortal foe. There are 2 branches in all, and both are located in the territory of our rivals. Brother, I'm treating this matter so seriously for your sake, Heathfield sincerely said. Xia Fei naturally thanked him and did not refuse, expressing his utmost sincerity. In his ring, Lionheart King Oro sighed. There's nothing to be done. The Lionhearts has always had a candid temperament, causing it to get into feuds with many other clans. All these feuds built up over tens of thousands of years are difficult to resolve. Xia Fei was startled. While the Lionhearts was powerful, it had many enemies with the majority of the clans of the demon race. Why had Oro never mentioned this before? No wonder it was so thirsty for talent. It simply had too many enemies. He was beginning to regret making Chun Dong join the Lionhearts, but after some thought, he realized that having too many enemies might not be a bad thing. At least, Chun Dong would not lack training partners. At night, Xia Fei and Chun Dong stayed in the same room. It was already settled that Chun Dong would be joining the Lionhearts, so they would not have many opportunities to meet after this. The 2 brothers had decided to use this chance to talk. Thank you. Chun Dong lay in bed, his hands behind his head. The demon race isn't as scary as I thought it would be, and the Lionhearts really are comparable to the 9 great clans of the White Horse constellation. This is an opportunity for me, so thank you for bringing me here. Xia Fei chuckled. Never speak about anything in absolute terms. You heard my conversation with Heathfield today? The Lionhearts are strong, yes, but it has a lot of enemies. If you really do end up as a powerful general of the clan, you may not have a lot of free time. Chun Dong casually said, and here I thought you'd bring up something serious. You know what sort of person I am, right? I'm always looking for a fight. Xia Fei replied, I know you like fighting, but you don't like killing people. In the law realm, you probably won't have a choice but to kill. Do you know that, though our cultivation is similar, I have the upper hand against you? Chun Dong chuckled. Because you've got a lot of good toys. I must say, owning both the Holy Beast Shatterstar and an immemorial mystical armament, your luck is just a little too good. Xia Fei shook his head. It's not as easy as it looks. Taming Furball took several days and several nights, and I almost vomited blood and died. Getting Peacock Blue was also a challenging journey. I almost despaired in the last battle against the Insectoid King, UTI. I bled a lot of blood for each of these things. Chun Dong replied, I get it now. In truth, you're even crazier than me, more willing to gamble, possessing greater guts. Thus, while you haven't been able to catch up to me in cultivation, you've always been better than me. I have a place to go now, But what are your plans? Qindong asked. Xia Fei narrowed his eyes. I'm not considering anything else until I kill my enemies. Qindong said nothing. Xia Fei's enemies were so mysterious and so powerful that killing those fellows hiding in the shadows would not be easy. It was time to head to Rock Private Bank and open the Atlantean Vault. Xia Fei was rather excited. After breakfast, Heathfield called his personal guard captain, Reese. He was the same person who would be teaching Qindong the Law of Darkness. Reese was not as tall as Heathfield, but he was nevertheless nearly 4 meters. He was a powerful fighter with a good head on his shoulders. When Heathfield told him what was going on, he immediately understood and nodded without a word. Xia Fei took a Lionheart's mask and went out as one of Reese's subordinates, using the spatial compass to travel to the Unicorn Immortal constellation. Reese's spatial compass was not a precision series, so for fear of a coordinate error, they arrived at a clearing outside the city and then took a vehicle to Rock Private Bank. There were many strange blue-skinned people on the road. They were not very tall, their eyes bulged out like fish, and their ears were long and erect. Even the driver of the taxi was of this species. Presumably, these were the Cobalti who were quarreling with the Lionhearts. The city was not built in an ancient style like the White Horse constellation was, but it had its own unique traits. There were translucent blue buildings all over the place, with pointed towers the most prominent of all. It appeared like something out of a fantasy. It was not long before Xia Fei and Reese arrived at their destination. The special masks worn by the Lionhearts caused the pedestrians to shoot strange glances at them. This is Rock Private Bank. I will wait for you here at the entrance. Please do not wander off, Reese said. Xia Fei nodded. Relax. I'll come out once I'm done with my business. I won't go anywhere else. Reese added. Lord Heathfield has already gotten in touch with the bank's president, Courier. Once you're inside, you should go and find him and may direct any questions to him. Remember, keep the mask on at all times. Rock Private Bank was unremarkable from the outside. It had an old-fashioned wooden revolving door, and the front courtyard was empty. It was so inconspicuous that it was almost too much. Xia Fei pushed on the door and entered, upon which the clients in the bank immediately stared at him, some cold pairs of eyes watching him with hostility. Xia Fei had already expected this kind of treatment, so he did not panic. Looking around, he saw several gray-skinned creatures, not even 1.5 meters tall, standing behind the tall counters. Men or women, young or old. Their faces were wrinkled and their hair was sparse, making it difficult to determine their ages. Many of them were even wearing old-fashioned spectacles and sleeve covers on their arms. The clients carrying out business at the windows were mostly Cobalti, and there were also 3 strange fellows, tall and thin, with sharp noses and wearing big black robes. They looked like wizards out of fairy tales. Sir, what sort of assistance do you require? A receptionist came up and asked. I'm looking for President Courier. Please tell him that I'm from Black Lion City. The receptionist hesitated, but after telling Xia Fei to wait at a seat, they quickly went upstairs to report. I suddenly remembered a story. Upon seeing Xia Fei, one proud Cobalti sitting behind him spoke to his 2 companions. He was not that old and was dressed exquisitely, placing him as the rich scion of some clan. What story? Hurry up and tell us already, one of his companions asked, a mischievous smile on his face. The proud Cobalti put down the newspaper in his hand and said, 1 Cobalti, 1 tutor, and 1 Lionheart were taking a bath together, but a skunk ran. The Cobalti immediately couldn't take the smell and rushed out of the bathroom. A few minutes later, the tutor was also smoked out, leaving the Lionheart and the skunk inside. The proud young man paused, casting a glance at Xia Fei. After that, was that Lionheart also smoked out? His companions anxiously asked. Smiling, the proud scion answered. After 5 minutes, the skunk couldn't take it anymore and ran out. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. This was an old joke which made fun of the Lionhearts, and almost every Cobalti had heard of it. They were intentionally mocking Xia Fei. Alas, Xia Fei was not actually part of the Lionhearts, so he was neither infuriated nor driven to make a rash decision. The young scion was very disappointed. He pursed his lips and said, Lions are lions, utterly lacking in a sense of humor. A few moments later, the receptionist returned with a short man wearing glasses. He had the symbol of a rolling rock on his chest, identifying him as an employee. The president is in a meeting, so he ordered me to attend to you. Please follow me. The short man rubbed his hands and said. Xia Fei was about to stand up when that Cobalti scion coldly snorted. The Rock Private Bank established its branch on Cobalti territory, so why should the Cobalti stand in line while stinky lions like this one get special treatment? The dozen or so Cobalti clients in the bank all looked over with critical eyes, and the bank employees were also put in a difficult spot. It truly was the bank's rule to serve on a first-come, first-served basis. Giving Xia Fei special treatment would definitely make it seem like they were treating the other clients unfairly. Xia Fei smiled. Forget it. I'll just stand in line so as not to put you in a difficult spot. Saying this, Xia Fei took out that unregistered bank card so that he could register and wait for his name to be called. Whoosh! The lobby became utterly silent, everyone staring at the dark gold bank card in Xia Fei's hand in utter shock. A dark gold card. That smug young scion swallowed. A dark gold card. The moment Xia Fei revealed the card in his hand, a wave of excitement rushed over the crowd, and even that arrogant Cobalti youth fell silent, a scowl appearing on his face. The cards of Rock Private Bank were divided into different tiers. Bronze, silver, and gold cards were the most commonly seen. They were distributed according to the financial strength of the client. Those with money got gold cards, whereas ordinary clients had to settle for bronze. Each card also received a different treatment. Bronze and silver cardholders had to stand in line while gold cardholders had an employee to specifically attend to their needs in a special room. After all, this was a bank, not a charity institution. The one who could bring the bank more profit called the shots. This was a principle that would fit with any business. Meanwhile, Xia Fei's card was dark gold. This was not even part of the standard tiers for Rock Private Bank's customers. This was why everyone was surprised. Be they bronze, silver, or gold cards, they could be obtained as long as one had money, but a dark gold card represented the client's status as VIP. This was not just about money. This represented the bank's respect for the super client. Dark gold cards could not be applied for. When a bank felt like a client deserved to have a dark gold card, it would do the paperwork for the client. If one was some rich client who attempted to apply for a dark gold card by taking out all their money, they would unfortunately only be able to get a gold card. They would not even have the right to get a dark gold card. That proud young man felt his heart twitch as he unconsciously stroked his spatial ring. There was a silver card of Rock Private Bank inside, far inferior to Xia Fei's card. Anyone who could wave around a dark gold card was a major individual of considerable strength and influence. Xia Fei was wearing a lionheart mask, so no one knew who he was. Thus, everyone regarded him as some incredible individual and treated him with utmost respect. The eyes of that short man from the bank flashed, and he repeatedly bowed to Xia Fei. My apologies. I didn't know that you're one of the bank's super clients. My apologies for keeping you waiting. At the same time, all the bank employees behind the counter stood up and bowed to this super client as he was invited to the VIP lounge. Xia Fei, who was currently wanted, did not want to cause any sort of stir. Alas, it was not up to him. The moment he revealed the dark gold card, everyone's attitude changed. However, the sight of that young scion deflating left Xia Fei feeling rather happy. That blue face was slightly green now, as if he had eaten a dead mouse. The VIP lounge was luxurious and extravagant. The moment Xia Fei sat down, he was immediately served tea and snacks and asked about how he was doing. It was completely different from the treatment received by those waiting in line outside. The short man respectfully took Xia Fei's card, saying that he needed to verify it. Xia Fei was somewhat uneasy as he handed the card over. After all, this card was not his, so anyone would feel a little guilty. Why didn't you tell me earlier that this bank card represented a big client? Xia Fei asked Oro. Oro was confused. Isn't it just an ordinary card? Why the big stir? If I took out my black card, they would all be scared to death. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. He had almost forgotten that Oro was the Lionheart King. He was a major figure of the two supreme races, and what seemed ordinary in his eyes was not ordinary at all in the eyes of others. As for that black card he spoke, who knew what that represented? If they had access to the VIP lounge, the Atlantean clan must have had a significant deposit. I wonder how much money they have in their account. Xia Fei excitedly muttered. A few moments later, the employee entered the VIP lounge, bowed, and offered the dark gold card with both hands. My apologies. Your account is very old, so it will take some time to look up the information. Xia Fei nodded. The Atlanteans had been chased for tens of thousands of years, and the account had been opened in their golden age, so it had probably been there for some time. Do you require any assistance? The employee asked. Xia Fei considered the question and then asked, I'd like to know the account's remaining balance, and also take a look at the safety deposit box. Safety deposit box? There is no safety deposit box under your name, only a tiered treasury, replied the employee with a smile. Xia Fei was stunned. That key was meant to open a storehouse. A treasury. Right, you call it a treasury, and I call it a safety deposit box. They're all for storing things, anyway, Xia Fei casually said as he picked up his tea. The employee nearly bit his tongue and said to himself, super clients are super clients, taking treasuries as ordinary safety deposit boxes with such ease. After looking at the display on his terminal, the employee said, your account is also tiered. At your current level of cultivation, you may only view and access the Tier 1 account. This is the balance. Xia Fei glanced at the number and started mentally counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 8 million. The current balance was 8,476,000 grade 4 origin crystals. The Yu clan's annual revenue was not more than 4 million, and the number on this paper was equivalent to 2 years of that. Xia Fei had never seen this much money in his life, so his excitement was understandable. Moreover, with the money he had on hand, his total assets pushed right past the 10 million threshold. However, he continued to act unperturbed, nodding to indicate that he had seen the number. I'm a multi-millionaire. Xia Fei inwardly rejoiced. Would you like to withdraw funds or invest them in the bonds market? Our Rock Private Bank has its own investment analyst. If you wish, we can have a personalized investment plan designed for you that can maximize your profit. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't need the money at the moment, nor do I need to invest. I'd like to inspect the treasury next. The employee took Xia Fei's key and left, saying that he needed to verify it. After all, the Atlantean account and treasury were simply too old. Once the employee was gone, Oro said in disappointment, it seems like the Atlantis clan had quite a lot of money. It's a pity that it's a tiered account, preventing you from wiping everything clean in one go. What's all this about tiered accounts and tiered treasuries? Xia Fei curiously asked. It's quite simple. Those of different cultivation levels can open different accounts. You can currently open the basic Tier 1 account. Once you're a Law Emperor, you can open the Tier 2 account, and at Law Overlord, you can open Tier 3. For the sake of encouraging their descendants to work hard and cultivate, some clans designed this sort of system, placing the most valuable items in the highest tier of treasury. If later generations focus on cultivation, they can get the more valuable treasures and have access to more money. Who wouldn't try their hardest to get at the treasury left by one's ancestors? It's quite effective, Oro explained. Xia Fei was stunned. So there's more than one account and treasury? Definitely. Once you get the right to open the higher tier vaults, you may be in for a big surprise. Oro chuckled. Xia Fei could not help but long for the future. He was currently a level 7 law sovereign. Once he stepped into the Law Emperor realm, he could access the Tier 2 account and treasury, at which point, who knew how much money would fall into his pockets? A spatial gate linked the Rock Private Bank's branch in the Unicorn Immortal constellation to the bank's only treasury. Xia Fei followed the employee through and arrived at a spacious and brightly lit lobby. Numerous corridors led off into rows of orderly treasuries. It was a secluded and peaceful environment. There were 3 keyholes on the giant circular alloy door of the treasury. To gain access to the treasury, the keys of the bank manager, the treasury custodian, and Xia Fei would have to be inserted at the same time. Not one could be missing. Clunk. As the 3 individuals turned their keys at the same time, a crack opened in the heavy alloy door. Sir, your treasury is now open, and you may enter to inspect the contents. An employee will be waiting outside. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to call us over. As for the time, there is no need to be concerned. Even if you need to eat or sleep within the treasury, we can make arrangements for you. Xia Fei nodded. Private banks truly were something else. Even their service attitude was excellent. To avoid suspicion, the employee immediately moved to the side once the treasury was open. Once Xia Fei entered, The giant door boomed shut. The only way to open it now was from the inside, thus ensuring the secrecy of the treasury's contents. This treasury had an area of 70 square meters, and it was about 6 meters tall. Besides the 3 alloy shelves, there was also a single-chair sofa which had the massage function, an automatic beverage dispenser, a desk lamp, a revolving chair, a sturdy alloy desk, a toilet, and a shower. It was arranged like a study. Wooden chests of varying size were placed on the chest. From their appearance, one could immediately tell that they had been made by the same person. Despite the many years, these chests seemed brand new. There was not a speck of dust in the treasury, and the temperature was a little on the cold side. Letting out a breath, Xia Fei went to the first shelf and began to take down its chests and open them. "Let's start and see if there's anything good in this treasury," Xia Fei excitedly said. The chests on the first shelf contained information on the clan's members. As he flipped through them, he gradually gained some understanding of the Atlanteans. It turned out that their original surname was Yellow. They had resided in the White Horse constellation, and though they had not been one of the 9 great clans, they had some reputation in the circle. After all, the Law Realm's hierarchy was strict, and any clan who could live in the White Horse constellation could not be considered weak. From the various clues, Xia Fei discovered that this clan had a rather decent reputation in the circle, never quarreling with others, but got hunted down and destroyed in the space of a single night. This left Xia Fei rather confused. How had such a genial clan encountered such abrupt misfortune? The Yellow clan might have been a sacrificial lamb in a battle of the higher-ups. Look, the files did mention that some elites of the Yellow clan had succeeded in joining the god race, becoming supreme existences of the Law Realm. Not only are the 2 peak races opposed to each other, they have numerous internal factions. Since the Yellow clan didn't have any enemies in the White Horse constellation, the most likely possibility is that they were dragged into an internal conflict of the god race. Things like this happen all the time. Even a great clan can sometimes be inexplicably wiped out in a single night. After all, the Law Realm is a man-eat-man place, Oro said. Xia Fei nodded. He placed the last chest back on the shelf and moved on to the second. The second shelf contained techniques. Xia Fei exclaimed as he opened a chest. Law of Space, Compass Storm. It's a Tier 3 combat technique. Trash. Throw it away. Oro frowned and said, "Anything Tier 6 and below is trash. You don't even need to look at it." Xia Fei shrugged and began to sift through the innumerable combat techniques for useful ones. Alas, Oro's standards were too high. After an hour, he had yet to find a single worthwhile one. "Stop. Let me take a closer look," Oro suddenly said. Xia Fei, who did not find anything special about this martial technique, was planning to throw it back in the chest when Lionheart King Oro suddenly called. "Stop. Let me take a closer look." Xia Fei smiled. "Didn't you say that anything not above Tier 6 isn't worth looking at? This is only Tier 5. Oro mysteriously said, "There's an exception for everything. I recalled that you have a martial technique that uses the law of space to simulate atmospheric change." Xia Fei nodded. "I do. It's called Chain Blockade, a Tier 3 martial technique. How far have you studied it?" "Chain Blockade has 7 levels, and I've already studied all of them. I can use this technique to its maximum effectiveness." "Then start practicing this technique." Golden Sand Dance and Chain Blockade both use the law of space to imitate the explosive power of a tornado. Golden Sand Dance is an advanced version of Chain Blockade that is mixed with a small-scale spatial explosion. Its offensive power is at least 50% greater. Your Chain Blockade can cover a vast area, but it lacks in power, making it less effective if you run into warriors who are just a bit higher in rank. Besides that, you've already cultivated that technique to its limit, and it has no more potential to be unlocked. It's about time you switch it out for a new one. Xia Fei comprehended his meaning. Chain Blockade was Xia Fei's only large-scale combat technique, and it was rather good. Alas, Xia Fei was rising far too quickly. Chain Blockade could no longer fulfill his needs, and changing it for a new one had become a pressing matter. This Golden Sand Dance, which Oro had selected, created the same result through a different method. Xia Fei would find adapting to it very easy. Stellar Remnant Flicker? Not bad, not bad. Take it. The 4-ring Golden Fiend Hook? Also not bad. Take it. Ground Lotus of 100 cuts? Also pretty good. Leaving it here would be too much of a pity. Xia Fei was dazzled. The chest he had opened next was filled with numerous Tier 4 and even Tier 5 techniques. In a flash, Oro had told Xia Fei to take out 99. The vast majority of them were Tier 5. A large pile of martial techniques in hand, Xia Fei frowned. So many? How long would it take me to finish cultivating them all? Back on Earth, we have a saying, don't bite off more than you can chew. Oro casually said, I know that your home has another saying. It's always good to have more skills. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. He had never before attempted to cultivate this many martial techniques, and he had no idea if he could succeed. However, with his sharp eyesight, Xia Fei clearly realized that each of the techniques Oro had chosen had a unique attribute. After all, this was a demon who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his judgment was not to be underestimated. In the darkness, Oro naughtily smiled. Since we have so many martial techniques, let me test Xia Fei and see where his breakpoint is. Xia Fei had no idea that Oro had excessively chosen 99 martial techniques with an unspoken goal in mind: find Xia Fei's true potential. Once he was done looking through the combat techniques, Xia Fei immediately moved to the last shelf, the treasure shelf. White swallow gems, bruised glaze lock. Xia Fei almost fell unconscious from joy, and Phantom gawked in wonder. Even someone as important as Oro found plenty of valuables in this treasury. It seems like the Yellow Clan possessed quite a lot of good things, proving my conjecture. They were wiped out because they offended some powerful figure they shouldn't have offended, Oro said. Yes, Xia Fei said in a muffled tone. He was so excited that some drool threatened to come out of his mouth. Oro sighed. Could you be a little more farsighted? This is only the basic treasury. Once you open Tier 2, you may be 1,000 times more excited. Oro's voice dwindled away as he seemingly lost his train of thought. The reason for this was because Xia Fei had taken out a cockscomb-shaped herb which exuded an enchanting scent. The moment it emerged, the entire treasury was filled with its aroma. Cockscomb-stolen scent. To think the Yellow Clan would leave cockscomb-stolen scent in a place like this? What an absolute waste. Oro angrily said. Is cockscomb-stolen scent this formidable? I feel like its aroma is a little too much. Oro rolled his eyes. The scent of the cockscomb-stolen scent isn't too strong, but its function is without comparison. Its extract allows for the full expression of the most delicious scent in the universe. Let's use you as an example. If you rub 1 drop of the cockscomb-stolen scent extract on your body, vegetarians will take you as the most delicious vegetable and devour you, while meat eaters will consider you as the most delectable puffer fish and could not resist to take a few bites. In short, anything that is infused with the cockscomb-stolen scent extract will become incredibly appetizing, whether they actually taste good or not. Xia Fei was shocked that such a sinister plan existed in the universe, using every method at its disposal to make others come eat it. If someone rubbed this substance on a monster's body, countless people might die in an attempt to eat that monster. Xia Fei chuckled, but when he was about to put the cockscomb-stolen scent away, Oro nodded his head in satisfaction and said, with the cockscomb-stolen scent, we no longer need the Fury Fire Lotus or the Green Python Bat. We just need to rub some extract on the 9-Night Plum, and Peacock Blue will take it for something delicious and devour it. Xia Fei finally realized that Oro had decided to change the way they would combine the two armaments. Peacock Blue would eat the 9-Night Plum, merging them together into an even greater power. After learning about the history of the Atlantis clan, obtaining 99 rather excellent martial arts techniques, gaining more than 8 million grade 4 crystals, and finding the cockscomb-stolen scent, which could merge the 9-Night Plum and Peacock Blue, Xia Fei finally realized that he had picked up a very valuable treasure, the treasury and account of the Yellow Clan. There was no doubt that this long-vanished clan had once had a golden age. No matter the reason for their ultimate demise, what was most important was that their property had ultimately been passed on to Xia Fei. As Xia Fei grew stronger and stronger, he would gain the privilege to open up Tier 2, perhaps even Tier 3. As rich as a country, it would not be excessive at all to describe Xia Fei with this phrase. In Black Lion City, Heathfield once more held a feast for Xia Fei and Qindong. Heathfield had not just been sitting around while Xia Fei went to rock private bank. He had been observing Qindong both openly and secretly. There was nothing to complain about with regards to his cultivation, and he possessed a rare persistence and resolve. His body covered in scars also left Heathfield stunned. The Lionheart clan was a tough race that admired martial prowess and revered warriors. In their eyes, scars were not scars, but rather medals, representing the dignity of a warrior. Thus, Heathfield felt greater respect for Qindong and began to like him more and more. This is for you. Before leaving, Xia Fei gave Qindong a spatial ring with 1,000 cubic meters of space. In the law realm, the law of space made this storage tool very common, but one like Xia Fei's with 10,000 cubic meters of space was very rare. After all, besides the materials, creating such a spatial ring required a law of space master. What is this? Qindong curiously asked. 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals, 20 kilograms of white swallow gems, 17 law of matter martial techniques, and also some drugs that I concocted, with instructions on each bottle. The rest to him. I can't think of it right now, so just take some to look through it yourself, Xia Fei casually said. 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals, 20 kilograms of white swallow gems. Qindong's eyes went wide. Did you strike it rich? Why am I even staying in Black Lion City? I might as well just spend time with you. My God. Xia Fei smiled and patted Qindong on the shoulder. Don't say stupid things. You know how powerful the Lionhearts are. It's difficult to get the favor of Heathfield, and your future prospects are limitless. It's far better than being with me and all my troubles. That's true. You've got so many troubles coming one after another that even I feel worried for you. When is it all going to end? Qindong scratched his head. I'll take the white swallow gems and martial techniques, but I don't need the money. I don't need to spend any money to cultivate in this place, so what am I going to do with it? Take it just in case. The law realm is a cruel and crazy place. In front of Oro, Xia Fei found it awkward to say too much, so he could only remind Qindong of the law realm's man-eat-man reality. After what had happened with Yuhua, Xia Fei found it hard to trust anyone in this place. Mere thanks isn't enough to express my gratitude. Whenever you plan to deal with those people who are trying to kill you, tell me. I swear on my name that I will help. Call me a gutless coward if I hesitate. Qindong slapped his chest and declared. Xia Fei chuckled. If I don't ask for your help, then I'm not Xia Fei. Anyone who brings me displeasure will receive 10 times the pain in return. After returning to Metal City and seeing how Avril was doing, Xia Fei got to work. Following Oro's instructions, he had a room with tough walls constructed. Fusing two immemorial mystical armaments was no easy task. One must be as cautious as possible when having these two apex plants devour each other so that they could merge together into a brand new, heaven-defying weapon. Not even Xia Fei could take on the consequences of a mishap. Sentinel Goddess Sophie once more asked for Phantom, but Xia Fei still had no idea what this odd pairing was up to. Even more strangely was that Phantom did not reject her at all. The first time Xia Fei left Phantom with the Sentinel Goddess, Phantom had been on the verge of tears, but now, Phantom was more than happy to accompany Sophie. Xia Fei had asked them what they were up to, but their lips were tightly sealed. Afterward, Xia Fei decided to just ignore them. Nothing was more important than having Peacock Blue absorb the Nine-Night Plum, and Xia Fei was looking forward to seeing what Peacock Blue would look like once it was all said and done. The robots lived up to their reputation for efficiency, and in 3 days, they had finished constructing a 4-story alloy dome on the outskirts of the city. Not only was this building tough, it was so airtight that not even an air molecule could escape. The dome was sealed. Xia Fei, wearing edgeless, stood in front of a drug compounding apparatus. Letting out a breath, Xia Fei sternly said, "Let's get started." "I'm ready." Oro nodded, his brows furrowing together as he seriously said, "Then let's begin the first step, extracting the juice of the coxcomb's stolen scent." Xia Fei had a small bottle of liquid in his hand. The coxcomb's stolen scent juice was not poisonous in of itself, but it could make someone die an extremely miserable death. The light purple liquid was translucent, and there were quite a few yellow impurities mixed in. According to normal practice, Xia Fei, who was well versed in medicinal practices, would not only observe the viscosity and color of the liquid, but would also test the liquid through scent and taste. However, this time, Xia Fei did not dare to do this. Such an insidious liquid could not be allowed to have the slightest contact with his body. Fortunately, he had taken the appropriate defensive measures, and there had been no mishaps when extracting the liquid of the coxcomb stolen scent. You have the liquid now, so you only have to spread the liquid over the incredibly poisonous 9-night plum, after which you can just sit back and wait as peacock blue fuses with it. As peacock blue is attached to your arm, the success of the synthesis will, to a large degree, depend on your ability to control it, Oro sternly said. Xia Fei nodded. Once the arrow was loose, there was no taking it back. Either peacock blue would fuse with 9-night plum and create a supreme mystical armament, or the two would both be badly damaged, with Xia Fei even standing to lose peacock blue. With this heavy responsibility resting upon his shoulders, Xia Fei could not help but be a little nervous. 9-night plum has yet to take a host, while your peacock blue has already been through many battles, 2 of the 13 leaves having already grown out. It is much stronger than 9-night plum. Plus, peacock blue's trait is tenacity, never speaking of defeat and never giving up. As long as you and peacock blue fight until the end, your chance of success is extremely high, Oro encouraged him. In truth, not even Oro was sure of success. After all, this sort of abnormal mystical armament synthesis was the stuff of legends. It was true that the ancestor of the Lionheart race had succeeded in this feat, but it was not as if he had crawled out of his grave to instruct Oro in how to do it. Oro developed this method through assembling the various clues he could find in his clan's records, but he had no experience in implementing it. Oro's confidence came from his acknowledgement of Xia Fei's performance. He felt that Xia Fei was far too abnormal and that there was something indescribable hidden in his bones. Begin. You can definitely do it, Oro sternly said. Xia Fei slowly poured the light purple liquid into the incubator liquid. 9-night plum lived in a plant incubator, and the liquid inside was responsible for providing all its required nutrients, which could be considered a highly advanced composite product. For this liquid equivalent to 3 bottles of mineral water to have sustained 9-night plum for 1,000 years, it must hold an incredible amount of nutrients. Whoosh! The liquid rapidly turned, and Xia Fei could clearly see the light purple liquid slowly flowing through 9-night plum's veins. It was not long before this bizarre plant was tinged with a hint of the bizarre, light purple liquid running through its body like a little stream. It's time. Let out peacock blue. Remember what I said. Success or failure will depend on peacock blue and whether or not you can coordinate with it, Oro nervously said. This was the first Xia Fei had seen him in this state, nervous and excited at once, as if he had just taken his medicine. Whoosh! Immemorial mystical armament peacock blue moved out. 2 blue grass blades moved like hunting dogs, first inspecting 9-night plum from a distance. As mystical armaments, peacock blue shared a strange connection with 9-night plum. Perhaps because 9-night plum's toxin was too strong, peacock blue slowly turned back after making its initial probe, waiting 10-some meters away from 9-night plum for the time to strike. Temptation. The coxcomb stolen scent's powerful allure gradually began to work, and peacock blue grew more and more restless and irritated. The 2 grass blades trembled and shuddered as if they were dancing, wanting more and more to lunge at 9-night plum and absorb it. Xia Fei saw peacock blue's excitement and knew that it was the moment to make his move. Go. That's a delicious feast over there. Consume it, and you'll become a unique, immemorial mystical armament. Among the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, you will be the strongest. There will be no other. With these words, Xia Fei urged peacock blue into bravely approaching the toxic 9-night plum. 9 flowers were like 9 lanterns that led toward the path of the strongest. Peacock blue trusted Xia Fei. Its body coiled back like a snake before it lunged forward. The immemorial mystical armament revealed its awesome power and began to fight with 9-night plum. Shockingly, 9-night plum began to counterattack as if it were being controlled by someone. 9 flowers bit down on peacock blue like the mouths of a monster. The areas bitten rapidly yellowed and withered, losing their original vigor. However, this death did not discourage peacock blue, and it began to regenerate the poison parts rapidly. Right? Just like that. Your peacock blue is the world's most tenacious grass. How could a small wound possibly subdue it? The battle has just begun, so don't give up until the very end. Oro was even more agitated than the 2 combatants. constantly urging Xia Fei to land the killing blow. Xia Fei naturally knew that he could not give up, nor did he have any plans to. In the blink of an eye, Peacock Blue and Nine-Night Plum exchanged 300 blows. The battle between these two plant-type immemorial mystical armaments was intense beyond imagination, on par with a clash of apex experts. Perhaps because it sensed that its life was in danger, Nine-Night Plum put up a fiercer and fiercer resistance, like a cornered beast. Peacock Blue fully exhibited its tenacity and stubbornness, the two blue grass blades attacking and defending in unison. Xia Fei was so busy he had broken out in a sweat. Peacock Blue had the upper hand in large part because of his control. He tried to have it complete a set of highly difficult maneuvers equivalent to slide thrust. Even though Xia Fei had studied this complicated martial technique for a long time, making Peacock Blue move in the same way as he did was easier said than done. However, as time passed, their coordination increased, and Xia Fei found it easier and easier to control his immemorial mystical armament, which came as a pleasant surprise to him. Peacock Blue was a weapon with a mind of its own, not like the blood crystal. If one wanted it to move left, it would move right, and if one wanted it to move right, it would move left. Truly controlling the immemorial mystical armament's power required constant practice. Xia Fei had feared that other people might find out he had Peacock Blue, so he tried to minimize its use. After all, talented people and treasures would always be coveted by others, so it was best to take countermeasures. Now, Xia Fei and Peacock Blue had the perfect chance to practice together. The longer and more difficult the battle was, the more Xia Fei and Peacock Blue synchronized. This thought invigorated Xia Fei, and he controlled Peacock Blue and battled with Nine-Night Plum for one day and one night. Battling to his heart's content, Xia Fei felt entirely satisfied. This isn't right. How could Nine-Night Plum last this long? It's getting stronger and stronger. It's as if Nine-Night Plum is also maturing in this battle alongside Peacock Blue. Xia Fei frowned and said. Oro nonchalantly said, Nine-Night Plum is still an immemorial mystical armament, so it's only normal that it will mature. Besides, the stronger Nine-Night Plum is, the stronger Peacock Blue will be once it subdues it. This is a good thing. Xia Fei nodded, but he still felt inexplicably nervous. This was because Nine-Night Plum had become extremely frenzied, brimming with a desire for blood. 2 more days and nights passed, and a large pile of empty crystals had gathered at Xia Fei's feet. The battle was so intense that he needed to recharge his energy constantly. In any case, he had plenty of crystals in the bank, so Xia Fei decided to go all out. This was the advantage of having money. One could eat whatever and however much they wanted. Amid the battle, there was suddenly a new development. Nine-Night Plum began to grow crazily from 2 some meters tall to 100 meters. It was on the verge of reaching the top of the alloy dome. Xia Fei's brows furrowed and swiftly jumped away while staring at the frenzied Nine-Night Plum. What's going on? Oh no. I was so focused on Peacock Blue's battle with Nine-Night Plum that I forgot to tell you about the Coxcomb Stolen Sense 72-hour mutation, Oro said with some remorse. What mutation? What's 72 hours? The Coxcomb Stolen Sense liquid can not only trigger one's desires, but can also harness the potential energy in the victim's body. 72 hours have now passed, so Nine-Night Plum will unleash all of its potential and will fight until not a shred of life remains in it. Xia Fei was stunned. Nine-Night Plum was an immemorial mystical armament. It was impossible to say how much potential energy it contained or how much more powerful this savage Nine-Night Plum was now. Too terrifying. Too bloodthirsty. Peacock Blue's grass blades were being torn apart. If this continued, Nine-Night Plum would ultimately die after unleashing all of its potential, an enormous loss. Xia Fei could not just stand back and watch as his plan to fuse the immemorial mystical armaments failed and Nine-Night Plum turned to ash. There isn't much time left. I'm going all in. Xia Fei roared, and Peacock Blue suddenly grew to a length of 500 meters. The giant blades of grass became like steel, sweeping, hacking, cutting, and thrusting. Each move contained incredible force. After 3 days and nights of constant wearing away, Xia Fei had developed some basic understanding with this immemorial mystical armament. Its power was simply immense. Alas, the potential energy of Nine-Night Plum was also incredible, and Xia Fei and Peacock Blue were unable to do anything to this most poisonous plant. Its body was still growing, already at 150 meters. The alloy dome began to groan. This was a 4-layer defense, the most advanced defense the robots could develop. This was how powerful Nine-Night Plum was. The seconds continued to pass, and Xia Fei no longer had time to delay. Nine-Night Plum was on the verge of withering away. To him, waste was a crime, let alone wasting an immemorial mystical armament. Suddenly, Xia Fei had a terrifying idea. If there was anything that could flip around the universe, it was the law of primal chaos. That unreasonable energy that could reverse black and white. Take this, Xia Fei bellowed. He would rather risk the unknowns of the law of primal chaos than waste this precious, immemorial, mystical armament. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he would have to take the gamble first, and Xia Fei was willing to take this gamble. No, Oro exclaimed. The last time you used this strange law, you created the heaven-defying blood crystal. There's no telling what will happen if you use it on 2 immemorial mystical armaments. At worst, you can just give up. You will still have Peacock Blue at least. I don't like giving up. Xia Fei's response was simple, and it echoed out loud. Once the rumbling beneath the alloy dome subsided, Xia Fei looked in a daze at the 2 bizarre objects tied around his arm. Peacock Blue's form had completely changed. It was still blue, but its blades of grass had become much thinner and were now covered in thorns. Compared to the blades of grass from before, they were now much heavier, yet they were as agile as ever. No matter what Xia Fei had them do, they would quickly respond. I told you not to use that weird law, but you didn't listen. Look at what happened. Peacock Blue is no longer like a weed, but like a weapon, Xia Fei sternly said. Oro hesitated for a while as he tried to find the right word. In the end, it was Xia Fei's words that reminded him again. Yes, Peacock Blue had left the domain of plants and was getting closer to the domain of weapons. Its strength and agility had both been boosted, and it possessed a sharpness it had not had before. Those hooked thorns could tear away large chunks of flesh from the opponent if they snagged on. The rare and valuable Peacock Blue had evolved, but that stubborn nature was still there. After a long daze, Oro pensively said, Now that you mention it, Peacock Blue really is more like a weapon. It's like 2 lethal whips. Xia Fei added, and it's also poisonous. The dome fell silent. Not that it was bad for Peacock Blue to become closer to a weapon, they just were not that used to its new appearance. Could this be a possibility? Once the nature-type immemorial mystical armaments are merged, they will ultimately become weapons carrying the 5 great attributes. While Peacock Blue was strong in the past, it appeared like a plant and wasn't as savage-looking as it is now, Xia Fei said as he pondered. He was this sort of unconventional thinker who believed that anything in the universe was possible. Oro was about to argue but stopped. He realized that he had no basis with which to argue against Xia Fei. After all, no one had seen the ultimate form of all of the immemorial mystical armaments fused together, and he could see with his 2 eyes that Peacock Blue seemed more like a weapon now. Is it really as Xia Fei said? The immemorial mystical armaments require fusion to be used. Oro asked himself, could the series of 7 plant immemorial mystical armaments combine into one weapon? Just the mere thought of this caused him to be fascinated. At this moment, Xia Fei suddenly took off edgeless and rolled up his sleeves. A new blade of grass slowly began to sprout, ultimately becoming a 3rd blade of grass, exactly like the other 2. It promoted. Peacock Blue has grown out its 3rd blade of grass, Oro said in shock. The intense battle had hastened Peacock Blue's maturation, and now, 3 of the 13 blades of grass had grown out. It was yet another step closer to exhibiting its full strength. While it was just 1 blade of grass, this was a big step for Peacock Blue. After all, Peacock Blue had merged with another immemorial mystical armament and was also merged with the Peacock Blue, creating a completely new kind of immemorial mystical armament. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented feat, for not even the ancients had known about the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei, when are you going to tell what that law is? It's too heaven-defying, Oro very seriously said. Xia Fei naturally had to keep such an important and heaven-defying law a secret. Besides him and Phantom, no one else could know about it. So Xia Fei naturally ignored Lionheart King Oro's question. However, Xia Fei had begun to wonder. The law of primal chaos of the black and white gods was so wondrous, so why did the law realm know nothing about it? Alas, Xia Fei had yet to interact with the two peak races, so he was unable to find an answer in the meantime. He could only continue keeping this secret and remaining in his confusion. With Night Plum subdued and Peacock Blue sporting a new blade of grass, Xia Fei was in a great mood. He went to the dining room and had 15 bowls of fried paste noodles. Avril kept him company and ate a little, but it seemed like no one enjoyed this simple food as passionately as Xia Fei. After the last cucumber slice entered Xia Fei's tummy, he smiled in satisfaction. Taking the Malfong tea offered by Avril, he drank 3 cups and then shouted in satisfaction. It seems like you're really in love with the food, with the way you ate. It's as if you've been starved for a week. Avril propped up her chin on her hands and looked in a daze at Xia Fei. The sight of this man wolfing down zhajiang noodles always made Avril happy, and to her, watching Xia Fei eat was a rather enjoyable experience. Even though Avril usually ate little, she felt like she had more appetite today after watching this, so she also ate some more. They whispered sweet nothings to each other, and then Xia Fei returned to the cultivation chamber while Avril went to work on her law of life. However, she still had no idea what she was working on every day. Out of her trust for Xia Fei, she did not even ask any questions and simply buried herself in her training. Every day, besides his cultivation, Xia Fei would use 4 hours to study combat techniques. Oro had told him to bring back nearly 100 combat techniques, and anyone would feel pressured by so much work. When cultivating the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei would close his spatial ring to prevent Oro from peeping. When he was done with his regular training, Xia Fei would let out Oro and say, "You're the one who had me bring back so many combat techniques, so you decide which one I should train first. I can't be bothered to pick." Oro casually said, "Start with the Golden Sand Dance. As an improved version of the chain blockade, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to learn. Tomorrow, I'll test you on your progress." Oro then relayed several important points to keep in mind when learning new combat techniques, after which he requested to return to the ring. Rather than giving personal guidance, he wanted Xia Fei to explore the difficult points of the Golden Sand Dance on his own. Xia Fei opened up the book recording the technique and started from the first level. As an upgraded version of another technique, Golden Sand Dance had 9 levels, and once it was done, dragons would dance in the 9 heavens, a vast storm engulfing the surrounding 20 kilometers. One should understand that this was a storm which used the law of space as its base and was infused with spatial explosions and spatial tearing force. If used on an army of tens of thousands of soldiers, it would probably leave nothing behind. It was an immense power that could shake the world. Xia Fei already had chain blockade as a foundation, so cultivating this technique was not hard. His advancement speed could be described as supersonic. 4 hours quickly went by, and it was about time for Xia Fei to rest. 16 hours a day were devoted to cultivation and 4 hours were allotted to spending time with his beloved Avril. Xia Fei gave only 4 hours for himself to rest. "Forget it. I'll skip sleep today," Xia Fei muttered to himself as he held a grade 4 origin crystal in his hand to recover energy. Xia Fei had an astonishing vigor, and to him, not sleeping was not a big deal. He had even fought a battle for dozens of days without sleep or rest once or twice, and going without rest for a few days was quite normal. Besides, the strength and focus consumed by cultivation were far less than that consumed by battle. The next day, Oro was released from the spatial ring. Folding his arms, he laughed and said, "So how far have you gotten in the Golden Sand Dance?" "I would have to find some open ground first," Xia Fei said. Oro nonchalantly said, "This large-scale cultivation chamber has a breadth of 5 kilometers. Is that not enough?" Xia Fei smiled. "No, far from enough." Oro was startled. He had looked through the Golden Sand Dance. At level 5 and above, it was capable of overwhelming this cultivation chamber, which had a breadth of 5 kilometers and a height of 300 meters. Did Xia Fei manage to break through level 5 in the space of a single night? Oro wondered in shock. On the outskirts of the metal city, Xia Fei lightly raised his wrist, and a hurricane manifested. 9 hurricanes descended from the heavens. They took up the surrounding 20-some kilometers, crushing across the landscape like roller compactors, flattening everything in their path. The ground shattered. The sky became oppressively dark. It had taken 1/100th of a second for this frightening storm to manifest. Different from chain blockade, countless explosions like innumerable booms of thunder resounded within this law of space storm. In the eye of this storm were numerous white points of light. These were points of chaos created by the law force moving at absurd speeds. If this same storm was unleashed in an ocean, it would suck up vast quantities of water. In a desert, it would sweep up tough pieces of stone. At the same wind speeds, it would naturally be the sandstorm that was more lethal. The golden sand dance and the chain blockade had the same origin, but the chain reaction caused by the golden sand dance was more powerful. This is what allowed it to be called an upgraded version and to be of a higher level. You've learned all 9 levels of the golden sand dance. Oro tilted his head and asked. He did his utmost to hide the shock in his heart. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and coolly replied. Oro's heart began to beat faster. He knew the difficulty level of this combat technique, and even if Xia Fei had the chain blockade as a base, it should have been nigh impossible for him to learn all 9 levels in one night. However, Xia Fei had completed this nearly impossible mission. Oro had no idea how to describe Xia Fei's cultivation speed. Was this a genius? No, this was a super genius. Oro dryly coughed as he continued restraining his shock. You've made good progress. I presume that you practiced extra yesterday? Xia Fei merely nodded. Oro loudly laughed, telling himself, I just knew that you practiced extra. Otherwise, there's no way you would have been able to progress this quickly. How much longer did you train for? Oro sternly asked. 2 hours, Xia Fei confessed. Oro's face turned helpless. 4 hours plus 2 was only 6 hours. Xia Fei needed to spend only this little time on a Tier 5 combat technique. He was advancing 1 level on average every 40 minutes. What was there to say? This was a little too fast. I guess that's good enough, Oro lied. In order for Xia Fei not to be too proud, he decided to take the wind out of his sails. Golden Sand Dance shares the same roots as the chain blockade, so it's quite normal for you to advance this quickly. Learn Concealed Flash Dragon next. This technique is very useful against Law of Matter users. I will see how you've progressed in 3 days, Oro said. He once more gave a few pointers. Oro was determined not to personally guide Xia Fei, for he wanted to see the fullness of his potential and find out where his bursting point was. At this time, 2 figures flew over from a distance. When he saw who they were, Xia Fei burst out in laughter. I almost didn't recognize you two. How did the 2 of you turn out like this in the span of these last few days? Xia Fei said with a smile. It turned out the figures were not just anyone. They were 2 of the mech leaders, Dim Sky and Warstar. Warstar was as staunch as ever. His body made of liquid metal was completely upright and as sharp as a keen knife. Meanwhile, Dim Sky had changed to a strange body that had 4 arms, each hand holding a weapon, looking all menacing, like a crab that had learned how to walk. Warstar said, Dimsky's just created an unprecedented body frame, which he claimed to have a combat strength beyond any war armor before, and which few could rival it in the universe. Were you the one who caused that hurricane just now? Xia Fei nodded. I was in the middle of learning a new martial technique and had to test it out here in the wild. Dim Sky and Warstar were tremendously shocked. They had stared intently at the radar earlier. It was such a large hurricane that they even thought an outsider had infiltrated the hidden realm. They had not thought that it would actually be Xia Fei's handiwork. Xia Fei smiled at Dim Sky. His nondescript body was very weird, the 4 arms able to be adjusted forward and backward. It was more flexible than an octopus, the arms broad and thick, most likely concealing several offensive weapons within. Your frame's very novel. Dim Sky was pleased. After examining your war armor, edgeless, I suddenly got inspired and designed this completely new body frame. Xia Fei nodded. Dim Sky was the chief science officer among the mechs, and he enjoyed spending all his time researching such technology. Who knew just how many different bodies of his did he have, and each one extremely specialized. However, this was actually the first time Xia Fei had seen him in a combat body. Dim Sky whispered to Warstar, Xia Fei's combat strength isn't bad. Should I get him to help me test out the new combat body? Warstar shook his head helplessly. Don't be silly. Xia Fei's very powerful. I was already not his match back then, so now that he has returned after spending time in the law realm, His cultivation is even greater than before. I'm afraid that I won't even withstand a single blow from him now. The more Warstar praised Xia Fei's prowess, the more excited Dimsky appeared to be. How could you build him up while tearing down your own prestige? My brand new body is the strongest ever created. Warstar shook his head. If you really want to test it, I'm enough. There's no need to trouble Xia Fei. You? Dimsky was unconvinced. Though your body was personally constructed by Lord Radix, what I have now is a new model, something I spent plenty of effort on. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but there's no way you can last 3 rounds with me given your current cultivation. Warstar glared with much anger that his expression became stern. Whatever. Ever since you came up with that weird body, you've been so pleased with yourself till you're absolutely beside yourself. I really do wonder if it's really that powerful. Dimsky laughed. I'm not bragging about how powerful it is. Perhaps you're dissatisfied that a science officer like myself possesses even greater combat strength than you do? Just you watch. I'll give Xia Fei a good thrashing today. You'll then know why I have such great confidence in this war armor of mine. With that said, Dimsky swaggered over to Xia Fei. Warstar followed him, still fuming. Though they were of the same race and shared a very tight bond with each other, Warstar was hoping that Dimsky would be properly trounced today more than any other time. He was truly being too infuriating, blustering with much confidence that it had gotten to his head after having come up with such a top-grade body frame, believing that there was nothing in this universe that he could not beat. Xia Fei, Dimsky called, all excited. I have yet to test properly this body frame I made. I think today's a great chance for me to mentor you. Mentoring implied that a superior expert would spar with their own disciple or a descendant. Obviously, Dimsky was referring to himself as that peerless master. Xia Fei smiled and casually said, Okay, I happen to have some time right now, so let's see how amazing this new body of yours is. Dimsky happily widened his stance and solemnly stated, Do you still remember that silver desert liquid war armor that you gave me? I used that along with the frame Xana left behind and the technology Edgeless employed to form this unique super body. Don't you complain about the pain after I make mincemeat out of you later. Xia Fei was stunned. Silver Desert was formidable, and the former leader of the Mech's warrior Xana was even more incredible. Edgeless was a top-grade war armor made by Fig Corporation, possessing a Law Emperor level of defense and combat strength, so powerful that nothing else rivaled it. The fact that Dimsky had successfully combined these 3 amazing weapons together, this body he built must surely be very powerful. Xia Fei got into his battle stance as well, his expression turning serious. An exceptional warrior was not one to be careless when facing their enemies, especially one whom they were not completely familiar with. He devoted 200% of his concentration to this fight. Dimsky was ultimately no warrior, and he boasted about all the different technology this new body frame of his possessed, and just what great functions and capabilities it had. The air around slowly turned still. Xia Fei and Dimsky faced each other, creating an electrifying atmosphere between the two. Are you ready? Dimsky asked. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows together and lightly nodded. Be sure to unleash your strongest combat strength. Of course. Kaboom. Crackle. After all that prelude, the actual fight was extremely unexpected. Dimsky's 4 arms were whirling like wheels of flames, while Xia Fei merely used a single move. Falling leaf of autumn's demise. The palm landed like a falling autumn leaf on the body frame that Dimsky had spent a whole 30 minutes boasting, and then he was sent flying the moment Xia Fei's finger touched. In the next moment, that body, which was the result of merging the 3 technological marvels and was the so-called culmination of his life's experience, was shattered into pieces. Everyone was startled. No one had imagined that Dimsky's new body would be left in such a terrible state after a single blow. Xia Fei had barely exerted any strength and Dimsky had already collapsed. The parts scattered everywhere, looking like a rain of metal. Clank. Dimsky's head came falling from high in the sky, bouncing a few times on the ground before rolling down into a gutter by the side, soaking in sewage. How about that? I already told you Xia Fei's very powerful, but you just wouldn't listen. See, now you've disgraced yourself until you're right in the gutter. You couldn't even withstand a single blow, yet you dared to claim I wouldn't be your match. You're even worse. Seeing Xia Fei become his proxy and venting out his frustration, Warstar happily fished Dimsky's head out from the dirty gutter. Dimsky merely opened his mouth, his head completely stained that he could not even recover from the great shock he had just experienced. Xia Fei sheepishly scratched his head. Don't look at me like that. You're the one who asked me to use my ultimate move. Besides, I haven't even used all my strength. Chunk. Dimsky's mouth finally shut, his two eyes looking at Xia Fei in great aggravation before he muttered. Just what went wrong? What exactly went wrong? Warstar laughed. I know what went wrong. You do? Dimsky looked at Warstar doubtfully. Why don't you share it? Because you overestimated yourself. Warstar was laughing with glee, and only at this point did Xia Fei realize that the last remaining general of the Mechs actually had a sense of humor. He could not help but be even more impressed with the intelligence these Mechs possessed. Xia Fei was, of course, even more in awe of Radix, the one who created these AI robots. You don't know this, but ever since Dimsky built that frame of his, he's been nagging incessantly to my ears. I'm literally beside myself with happiness now that you've destroyed it, Warstar said, laughing endlessly. Dimsky's dirty head swapped back to that cockroach frame even as he sent for robots to help pick up the pieces, appearing to be somewhat dispirited. Xia Fei had dealt a fairly heavy blow to him, almost destroying what confidence Dimsky had. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought before saying, It's not that there's anything bad about that body frame. Rather, there's some illogicality with how you designed it. After all, you're no warrior, and you're not versed in things like what sort of situation may occur during a fight, what's the most suitable form of defense, and what will be too much defense. It's hard to gauge the sense of proportion required without having experienced battle yourself. You should consult Warstar more in these aspects. He has plenty of combat experience. You can't expect to build a frame just hiding in the laboratory all day. You need to merge both theory and real combat. Dimsky turned to look at Xia Fei earnestly. By what you're saying, does that mean that my body isn't without its merits? Xia Fei nodded meaningfully. But of course, the standard of your design is fairly high and will definitely be considered a top-grade masterpiece. You just need to make certain modifications to some details, and it will be improved. Plus, if you were to give this frame to Warstar, the result of the fight wouldn't be anything like what had just happened. Watching as Dimsky depart with Warstar in animated discussion, Lionheart Emperor Oro said, You're really an expert when it comes to psychological warfare. The two robots were originally at loggerheads, yet you easily diffused the contradiction between the two. Now, they've even become more bonded with each other. Xia Fei replied, If I didn't be open about it, Dimsky would forever bear that knot in his heart. I was telling the truth, too. That new frame he designed really does have flaws. Besides, the closer Dimsky and Warstar are, the more beneficial it will be for me. This is the ending that everyone would hope to see. Oro nodded, making a note to himself. Xia Fei knows how to console his subordinates, and that's a good trait to have. Concealed Flash Dragon, a Tier 5 law of space martial technique. This martial technique was very unique, completely different from anything that Xia Fei had learned in the past. It was a sort of hidden law power that directed law force right into the ground, becoming like a monster buried under the soil that would break through when the enemy least expected it. It was a singular heavy attack on the opponent. Xia Fei had no experience in such things, so all he could do was stumble his way through, overcoming the difficulties one by one. 3 days later, it was time to review the results of his training under the old demon Oro. Golden Sand Dance is the advancement of chain traversal. You have the prior experience, and given its difficulty, it can only be considered to be at primary stage level 5 skill. That's why you mastered it so fast. Concealed Flash Dragon is different. When it comes to the camouflaged activation of the law of space, the difficulty is many times more. Do you feel the complexity now? Oro asked. Xia Fei nodded. Indeed, I have to expend quite a lot of energy studying how to activate the law of space secretly. The difficulty is definitely many degrees of magnitude compared to the Golden Sand Dance. Oro was somewhat pleased. It was already a very decent result if Xia Fei managed to cultivate to level 3 after 3 grueling days of training with Oro, but compared to how swiftly Xia Fei had mastered Golden Sand Dance the last time, Oro decided it was better to include an additional level to his prediction for safety. I take it that you've cultivated Concealed Flash Dragon to level 4. Oro probed. If Xia Fei had reached level 4, Then Oro would have predicted accurately, and he would have nothing to add. If Xia Fei failed to hit level 4, then it would be the perfect chance for him to hamstring Xia Fei a little. Xia Fei shook his head. A little higher. Level 5. Oro's eyes turned slightly red. Still a little higher. Higher. You couldn't possibly have mastered all 9 levels, have you? That's impossible. No matter how talented you are, that's absolutely impossible. Oro spat hoarsely. Xia Fei shrugged. I'm not that fast. This martial technique is very difficult. Oro heaved a sigh. If Xia Fei had really mastered all 9 levels in 3 days, then that would be a huge blow to himself, since it meant that Xia Fei's potential had surpassed even his own. As a peak figure among the demon race, Oro had been an unparalleled genius since he was young. He could accept Xia Fei's talent being a little better than his own, but he would just be depressed if it was too much. So what level did you get to? Oro asked. 8. FCK, what difference does 8 make to 9? Oro could not resist but cursed, his scalp numbing. Level 8? What difference does it have from level 9? Oro was annoyed. Level 4 was already a very high assessment of what he expected Xia Fei could achieve, while level 5 was close to the maximum. Yet this human had actually cultivated concealed flash dragon up to level 8. This was well beyond what Oro had expected. Xia Fei answered with a straight face. Of course, there's a difference. Level 9 means I've already completely mastered it, while level 8 means I'm still lacking by that bit. Didn't you just say that learning to conceal the law of space was very hard? Yet you've already reached level 8. Why couldn't I see this difficulty you claim to have experienced? Xia Fei shrugged, helpless. In the beginning, I did stop using this sort of law power due to incompatibility. After all, I was used to unleashing my law force peremptorily, hitting the enemy in a single burst of power, but as I cultivated it more, I slowly began to grasp the delayed technique needed, which in turn increased how fast I went through the levels. Lionheart Emperor Oro shook his head. Just words aren't any good. Show me what you've mastered. I'm interested in seeing just what degree you've cultivated concealed flash dragon to. Xia Fei nodded, standing straight as he looked ahead. Taking a deep breath, he bent over and struck the ground with a single fist. The sound he made was soft, though dull. There was hardly even any commotion ahead of him in that cultivation chamber. It was as if Xia Fei had merely patted the ground without releasing any attack of sorts. Suddenly, after some time, a single white spatial tear suddenly erupted about 100 meters away from Xia Fei. Like a lion leaping high into the sky, its gaping maw gnashing ferociously at the air before disappearing without leaving a trace. Disbelief. Speechless disbelief. There was not even a single trace left on the ground, while there was no shift in air due to the spatial tear that had appeared. From the time it appeared underground to the end of the attack, everything had been accomplished without making a single sound. The attack spanned over a very short interval, too. Any warrior lacking in terms of eyesight would surely have no way of discerning how that frightening tear had appeared. Even more scary was the fact that, given the pause in the release of the attack and the actual attack itself, Xia Fei was facing an opponent, yet he did not strike at them, and, instead, slapped the ground. Any experienced warrior would promptly exercise great vigilance to their surroundings, but if several seconds passed without receiving an attack, they would surely let their heightened guard down a bit. It would then create the perfect moment for the concealed flash dragon to strike. Lying dormant underground, waiting specifically for when the enemy became negligent to abruptly strike, and devastating the opponent with a single strike. The old demon lord was stunned for several seconds before finally heaving a helpless sigh. Given how reality had proven to him, it was evident that Xia Fei's potential and degree of comprehension toward law powers completely surpassed his own. Every genius had a stubborn side, though. Oro refused to believe that there was anyone who could be stronger than him, but he must admit that Xia Fei was much more talented than him. After feeling disappointed, all the old demon lord could feel was prickling pain all over his body. The waves behind drove on those in front, and it was the fate of the young to surpass the old. He had incidentally become part of the past. Now that reality had proven Xia Fei to be so greatly talented, all that remained was to find Xia Fei's breakpoint, which would also be his limit. Oro was also interested in this. Having a talent greater than his was one thing. Just how strong someone could be was another. So did I cultivate my concealed flash dragon to an acceptable level? Xia Fei asked. Different from other extremely powerful and talented warriors was the fact that Xia Fei was never prideful. He treated everything he did as something very natural, almost as if cultivation and promotion ought to be at that speed, and there was nothing to be boastful about it. In his not very long life so far, he was already used to this insane rate of advancement, overcoming all obstacles in his path. Oro was even more speechless. Xia Fei actually believed that such an overwhelming rate of advancement to be natural. If this was spread throughout the law realm, there might be quite a number of prideful geniuses who would suicide. Everything that these geniuses were proud about were treated as commonplace by Xia Fei, no different from casual play, and that itself was an infuriating thought. Pouting, Oro said gruffly, "It's fine." Forget about the discomfort he felt in his heart. Had he not been worried about Xia Fei becoming complacent, Oro would have long heaped him with praises. However, I still feel that the power of concealed flash dragon isn't too great. The difference between this and the level 5 martial technique golden sand dance is too wide. Xia Fei expressed his skepticism as he lit a cigarette. Staying concealed underground for 9 seconds will be considered as achieving mastery of the concealed flash dragon. Though it may seem like 9 seconds isn't much, the lethality of it is immeasurable. Say the enemy has no idea that your killer move has already been unleashed, and even knowing will just make it even worse. Xia Fei was surprised. Of course, it'll be quite tragic if an enemy who has no idea how this move works ends up getting struck by it. But why will an enemy who knows the skill have it worse? By what you just said, isn't there no solution to this? Whether an enemy knows it or not, they'll end up dying. Oro solemnly explained, "Think about it. A warrior who knows this is the concealed flash dragon will definitely be panicking because that dragon concealed deep underground can rear its ugly head at any time and attack them. If this person isn't completely prepared for the sudden attack, every second he spends waiting will be a torment." Xia Fei laughed. "I get it now. The concealed flash dragon also has the function of unsettling an opponent, with the timid maybe instantly fainting from the fear. It is like the old saying, an unseen enemy is the scariest." Oro continued. "Not just that. Concealed flash dragon is not just a martial technique, but also an introductory technique for practitioners to learn the control of law force. The hardest aspect of law isn't how to unleash powerful law force, but rather the free control over its discharge." Xia Fei was shocked. Lionheart Emperor Oro's words led Xia Fei to think in a direction that he had not considered before. In the past, Xia Fei only knew how to release his law force in the most explosive manner possible, how to do so tyrannically, how to unleash a great destructive power. This free control of discharge that Oro mentioned was something that he currently lacked. "Let me ask you, what constitutes a powerful law adept?" Oro asked. "One who wields overwhelming law force," Xia Fei immediately answered without any hesitation. "Wields. Okay, so what do you consider as wielding?" Oro asked again. Xia Fei was somewhat stumped. He really had no idea how to explain wielding. With a slight smile, Oro said, "Wielding is divided into various levels. I know you enjoy warships, so what's the difference between wielding a warship and your blood crystal?" "It's different because a warship is more unwieldy. Impossible for me to have that level of control like blood crystal." The old demon lord nodded. "Then let me ask you again. Comparing your blood crystal to your fingers, which will you consider more wieldy?" Xia Fei was shaking. "Of course my fingers. No matter how freely I can use blood crystal, it can't compare to my fingers. After all, a finger is a part of my body. Broken bones are ultimately still connected to tendons." Oro burst into laughter. "That's precisely it. We learn law not just to toss out law force however we want. Our end goal is to make such a power become part of us so that you, Xia Fei, become law." His cigarette had burned to its butt, and Xia Fei had been oblivious to this. The old demon lord's words had sparked something deep in Xia Fei's heart, giving him a completely new comprehension of law force. "I am Xia Fei. I am law." Xia Fei repeated what Oro had just stated in his mind, his understanding reaching a deeper state of comprehension. "Actually, telling you such things is still a little too early, not something you ought to be learning at your current level. I had a momentary outburst, so I ended up leaking the esoteric connotation of law force to you. You're not at the level required yet, so it's very easy for you to lose your way holding such profundity in your mind. Everything at its pace. No need to put yourself at risk coveting for greater progress. Xia Fei suddenly felt burning on his fingers. He lowered his head to find the cigarette, but already burning till his fingers, so he flicked it off and extinguished it under his heel. At his level, he was not going to be hurt by burns from such a little flame. As someone from the demon race, you sure have a deep understanding of the things related to the god race. Could you have tried learning the 3 great laws of the god race, too? Xia Fei smirked. Xia Fei could not be faulted for his wild guess. Lionheart Emperor Oro came from the demon race, and those of the demon race could not learn laws from the god race. Seeing Oro's performance during this time and how well-versed he was in both the law of space and the law of matter, including all the minor laws, it seemed like Oro would even have knowledge of the long-lost law of time. Oro gladly laughed. Aside from cultivation, it is important for warriors to also understand and observe their enemies. Given how the god race and demon race oppose each other, I, of course, understand the god race to quite a strong degree as a member of the enemy camp. Also, the conclusions I reach were naturally different since I approached the problems and issues from a different angle. Not only do I know the law powers that the god race possesses, I can even brief you on how to counter them. After all, this is what we of the demon race do. We specialize in targeting the weakness of the god race. Xia Fei was unamused. He originally thought that the demon race had no comprehension of the laws of matter and space, yet it turned out that they not only had knowledge of them, but also were very proficient with them. We normally don't cultivate in the laws from the god race because we of the demon race simply scorn the things that the god race dabbles with. However, the law of space is an exception. Plenty of those in the demon race cultivate it because there's no way to travel through space or create spatial storage tools without the law of space. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. So that means you all have learned a law from the god race, while the god race doesn't have any of yours. Wouldn't the god race be at the disadvantage here? After all, the god race has lost the inheritance for the law of time. Oro shook his head. Where have you ever heard that from? The law of space is originally something both peak races share, and it's the god race who called the law of space and its offshoots as theirs for the sake of saving face and making it seem like it's in balance. As for the lost law of time, I don't know much about that myself. The demon race also lost a great law, so that makes us even. Xia Fei was instantly interested as he hurriedly asked, which law did the demon race lose? The law of life. Xia Fei was startled as he angrily demanded, if the law of life had been lost, then what was it that you gave to Avril? Were you trying to trick me? The old demon lord burst into raucous laughter. Xia Fei would get agitated the moment Avril was mentioned, and this was indubitably his greatest weakness. As long as anything that would affect his most cherished person got mentioned, Xia Fei would immediately become extremely anxious. With an indiscernible smile across his face, Oro said, the demon race might have lost the law of life, but not me. Xia Fei was stunned for a good while before he slapped his thigh in realization. That's why you got sealed in the eternal ice plains. It's because you're hiding the law of life? Doesn't that make you the enemy of everyone from the demon race? Though Oro was somewhat helpless, he nevertheless nodded his head and admitted to it. Oh no. Xia Fei instantly thought of a very serious issue. If you're an enemy to everybody of the demon race, and I'm the one who subsequently saved you, doesn't that by extension make me an enemy of the entire demon race? Xia Fei had not expected that this old demon would be the only inheritor of the law of life that the demon race had lost. Lionheart Emperor Oro was the enemy of the entire demon race, and the fact Xia Fei had saved him meant that he was an enemy of them as well. Shaking his head, his entire body went rigid. Xia Fei did not have any particular complaints to this. Trouble seemed to be something that Xia Fei was destined to never be able to rid himself of. No matter where he went and what he did, there was just no way for him to shake off the specter of trouble. Logically speaking, since you're the enemy of the entire demon race, they ought to have slaughtered you and everyone from your clan. Isn't that how the rules of the law realm have always been? Xia Fei asked as he sat on the ground and lit a cigarette. Oro very happily looked at Xia Fei. Do you know what a major clan is? Xia Fei answered. A family clan that is so large that its strength outstrips most. I am the enemy of the entire demon race, and there's no way for them to deal with me openly, not to mention trouble my clan in the slightest. That's the status a major clan holds, something no one can undermine. If the demon race were to lose the Lionhearts, would they still be called the demon race? The old monster was arrogant, and Xia Fei pouted. It made sense why Oro was so smug. To think the Lionhearts have such a strong standing among the demon race that no one could even shake them. Conversely, with the god race, humans alone are all split into so many different clans, each of them guarding against one another, viewing each other as rivals. The Lionhearts, on the other hand, were all bonded like twine ropes, their strength many folds greater. Oro looked at Xia Fei and asked, "So are you having regrets now?" "Regret?" Xia Fei crooked his head and chuckled. "Don't worry. I have no idea how the word regret is written my entire life." Under Oro's supervision, Xia Fei fervently trained all sorts of martial techniques. His daily workload seemed to be so great that it was practically appalling. Xia Fei completed the cultivation and training of each and every martial technique at a surprising rate. The old demon lord's heart had to undergo trials after trials as records got broken each and every day. It was as if there was no one who could stop Xia Fei. He had left the law of primal chaos more to the back, spending a few hours each day cultivating it. Xia Fei saw more success doing it this way, giving himself more time to think about how to make breakthroughs through the difficulties he encountered, and not just rely on both time and effort to accumulate. Sometimes, hard work would achieve great results, but a true warrior with intelligence would also leave some time to think about what they lacked while cultivating and subsequently attempt to make up for it. Boom. The third pattern in his mind fully formed. Xia Fei had finally completed level 3 of his law of primal chaos. He felt refreshed. Xia Fei could feel this sensation overwhelm him after making the breakthrough. The law of primal chaos would swap black to white, turn the unreasonable reasonable when used on his enemies, but it also multiplied Xia Fei's strength and his confidence surged. The higher Xia Fei's cultivation got, the more of a headache he would become to his enemies. The inherent characteristics of the law of primal chaos itself would vex his enemies greatly. Xia Fei let out a long sigh, experiencing this rare moment of wondrousness. He would always feel like he was on cloud 9 for just a period of time, as if he were alone in a sea of peach blossom trees and having tea. Glancing at his microcomputer, he saw that Dim Sky had sent a message informing Xia Fei that what he wanted had been completed. Xia Fei was not to be disturbed while he was cultivating. Even Avril could only contact him via messages if she wanted to see him, and she had to wait until Xia Fei stepped out of the cultivation chamber and contacted her. Though this was somewhat inconsiderate, it was greatly beneficial for Xia Fei's cultivation progress. It was as the proverb went that a single mind should not do two things at any given time. With a smile, Xia Fei got up and made his way to Dimsky's laboratory. To have finished it so soon. Here I was thinking that I would have to wait for a very long time. He sure lived up to his name as the chief engineer of the Mechs. His professionalism has reached the level no human could compare. Xia Fei praised Dim Sky. Treating his subordinates with gratitude was the right way to lead, especially if they were a little stubborn like Dim Sky. Xia Fei was well versed in this aspect, which was why he had sincerely commended Dim Sky. However, strictly speaking, Dim Sky was not Xia Fei's subordinate, and was more like his subordinate's subordinate. Dim Sky was, of course, glad to be praised for his hard work. He had already viewed Xia Fei as the only person within his professional field whom he could compete with. After all, Xia Fei had quite a strong foundation in machinery and electronics, and even more exceptional was how Xia Fei was very good when it came to scrutinizing and drawing inference. I was done testing everything. This short-range communicator based off the Blackbat radar technology is completely usable even while in your spatial ring, with no risk of being jammed even by spatial barriers. I even reduced its size as small as possible. Dim Sky said even as he displayed the test chart out for Xia Fei to review. Xia Fei nodded. The data's very favorable. I ought to really thank you for your hard work this time. Dim Sky quickly shook his head. Being of help to you is my honor. Otherwise, why would you even have me around as the chief engineer? With this brand new short-range communicator, Xia Fei returned back to the cultivation chamber. He opened his spatial ring and let Lionheart Emperor Oro out. What is this? Oro saw that Xia Fei had added a communicator next to his ice coffin, so he curiously asked about it. This here will allow you to keep in contact with me even while stored inside my spatial ring. Right now, you're still using speech to communicate with me. Though your technique is impressive, making it very difficult for anyone around us to hear what we are discussing, there's no telling whether or not this will still be the case if we bump into a warrior who practices sound-type laws. This device allows communication via skin, and it won't make any sound. The frequency is also encrypted, impossible for anyone to decrypt it. After all, you're an enemy to the entire demon race, so I have to be extra careful. I'll be in big trouble if anyone discovers that I'm hiding an old demon lord like you, Xia Fei explained as he installed the communicator. The device on Oro's side was very simple, and what mattered was the one on Xia Fei's end. It was a circular gold chip, about the size of a soybean, fitted on Xia Fei's earlobe. There was not just sound. Even the surrounding environment and what was happening around him could be transmitted visually and auditorily to Oro. It even allowed the two to have a line of communication with each other. All the information would be directly transmitted to Xia Fei's nerves, updating him regarding Oro's status and of the latter's words. It was naturally many times more hidden than when the two whispered to each other. Oro did not say a word. All he felt was that this brand new communicator Xia Fei had come up with was very amazing, for it to be capable of bypassing even spatial barriers. Xia Fei, you're not going to hide in this hidden realm forever, are you? How do you plan to take care of those backstabbers who are after you? Oro asked. Xia Fei frowned. Of course, I won't be hiding here forever. Trust me, I already have a plan in mind. In 2 days' time, I'll contact a friend still in the law realm and begin my operation. However, I have a lack of manpower at the moment, especially since I'm facing powerful and completely unknown enemies. I couldn't possibly just do this all alone. That would just be plain stupid. Oro mulled this over and suggested, Shindong isn't bad. Xia Fei shook his head. Shindong has the power, but he's just settled down. Because I nearly ruined his chance of returning to the law realm, there's no way I'm going to involve him again. Besides, just he alone won't do. Oro smiled. Then why don't you go recruit some people? Xia Fei was stunned for a second. Recruit? Is it really that easy for me to recruit warriors who have the ability to create a stir in the law realm? Where would I go to find those? The exiled grounds. Oro answered in a deep voice. Xia Fei was surprised. Aside from the two peak races' territories was a large desolate region known as the exiled grounds. Plenty of species and tribes, who had been banished from the law realm, formed a third force separate from the two peak races. Oro's words reminded Xia Fei of this. If he wanted manpower, needing to infiltrate the law realm, why not strike from the exiled grounds? The last time those Shepherdians infiltrated the testing grounds of the Dragon Ascension, they brought forth carnage and slaughter. This was evidence that the people of the exiled grounds had the ability to enter the law realm. If he wished to launch a counterattack on Yuhua and whoever was backing him, he needed to head to the exiled grounds, strategizing and hiring whatever reinforcement he needed from there. It was a great option. The old demon lord saw how intrigued Xia Fei was by his idea, so he continued. The exiled grounds has slaves, mercenaries, and freedom fighters. Those people live on knife's edge just to eke out a living, every one of them able to hold their own. Furthermore, there's a reason the exiled grounds can continue existing between the two peak races. If you plan to pull off a comprehensive counterattack, you can't rely on the hidden realm. This can only be done with the exiles from the exiled grounds. As long as you're willing to pay the price, plenty of desperados will gladly sell their lives to you. Someone once calculated that if all the forgotten tribes in the exiled grounds were to come together, they would be more than capable of forming a substantial force, only weaker than the two peak races. Thus, it can be seen that there are plenty of experts and secrets hidden in that desolate expanse of stars and space. Xia Fei then asked, the existence of the forgotten tribes has always been a threat to the two peak races. Why haven't they wiped them all out? Oro laughed. Wipe them out. It isn't that they don't want to, but rather they can't. Unless the two races work together and gather all their elites in one place before proceeding to lay waste on the exiled grounds in one fell swoop. There's no way the strength of a single race can achieve the complete annihilation of such a place. It's even very likely inflict heavy losses to that side. Instead, Don't forget that neither of the races see eye to eye with each other. So how can they work together? Rather, the god race will secretly be rejoicing if the demon race suffers losses by launching an assault on the exiled grounds, and vice versa. As such, neither is willing to commit to such a large operation of weeding out all the exiles once and for all. Xia Fei suddenly realized the crux of the matter. As a result, the exiled grounds, instead, turned into a force that both races will actively recruit, with either side looking to bribe these exiles with enough benefits so that they'll be a nuisance to their enemy instead of themselves. That's right. Oro smiled. The two peak races send plenty of gifts to the major tribal chieftains of the exiles, all in order to convince them not to bother with them and to turn their sights on their enemies instead. Unfortunately, the forgotten tribes are hardly the sort to keep their word. They'll take what's given and still bite the hand that feeds them. Though the two races have been greatly angered by this, they're also helpless about it. After all, neither is willing to declare war openly with the forgotten tribes, as that will only drive them straight into the arms of their enemy. Xia Fei finally understood the bigger picture. There were actually three kingdoms that had formed an uneasy equilibrium in the law realm, with no one capable of doing anything to the other. I won't have trouble making my way to the exiled grounds. The problem will be on how I can get a foothold in that region of stars and recruit a group of experts who will be willing to sell their lives to me. After all, I know nothing of the exiled grounds, Xia Fei gravely stated. Oro's expression was as pleased as a punch. That's easy. Since I suggested that you head over to the exiled grounds, I naturally have a way of helping you screw with your enemies. Xia Fei mulled over this for a while before nodding his head in agreement. I like your suggestion. If we are doing this, then we will screw them to death. Lionheart Emperor Oro suggested that Xia Fei strike from the exiled grounds, hiring whatever reinforcements he needed and then coming up with a plan before launching an assault. Xia Fei accepted everything after some deliberation. It was basically impossible for him to defeat Yu Hua, as well as that organization with a law overlord behind him, given his current strength. He needed information from the law realm and sufficient manpower to do so. Everything must be obtained from the exiled grounds, and since it was a region independent of the two peak races, plenty of nameless law adepts had taken up residence there. After discussing the details about their plan to head to the exiled grounds with Oro, Xia Fei took out his Fig Corporation Precision Edition 100 series spatial compass. This compass was unregistered, meaning that there was no way for it to be tracked even when used to contact others. He dialed the number Chen Dong had left him. Several seconds later, an image of a lady appeared. Her petite yet voluptuous body with a flawlessly alluring face and distinct eyebrows appeared. She was, of course, none other than Moonsong. At this very moment, she was sitting by the bedside, munching on a half-eaten cucumber. The decorations behind her were fairly tasteful. A large tapestry hung on top of the wall behind her, while ice silk sheets were spread on the bed. It was nighttime, and she happened to be wearing a thin sleeping gown, sheer enough so that the outlines of her body could be made out. She was sitting with her bare legs crossed over each other in a fairly carefree manner. Upon seeing Xia Fei, Moonsong froze. The cucumber was still in her mouth, for the slightest motion could be seen by her neck, causing a different idea to surface and inadvertently intrude Xia Fei's thoughts. With a harmless smile, Xia Fei softly greeted. Moonsong, you're still alive. Moonsong exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, pointing at Xia Fei with her half-eaten cucumber. Seeing that crazed look on Moonsong's face, Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. Hey, we could be considered friends before. How could you be wishing for me to be dead? Moonsong coldly snorted as she sat back down on her bed, munching on her cucumber as she asked, What do I care whether you're dead or alive? Quick, tell me, how did you find me? Could you have been secretly stalking me? I say, I've recently been constantly sensing someone's eyes on my back. Honestly, if you wish to contact this lady, it's very simple. There's no need for you to learn from those stinking hooligans and track me. It seemed like Moonsong's sense of self was as strong as ever, so Xia Fei shrugged. Chen Dong's the one who gave me your number. Moonsong was slightly disappointed, her voice turning a little harsh. That darn maniac Chen. Is this lady's number something that he could give away so casually? He didn't even ask for my approval. Though she was reprimanding the man verbally, Moonsong's heart was actually beating wildly. leading her to tidy her long hair and temper the uneasiness she was feeling. "What have you sought me for? You've caused quite a big scene this time. If you wish to die, do so far away from me. Don't implicate yours truly," Moon Song said dismissively, pretending to be unconcerned with his affairs. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows, feeling that he was being quite ungracious. He barely kept in contact with Moon Song, and he only sought her because he had to use her. This was indeed quite unreasonable of him. "Oh, nothing much really. Just wanted to check in and see if you're doing well." Moon Song felt a wave of warmth flood her heart. Just hearing that made her heart aflutter. With that said, Xia Fei was about to end the call when Moon Song hurriedly reached to stop Xia Fei. "Hey, how can you just leave like that? It's not as if I'm chasing you off. Since you called, let's chat a little. Why don't you just speak what you want to ask from me? If I'm in a good mood, I may just lend you a hand," Moon Song said. Her attitude changed very quickly, so Xia Fei could not help but chuckle. "Why don't you get dressed first before we chat more?" Moon Song looked down and saw that the top 2 buttons of her gown had loosened itself when she leaped up before. It was as if her ample bosom was gasping for air as they fought to gain more air time. Blushing deep red, Moon Song gritted her teeth and lifted her head. "This is normal. You can look more if you want. In fact, say the word if you want to see more, and I'll gladly let this feast for your eyes be ogled by you." Xia Fei was rendered helpless by Moon Song's overbearing personality. He had done his best to avoid catching a glimpse of her pale and generous chest, but it was simply too eye-catching. No mortal could resist a peek, and Xia Fei could feel his own heart racing. "Did you know that something had happened involving me in the Yu family?" Moon Song laughed as she drew her legs in and hugged them tightly. "Something? You sure love keeping things low-key. The entire circle already knows what happened, yet you're still claiming it's just something small." "Whatever you say." Xia Fei knew Moon Song's unreasonable personality too well, so he did not care to analyze things too much. "Right now, I need to know about the situation in the law realm. You're the only person I know and trust, which is why I've come looking for you." "Trust?" Moon Song was slightly startled, her expression then turning much more pleasant. Wordlessly buttoning her gown, Moon Song was no longer being cheeky like before and, instead, showed a look of seriousness. "Let's hear it, then. What do you wish to know?" Xia Fei spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, Eugene should be the one presiding over the Yu family's matters, while Yu Hua is using this chance to get back into the clan. Pretty soon, Eugene will hand over the seat of the family patriarch to Yu Hua, with excuses of not having enough strength or insufficient cultivation. I'd like you to help me keep an eye on the Yu family. Inform me the moment you hear of any trouble in the air." Moon Song giggled. "To think you'd ask the right question. I just happen to have learned what's happening with the Yu family." Thus, she sent all the information in her terminal over to Xia Fei, who could not help but be shocked upon receiving the data. It turned out that Moon Song had already compiled every single movement of the Yu family in an entire document. She separated facts from fiction, along with all the details pertaining to the former. It turned out that ever since something happened to Xia Fei, Moon Song had been keeping an eye on the Yu family, and the reason was of course him. Xia Fei felt inexplicably moved by this, uncertain of just how he could show Moon Song his gratitude. "This is the information I've collated till now. I'll be sure to send you what I learn once in a while." Why is your compass without a name? Is there no number for me to contact you?" Moon Song was unperturbed, almost as if what she was doing was very natural, without any hint of hesitation. "My compass is unregistered, so there's no way for you to contact me unless I seek you," Xia Fei said. Moon Song laughed loudly. "I see that you're still as secretive as ever. I'm still the same as well." Her 2 eyes stared at Xia Fei as if she was trying to hint something. Xia Fei hurriedly changed the subject and spoke of something else. The kindness from a beauty was the hardest to enjoy, and Xia Fei knew perfectly about Moon Song's thoughts about him. It was just a pity that he simply had no way of taking on such a burden. "I know what you mean. Next time, contact me once in a while, best if it's done during the dead of night." Xia Fei nodded. "Understood. I only need you to help collect rumors and data, so there's no need for you to risk yourself." "What? Could you not bear to lose me?" Moon Song asked weirdly. After a moment of pause, Xia Fei nodded. "Yeah, I don't have many friends to begin with, so of course I can't bear to lose any one of them." Tisk. Moon Song looked somewhat annoyed, though her heart was actually beating hard in her chest. So how are you going to repay me once you settle your problem? What do you suggest? You must agree to what I ask, and you're not allowed to say no, no matter what it is. A cucumber had magically appeared in Moonsong's hand, and she said this while taking a loud crunch on the vegetable. You got it. You agreed. This lady will have you castrated if you dare to go back against your word. Moonsong glared with her big, round eyes, a leery stare in her eyes as she made a cutting motion, her hot-tempered personality still the same as before. Xia Fei suddenly felt conflicted inside, and he felt a weird sense of foreboding rising in him. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei wiped sweat off his forehead. He was truly helpless over Moonsong's brash personality. All he could hope for was that Moonsong's request would not be too harsh. He felt that he would be fortunate if it was just a request for him to commit murder or arson, but given how strange Moonsong was, he strongly believed that there was really nothing she did not dare to do. As he made his way out with all these wild thoughts in his mind, he arrived at Sentinel Goddess Sophia's room. Now that she was used to using her own humanoid frame, she also stayed somewhere not too far from Xia Fei. Unexpectedly, Sophia actually did not wish to hand Phantom back to Xia Fei, while Phantom himself was even more eager to stay. Xia Fei was depressed. When did the two become so close to each other? Just what sort of secret project are the two of you up to? Why aren't you telling me a word about it? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Phantom had no idea how to answer him, and it was Sophia who stood up and earnestly explained, Xia Fei, it isn't that we wish to keep this from you, but it's truly that serious of a matter, and we can't predict how the future will unfold. When we succeed, I'll be sure to explain everything to you in detail, but until then, I ask that you give us the benefit of the doubt. If it were Phantom who said this, Xia Fei would surely dig until he learned of the root of the issue. But since it was the ever-earnest Sophia who had requested this, Xia Fei felt awkward to press for more information. Giving the matter some thought, he figured that there would not be too much of a problem with not bringing Phantom to the exiled grounds. He would only lose him pitching ideas from the sideline, which was something Xia Fei was not particularly used to. On the way to meeting Avril, Xia Fei felt more and more strange as he thought about it. There were many machines all over Sophia's room, and there was even a blueprint which had been covered. From what he could see from the uncovered part, it seemed like a blueprint for some sort of machinery. Could Phantom and Sophia be designing something? Sophia is the Sentinel Goddess, and she has a wealth of knowledge, but Phantom doesn't seem to be proficient with machinery, right? Xia Fei wondered to himself. Shaking his head, Xia Fei decided not to think about this anymore. Avril was already used to Xia Fei leaving every once in a while. Though she was worried deep down, she still sent him off with a sweet smile on her face. This way, Xia Fei would not worry about her, allowing him to concentrate on what he needed to do. She did not ask where Xia Fei was going or when he would be back. Packing his luggage, Xia Fei brought along Furball and the old demon lord, leaving Pod with Avril and Phantom with Sophia. It was a lot less crowded than before. Whoosh! It only took a second for the spatial compass to send Xia Fei over several billion light years to the exiled grounds, placing him on the peak of a mountain range, with clouds hanging like fog and big trees shooting up to the sky. There was a cold and evil atmosphere that vaguely permeated in his immediate surroundings. Lionheart Emperor Oro looked around, a look of excitement etched on his face. The exiled grounds. It's been a very long time since I was last here. Xia Fei pursed his lips and thought to himself, who knows how many tens of thousands of years you were trapped in the eternal ice plains? Of course, it's been ages. Follow along the valley ahead, and you'll reach a small city of the exiled grounds. We'll set ourselves up there first to gather information as well as get news about this region before we head to the more important metropolises, Oro said. What's the name of this city? It has no name. Will the information we learn in the city be accurate? But of course, though it's just a small city, it is the most important slave trading market throughout the exiled grounds. Those slavers travel all around, which naturally means they are very well informed. We won't get any better information from such people. After all, merchants like them value profits and benefits, so as long as you've got the cash, they'll have the information, which makes it easy for you to deal with. Xia Fei nodded and went speeding toward his first stop in the exiled grounds. Whoosh! Xia Fei moved at very high speeds, so it took him no more than a blink of an eye to reach this nameless small city that Lionheart Emperor Oro had pointed out. Dozens of mountains surrounded a plain, forming a basin. In the middle of these mountains was a simple city, with plenty of buildings constructed like warehouses. Alloy fences surrounded packs of slaves like livestock herded into corrals. All were dressed in tattered clothes. Most people have no idea that this place exists. Large-scale slave traders resell their subpar products to small slave traders here, letting them peddle the slaves, instead, through the sparse towns, selling them one by one. As there's no way to sell too many of their slaves in these small towns and villages, the large slave traders won't bother setting up outlets in such places. Instead, they situate themselves in distribution markets like this, the old demon lord slowly explained. Though it had been a long time since he had been about, this city still functioned as how he remembered. The only difference was that the size of the city was larger than before, which meant that the slave trade was still going strong in the exiled grounds. Xia Fei nodded. Since the unsold slaves are traded here, won't that make this the distribution market for defective goods? Oro laughed. You can say that, but there's a reason why I directed you here. It's because these small slave traders are the real powers in the exiled grounds. Aside from selling slaves, they also deal in daily necessities and military ordnance. Really, anything that can be profitable, they will have their hands on. The population in the exiled grounds is messily distributed. There aren't many large cities to begin with, and a majority of tribes are scattered across the stars. It's easy to learn news about the large cities, but for a thorough understanding of the situation in the exiled grounds, you'll have to depend on the small traders who venture at random in the region. Plus, these small traders chase profits. As long as you're paying, they'll be more than happy to talk to you. Most of the large slave traders are tightly guarded, and asking too many questions will likely draw attention. It's far easier to establish rapport with small-time traders. A single glance at you, and people can tell that you're an outsider, making it all the more appropriate for you to work with the small traders. Xia Fei agreed with Oro's words. The lower someone's position in society, the easier they were to strike up a conversation and build rapport with. It was a point that rang true no matter where he went. Following along the muddy road toward the city, throngs of pedestrians on both sides measured Xia Fei curiously. They were all dressed in colorful ponchos, covering half of their bodies, and wore thick and heavy leather boots. Their heads were all lowered, and their demeanor ignoble. A large fence appeared after a short few paces, and people were squatting by this fence. Their clothes were in rags, and their faces all dirt-ridden. Heavy metal manacles were secured on their hands and feet, and their faces all had tattoos, which marked them as belonging to various businesses. The entrance to this enclosure was ajar, so anyone could go in and take their pick as if they were choosing livestock. The guardsmen who were on duty had tables and chairs set up, eating and drinking their fill without any care whatsoever. A fatty in front threw a half-eaten chicken leg into the enclosure and shouted, "Whoever snatches it gets it." The guards proceeded to burst into laughter, engrossed in such games that tortured the slaves further. Xia Fei frowned. As a modern man, he did not enjoy the idea of trading intelligent life forms as if they were cattle. Surveying the scene before him, he saw that several hundreds of slaves here were from various species. It looked like the slave trade had no racial bias to speak of, and anyone and everyone could be trafficked. There were even many stiff corpses behind the fences, rotting away such that their stench filled the air. No one cared to give them proper burial, which was an example of the barbarism pervading the exiled grounds. This here is only a small slave trading company. The larger slave trading companies often have tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands of slaves enclosed together. The slave trade is a prosperous business in the exiled grounds, and many who have trouble feeding themselves end up selling themselves, all for the sake of warmth and food. It isn't uncommon for those who can't raise their children to end up selling them off as slaves. Of course, there are also teams who make capturing people to be sold as slaves their profession. They'll deliberately raid small villages, robbing them of their wealth and selling the captured civilians. The point is, the exiled grounds is a land of savagery where all sorts of peculiar things can happen, Lionheart Emperor Oro explained. Along the way, Xia Fei saw several more large slave trade markets, where the largest enclosure had over 10,000 slaves inside. Unfortunately, those for sale were old, frail, sickly, handicapped, or half-wits. In short, they were inferior specimens. Near the city center was a hotel by the name of Lady C's. It was considered relatively clean and was situated along a deserted alley. The three-story building itself had recently gotten a fresh coat of paint, and that made it extraordinarily eye-catching. Xia Fei decided to set himself here, taking a room on the third floor overlooking the streets below. The rent was quite cheap, too, costing him a mere grade 2 origin crystal a night, which even included breakfast. Actually, the price itself was already considered expensive, and except those with quite a bit of money, there were not many merchants staying here. Even the bar and the restaurant were fairly quiet. Young Lady C was the one who led Xia Fei to his room. She was a slightly plump woman with a face full of blue freckles, while the true proprietor of the hotel was her mother, Matron C. This hotel was run by this mother-daughter pair, and like the local merchants, they also owned 2 slaves, who helped them with miscellaneous works. "This room will do," Xia Fei said as he tossed a grade 3 origin crystal to young Lady C. Young Lady C hurriedly rubbed the crystal on her apron before happily stuffing it between her bosom. Her eyes shone with admiration, treating Xia Fei as a wealthy foreigner. After all, most in these parts were extremely uncouth slave traders, and someone as young and clean-cut as Xia Fei was few and far between. Xia Fei invited the young lady to his room and asked her to sit on the one crude stool inside. Young Lady C puffed out her chest. She was very proud of her bountiful bosom, but it seemed like Xia Fei did not think much of it, so the lady could not help but feel a little disappointed. "My lord, if you want to know about the recent goings-on in the slave market here, I can help you, but you'll have to consult the traveling slave traders if you want information beyond the city. It's daytime now, which means that they're all out selecting their products. They will only be back at night. Why don't you take a look around the city first to see if there are any goods that you may take fancy to? I heard that Old Lou's store south of the city has recently acquired a new batch of cabaret courtesans. Though they are all slightly mature in age, it makes them very well-versed in their work. I can guarantee they'll be able to service you well," young Lady C said as her eyes wandered over Xia Fei. Xia Fei was quite surprised. It turned out that young Lady C had taken him for some wealthy prince who came here looking for intimate skinship, which really was no surprise. What else would anyone do in this kind of city if not buy slaves? Courtesans were expensive goods in the exiled grounds, and only the really wealthy could afford young and pretty courtesans. The cheap goods in this city were popular with the slightly wealthy, who did not have as much money but would also like a little taste. Given the lowered price, the quality would of course be lacking. Thus, there were plenty of Scions with some money in their pockets who would often come here to sample the cheap goods. Those slave traders will only be back at dinner time. I'll be sure to introduce you to them. These people will gladly sell their own mothers as long as there are drinks to be had, but your current get-up won't do. One glance, and anyone will know that you're not in the business. Many of those slave traders are sure to try and pull a fast one on you. Wait here. I'll bring you some things." Young Lady C smiled broadly as she said this, looking at Xia Fei with a strange gaze in her eyes. Soon, young Lady C returned with a colorful poncho that the locals wore over themselves. It had a shoddy craftsmanship, which gave off an unpleasant, oily smell. There's plenty of rain in these parts, and it can get very chilly. The locals all have this kind of poncho to protect themselves from the cold and moisture. Though you still look like an outsider with this over yourself, the slave traders will at least not take you for a first-timer. That way, they will not ask too much from you. Don't underestimate this outfit, too, as it can help you save quite a bit. Young Lady C somewhat over-eagerly had Xia Fei put on this poncho, tying a strange knot before calling a boy about the age of 11 or 12. "Rocco, bring this lord around the city for a bit. Big sister will reward you with a bowl of beef rice and 2 stones for you to buy some candy if you do this well." The young boy by the name of Rocco was skinny and short. His 2 eyes shone with intelligence, and the moment he heard that there would be a beef bowl awaiting him and money to be made, he instantly slapped his chest and agreed to the job. He was an orphan who depended on being a messenger for the various merchants and businesses here to eke out a living. He could not be any less familiar with the slave trade in this city, making him a good choice for a guide. Since he had nothing else to do, Xia Fei decided to follow Rocco out and have a look around the city. Wrapped in the smelly poncho, Xia Fei mingled in the crowd. The strange looks he got from the crowd around him were reduced greatly now that he had the poncho over him. Xia Fei very smoothly integrated into the world of slave trading, which was a testament to how important it was to follow local customs. Rocco rubbed his belly constantly as he walked. Xia Fei reckoned that he must be hungry, so he bought several roasted mutton sticks by the roadside. Eating one and finding the taste to be fairly average, he left the rest to the child. The young boy wolfed down the meat there, and then, shoveling every morsel down his throat the moment he saw something he could eat. Xia Fei smiled slightly as he gave him a bottle of water to wash his food down with. No need to eat so fast. Careful so you don't choke. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Rocco drank half the bottle at one go, carefully hiding what remained in his pocket. Stroking his chin meaningfully, he regarded Xia Fei. Are you a good person? I guess. Xia Fei shrugged. This was not an easy question for him to answer. He had the blood of countless men in his hands, so Xia Fei doubted that he would be entering the gates of heaven anytime soon. Take your poncho off then. The knot Lady C tied for you is a secret sign for slave traders to mercilessly fleece you the moment they see it. In turn, Lady C will get a cut of the profit. This is the rule of the city, and she's led you like a fat lamb into the slaughter, Rocco told Xia Fei. Xia Fei was quite taken aback by this. It was no wonder Lady C had personally tied the poncho for him and had done such a strange knot. It turned out that it was a secret sign the people in the trade shared. It's fine. I'm not buying slaves, anyway, so Lady C won't be getting anything from me, Xia Fei casually stated. You're really not buying any? Nope. Rocco laughed. That's for the best. If you really take off the poncho's knot, not only will I not have any rice to eat, I may even get a beating. The sea ladies are the worst in this city. Xia Fei said nothing. The exiled grounds was truly nothing trivial, and traps were everywhere. Shall I bring you to see the most powerful slave? Most powerful? Would anyone powerful become a slave? Xia Fei was skeptical. Rocco nodded. Yes. Not only is this slave free, old Lu will even pay you to take this slave off him. He's really quite amazing, practically a legend among slaves. Even those slave traders are afraid of him, sending him food and tea every day. They all treat him very well. Xia Fei could not help but laugh hearing this. A slave who slave traders would serve. This was something he had not heard of. Just what sort of slave was Rocco talking about that would make their owners lose money? A slave who would cause slave traders to lose money? Xia Fei found this to be fairly interesting, so he headed off to the largest slave market south of the city. It was owned by the Lu family. From afar, he saw a large enclosure split between two roads. There were more than thousands of slaves, no different from the slaves he had seen elsewhere, with each and every one of them dressed in tattered clothing. They're all normal slaves out here. The real stuff is inside that warehouse. Rocco pointed to the distance and said. Xia Fei saw that the end of the road led to a large metal warehouse, which was over 20 meters high. A group of guardsmen was stationed outside the entrance, their arms slung over one another's shoulders, laughing and chatting. The moment the pair stopped by the entrance, some of these guardsmen noticed the knot on Xia Fei's poncho and furtively rubbed their palms, treating him as a delicious fat lamb to be fleeced. Get away. This isn't somewhere you're allowed in. Go wait over there. A guardsman violently kicked Rocco on his, but as he spoke to Xia Fei, My lord, please wait inside. Those courtesans who arrived yesterday are truly beauties. You'll surely be satisfied. Rocco angrily massaged his butt as he stood by the door. He could not afford to offend these slave traders, so he walked over to the side with his head hanging low. Xia Fei pointed to Rocco and said, He's accompanying me. I want to bring him in with me. Look at him all dirty and filthy. How could a person of your stature be seen mixing around with such a rat? Said the guardsman with a big smile. Xia Fei's expression turned stern. That's my business. I don't need you to tell me what I should do. He then waved his hand and brought the nervous Rocco with him, treating the guardsmen like air. This fat lamb is pretty unruly. Inform old Lu so that he'll give him a proper fleecing. Among the guardsmen was one wearing his hat crookedly. He glared at Xia Fei's back as the latter strolled away. Very soon, an underling informed the person in charge that young Lady C's fat lamb had arrived. A lady merely glanced at Xia Fei once and led him up to the second floor with a beaming smile. Sitting on a spacious sofa on the second floor afforded him with a full view of the warehouse. All he needed to do was say the word, and any slave would be brought to him for a closer inspection. Not many places in the city sold high-quality slaves. But this warehouse happened to be one. Its interior was luxuriously decorated and well laid out. Lowering his gaze, he saw that there were indeed quite a number of middle-aged women in the nude, posing and preening in their cages. The oldest among them was already in their 50s, while the youngest were in their early 30s. Cabaret courtesans needed to be nurtured from young, taught to dance and play instruments, as well as the skills to tempt the men. Only then would they be sold to the wealthy to serve them as their masters. These women would then be resold to slave traders after they grew too old and be sent packing to distant deserted regions, where there would be less discerning clients. Though these courtesans had aged, they had nevertheless been well taught, completely different from what those rural village women could offer. With soft bodies and varied interests, they were very popular among local tyrants. Out in the remote mountainous region, the amount of courtesans a tribe chieftain could collect was a matter of face. Seeing a young, clean-cut young man in his 20s arriving upstairs, these courtesans all got excited. In their eyes, being bought by Xia Fei would be their good fortune. The tribal chieftains out in the wilds were often barbaric and uncouth, eating too much meat, so an unbearable stench would exude from their bodies. Serving them was basically a kind of torture, and as long as Xia Fei was willing, these courtesans would even be agreeable to being sold for less, while still serving his needs to the best of their ability, all with the hope that Xia Fei would not sell them off again. Xia Fei was not in the least bit tempted by the courtesans below. He had never been the kind to be titillated just from seeing an alluring woman. He had seen plenty of pretty women in his life, so how could these compare? Instead, it was these slave traders beside Xia Fei who were slowly unable to hold it in as the cheeks of them slowly flushed with excitement and their pants tightened, nearly salivating at the sight. As for the snacks and fruits on the table across them, Rocco had inhaled them all into his stomach. "Where's this strongest slave you were talking about?" Xia Fei asked. "It's the one all the way inside, in that solitary cell." Rocco raised his head and looked out into the distance. Xia Fei followed his gaze and saw a single cell in the furthest reach of the warehouse. Inside were a sofa, a tea set, a soft bed, and even an ensuite bathroom. It was grand and even more comfortable than the VIP lounge he was currently in. A big, burly man was lying in bed, a mess of black hair on his chest, eating a large leg of lamb. How was this a slave? There might not even be any owner out in the slave market who was as carefree as him. "Where's the wine? Bring some in now." The burly man did not even turn his head when he shouted this right at the ceiling. Several of the guardsmen stationed beside the cell trembled. The moment they heard him shout, someone ran out and returned with 2 bottles of red wine. Though they had brought it over, none of them was willing to send it in, ultimately deciding who would do the deed with a round of rock, paper, scissors. A shorty wearing a bandana was the loser, and he opened the door to the cell with tear-filled eyes, gingerly stepping in. This was when Xia Fei realized that there was actually no lock to the cell. It was as if these men were not afraid of this burly man escaping. Or to be precise, they wished that this man would leave of his own volition. Grabbing the bottles of wine, the burly man with a mess of chest hair pulled off the cork and took a swig. "Blah, you call this swill wine?" Crash. This burly man instantly threw the bottle down on the ground and gave that short guardsman 2 tight slaps. Smack, smack. Smash. 2 slaps and another shattered bottle later. This burly man was still dissatisfied. He cursed to high heavens and claimed he would wreck the entire warehouse. The guardsmen were really flustered now as they quickly fetched a middle-aged man dressed in a fur coat. This person entered the cell, bowed, and apologized. He treated this slave so respectfully as if he was treating his own father, ordering men to bring up an 18-course banquet, standing by the side, ready to pour tea and wine, and also wipe the sweat off the burly man's forehead. "Forget it. Looks like none of you are worth anything. I'll accept this poor imitation of an apology feast for now, but don't let this happen again." The burly man shook his head and spoke in a tone of mild annoyed helplessness. The middle-aged man in the fur coat acted as if he had been tasked with some heavy responsibility, expressing great gratitude toward his own slave. Xia Fei found this scene to be hilarious. Were it not for the tattoo of a slave on that burly man's face or the manacles on his feet, Xia Fei would really mistake him for some lord from elsewhere. For a slave to be the one doing all this, it was absolutely unprecedented. Rocco, who's that person? Is he very powerful? Rocco used his sleeve to wipe his mouth clean as he replied. That man wearing the fur coat is the owner of this market, Lu Jinju. Everyone calls him Old Lu. Not only is his family situated in this city, they also have a first-rate presence elsewhere, specializing in slave trade. As for that person inside the cell, he is even more powerful. That's the famed master bounty hunter, Seth. He has several thousand men under his command, specializing in the capture of slaves and selling them to traders. The number of slaves that he captured or killed by his hands is already uncountable. He would bring his men and head out to the desolated mountains year-round. If he chanced upon any weak village or tribe, he'd capture everyone, young or old, men or women, without leaving even a single soul behind. Through his ruthless methods, these people either ended up enslaved or killed. Seth was already become famous 40 years ago, and he's become an even more incredible individual here in the slave trade. He used to recapture all the slaves the others lost. Too bad that Seth is too black-hearted. After taking the money from others, the slaves sent back would either be crippled or dead. Rocco had heard plenty of stories regarding Seth. The man was clearly no saint. He was originally in cahoots with the slave traders. Not only were his methods cruel and brutal, he had a law emperor cultivation, too. Having been traversing the exiled grounds for 40 years, he had made quite the name for himself. However, for some reason, this famed law emperor Seth was now a slave. A slave with a law emperor cultivation. Xia Fei felt his heart shake. A law emperor would be considered an unbeatable existence even in the territory of the two peak races. Out of the million in the Yu family, only 3 had ascended to become law emperors, so he could only be seen as a top expert here in the sparsely populated exiled grounds. How did the savage and powerful Seth become a slave? This was simply an unimaginable development. After Seth finished his meal, Lu Jinju left the cell with a tired expression on his face, not even daring to take a second glance at the burly man. Meanwhile, Seth, who was lying on the sofa, squinted his eyes as he scanned the warehouse. None of the guardsmen or courtesans dared to meet him in the eye, causing the entire situation to be somewhat tense. Xia Fei smiled. Interesting. Very interesting. A law emperor who became a slave, lodged in a slave trader's property, not leaving at all. We're too far away, so let's get closer and take a good look. Rocco very nervously grabbed Xia Fei. My lord, let's just stay here. Though Seth is a slave, he's very powerful. No one in this entire city dares provoke him. The last time someone looked at him twice, the man actually tore his liver out. Xia Fei loosened himself from Rocco's grip and casually replied, It's fine. I'm just going to take a look. You can stay here and wait for me. Rocco was hesitant. He hid behind Xia Fei and followed him downstairs, making their way towards Seth's cell. When Seth saw Xia Fei, they locked gazes. Seth's eyes became filled with hostility, while Xia Fei looked completely calm and at ease. Xia Fei noticed that Seth had a fairly heroic temperament about him. His triangular eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. He was glaring at Xia Fei with great displeasure. The courtesans are all over there. What are you doing here? Whatever you do, don't provoke this man. The guardsmen saw Xia Fei heading towards Seth, and they all tried to signal him with their eyes, all the while coaxing him away from getting anywhere near the cage. They almost seemed to be very afraid of what Seth might do. Xia Fei ignored them and continued making his way to the cell. These guardsmen now revealed gloating expressions, thinking that the fat lamb Xia Fei would be due for some serious trouble today. What are you looking at? Seth growled at Xia Fei, his eyes sharpening, his breath wafting in the air. Looking at a slave, Xia Fei gave a simple answer, even as he waved his hand before his nose to aerate. Seth laughed out loud. That's right. Yours truly is indeed a slave. Purchase me if you've got the guts. Not only will you not spend a dime, the Lu fellow will even pay you 1,000 grade 4 origin crystals. I'm just afraid that you won't have the guts, brat. Xia Fei disliked Seth's attitude very much as he softly said, with such a smelly breath, no wonder no one is willing to take you even if you pay them. Seth's temper flared up when he heard this. He got up and stared at Xia Fei viciously as if he wanted to eat him up. The courtesans grew very anxious. They considered Xia Fei as a potentially good owner, so in the event that Seth beat him up, it would be akin to severing their desire toward this end. As such, they fret over Xia Fei's safety, hoping that nothing would happen to him. You'd better stay right there, brat. Zing. Seth had decent cultivation, so he dashed right out of the cell and appeared next to Xia Fei with a momentary movement. Say that again if you've got the guts. Seth's eyes gleamed with violent aggression as he snarled menacingly. Yours truly is Seth, nicknamed the Master Bounty Hunter. As a law emperor who cultivates the law of defense, I've been traversing the exiled grounds for 40 years. Seth loudly announced his nickname, a name well known throughout the exiled grounds. Adults would use Seth's name to scare small children who did not wish to go to bed. Just mentioning "cry some more, and Seth will come take you and turn you into a slave" was enough to send children obediently marching to bed. Seth felt that it was only right for Xia Fei to be afraid of him as well. Just as he said those words, Xia Fei sent a punch right at Seth's face, penetrating past his crag defense. The crag defense special ability and the law of defense were unusual. It would automatically generate a barrier the moment the user was struck to protect them. However, Xia Fei successfully used his law of primal chaos to land a blow square on Seth, someone famed for his law of defense, easily. Defense? What a SHTTY defense. I already told you not to speak with your bad breath, yet you persisted. Boom. Pinching his nose with his other hand, Xia Fei punched Seth again. Xia Fei let out an expletive and delivered 2 punches to Seth's face. Seth was dumbfounded. His 2 eyes went as wide as bronze bells, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He did not understand just how someone could penetrate his crag defense. It had to be stated that be it the defense-type special abilities or the various laws of defense, all were considered top tier, and every time a practitioner was struck by an attack, crag defense would automatically activate, with hundreds of smooth pebble-sized stones would quickly form into a mass, blocking the enemy's attacks. Though Seth was now a slave, he still had his law of defense, so none of these slave traders could do anything to him, which was why he could be so arrogant, becoming a lord while locked up in a cell. Therefore, Xia Fei's punch easily breaking through his layers upon layers of crag defense and landing squarely on his right cheek was actually Seth's first time to experience such a thing. The entire warehouse went silent. The courtesans and slave traders could all hardly believe their eyes. The Law Emperor Seth, a man who had been an unrestrained force of destruction throughout the exiled grounds for 40 years, and someone who had single-handedly ruined countless villages and tribes with his bare hands, had been successfully hit by Xia Fei. This young man had very effortlessly and simply penetrated his law of defense, and his powerful fist struck Seth right on his face. Drip! A drop of fresh blood streaked down Seth's nose before it landed on the ground. Seth could only feel his nose souring, and he wiped it with a hand. His fingers came away stained by the color of blood. Blood, Seth uttered in shock. He had already forgotten when it was the last time he had fought with someone and bled, and seeing this scrawny human, who was many times smaller than him, injuring him, Seth's expression turned cold. Rawr, I'm gonna kill you, Seth bellowed as he pounced on Xia Fei. Seth seemed to have some misgivings. The law of defense could defend while on the attack, which was what made it quite an amazing law to cultivate. But for some reason, Seth only used his law of defense for defending, while he relied on his fists to attack. Given Xia Fei's current cultivation, Seth still had a chance of putting up a fight if he gave it his all, but he was not using his law force at all, only his bare hands. This was as good as pointlessly giving himself a handicap. As for the defense he was so proud of, it was simply no match for the law of primal chaos. If even the law of ternary spectrum, which had held Lionheart Emperor Oro hostage, could not stop Xia Fei, of course a mere law of defense stood even less of a chance. Besides, after all his rest, Xia Fei was already capable of wielding his law of primal chaos up to level 3. It was even stronger than before. Hence, an appalling scene soon unfolded in the Liu family's warehouse. The Law Emperor Seth could be seen huddling on the ground like a suffering shrimp, his face a patchwork of white and bluish purple, with his head swollen like a pig. His 2 front teeth had fallen off, so he was now speaking with a lisp. Of course, after Xia Fei's unforgettable lesson, Seth no longer dared to talk again. Good heavens, I haven't gone blind, have I? That young man is actually beating up the Master Bounty Hunter Seth. This must be a dream. Seth is a level 2 law emperor. How could he be reduced to such a state? This is too scary. Never have I seen such a horrifying scene in my life. Seth, who's numb to the act of killing, has actually been beaten till he's all swollen. No one will believe me even if I tell others about this. The courtesans were all gasping from time to time, trembling nonstop. They had been so frightened that every bit of color had drained from their faces. The legs of the slave traders shook, unable to believe that Seth, who had been causing much unrest in the slave trade market, was actually so easily brought down until he assumed a fetal position, letting out moans of pain. His fists were stained in blood. Xia Fei wiped them off with a handkerchief even as he asked with furrowed brows, "You clearly have a powerful law of defense. Why didn't you retaliate?" Seth had still not recovered from his despondence, muttering nonstop, "It failed. Crag defense has failed." To him, the pain he was currently feeling was just superficial and meant nothing. However, the fact that Xia Fei had managed to break past his crag defense was what dealt the fatal blow to him. Once a warrior's pride had been heartlessly ruined, the ensuing pain would be nightmarish, and it was something one could hardly recover from. This was the power that the law of primal chaos had. It was able to turn black to white and break everything in its path. You really don't know how to keep a low profile. This time, you've really caused quite the stir. Best we leave here as soon as possible, Oro said. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Fei's methods. Xia Fei nodded, and he started to leave under the shocked gazes of everyone present. Rocco's face was pale first before turning red from the excitement that he was feeling. He puffed out his chest and followed behind Xia Fei. This was the first time in his life that he had felt so dashing. Even those slave traders who normally bullied him did not dare look at him twice, and Rocco felt very pleased about it. "Hold it!" Seth suddenly shouted. He slowly got up to his feet and approached Xia Fei. The courtesans clutched their mouths in fear, wondering to themselves if Seth was displeased about what had just happened and if he was thinking of going all out. Xia Fei turned around and stared at Seth. The man he saw was ignoring the fact that his head was completely bloodied at this point, taking bold strides over with his two fists clenched, as if he had made a decision. "Do you still want to fight?" Xia Fei asked frigidly. It had been some time since blood crystal drained some blood essence, and it was slowly losing its dark luster. Xia Fei did not mind using the life of Law Emperor Seth to feed blood crystal. At most, he would just level this city and depart. He believed that there was no one here who could stop him. Thud. Unexpectedly, Seth knelt in front of Xia Fei, his two hands grabbing hold of his calves as tears streaked down his cheeks. "Please buy me. I've had enough of living here. I want to be a slave. I want to be your slave." Xia Fei was stunned. A law emperor expert with the law of defense was actually at his feet right now. To have a man of such capabilities crying and wailing about his desire to become his slave, what more needed to be said? "This mere cell can't hold you. Just what sort of ploy is this? Tell me the truth, or else I'll end your life right here," Xia Fei coldly remarked, curling a finger as the sound of his joints popping resounded. There must be more than what could meet the eye to an unusual situation. Everything was simply too inconceivable. Why would a law emperor become a slave? He even begged Xia Fei to purchase him after he had been given such a good thrashing. Xia Fei's mind was working overtime, but he could not come up with an answer. "I can swear to my ancestors that I truly wish to become your slave. If I even have a trace of lies in my words, may the heavens strike me down where I stand. Please take me in, and I, Seth, am willing to be your dog from here on out. I'll serve you with all my heart till my dying breath." Thud, thud, thud. Several slave traders, who had been watching this spectacle, fell over when they heard what the Law Emperor Seth said. This once famous master bounty hunter, a monster that would not blink an eye killing anyone, actually called himself a loyal dog, swearing piety to Xia Fei until the day he died. This huge disparity was hard for people to swallow at that moment, while no one had any idea just what sort of madness had descended upon Seth. At the shocked looks from the crowd, Xia Fei kicked Seth off himself. Crash! Seth's body bent, flying away and landing heavily on a metal fence. The forearm-thick metal bars all got torn and bent from this. What strength? Swearing is of no use. Even if you do so in the life of your entire family and bloodline, I won't believe you either. Don't try to get close and get acquainted with me. or else I'll end you on the spot." With that said, Xia Fei turned to leave. Law Emperor Seth could not hide the disappointment on his face, his lips trembling uncontrollably, uncertain if he should stop Xia Fei from leaving again. Lu Jinju came to a start. He had been watching from the sidelines since earlier, and he quickly walked over to Xia Fei to stop him from leaving, a big smile across his face. "Please, my lord, don't go just yet. Let us discuss this matter nicely. There's surely room for negotiation." Xia Fei ignored him and continued making his way out. "Why don't you do me a favor and just buy Seth? We really can't keep a great man like him around. As long as you're willing to buy Seth, we of the Lu family won't ask for a single crystal and will even give you 1,000 grade 4 origin crystals. No, make it 2,000. 5,000 grade 4 origin crystals. And you can have your pick of slaves from this market. All of them. Free." Xia Fei was still unmoved, while Lionheart Emperor Oro laughed raucously. "Looks like this slave trader has truly been tortured by Seth, ready to give you a large sum just to take him off his hands. Actually, it's not that you can't take him in. He does have some strength to him." Xia Fei shook his head. "Something's off. Everything about this situation from start to finish feels peculiar. Unless I can make sense of everything that happened, no amount of cash offered will convince me of taking in Seth. I'm already in enough trouble as it stands." The communication system that Dim Sky invented was truly very marvelous. Xia Fei's thoughts could be turned into sound, which allowed him to communicate with Oro, who was inside the isolated dimension of his spatial ring, with no one outside knowing that this was happening. Oro was unwavering. "There's a kind of plant in the exiled grounds called the rosemary thornberry. Eating it will force even a warrior with Law Emperor cultivation to acquiesce to faithful servitude, making it impossible for them to resist their own master. Whatever their master orders, they must act in accordance, so there's no need to fear Seth going off his leash. The slave trade, which has a long history in the exiled grounds, is very clever with its methods." Xia Fei mused. "I understand what you're saying, but what I'm worried about isn't losing control of Seth. It's why he reduced himself into a slave from being a mercenary who could easily sweep mountainous regions for slaves. There's a huge problem here." Lionheart Emperor Oro felt that Xia Fei's concerns were not unfounded, so he did not try to persuade him to purchase Seth any longer. It was just that the owner of the market, Lu Jinju, kept pestering Xia Fei, raising the price from 5,000 all the way to 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals. After finally coming across the opportunity to get rid of Seth, old Lu was not about to let it slip by. Ultimately, Seth would be nothing more than a scourge if kept around for much longer, and just the expenses of food and entertainment Seth incurred every day cost him plenty already. The sooner he got rid of this ticking time bomb, the better. After all, he had been driven to the brink of insanity while he had Seth around. Unfortunately, Xia Fei had already made up his mind, and he no longer paid any attention to Lu Jinju. To pay 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals just so he could get rid of a slave. Old Lu was truly incurring heavy losses in this business of freeing his hands of Seth. "Stop." After an internal struggle, Seth finally made up his mind and chased Xia Fei. With a deep voice, he said, "Whatever you wish to know about me, I'll gladly tell you everything. I just ask that you give me a chance to finish my story." Xia Fei turned around and eyeballed Seth. "Fine, but you must wear a face mask." The office had a transparent French window where Lu Jinju would sit in as he watched his underlings go about their work. At the moment, he was standing outside the door, anxiously waiting. Whether he could get rid of the slave who was making him lose money or not all depended on today. Speaking of which, old Lu could only blame himself for the bad luck. He had never heard of anyone in his line who would lose money when they sold their slaves, which was exactly the predicament he had found himself in at this very moment. What made it even more tragic was that he could not even make the sale despite the fact he would be paying out of his pockets for the transaction. He needed to see if Xia Fei would give him some face and do it. Truly, it was such a peculiar situation to be in. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei stared at Seth with his face mask and asked, "Tell me right now, how come a law emperor like yourself, who's a notorious slaver, ended up becoming a slave?" Seth lowered his head and solemnly answered, "Actually, it's me who got myself locked up in a cell, forcing that Lu rascal to take me in as his slave. I'm even the one who signed the deed myself." Xia Fei was stunned. "Why would you do something like that?" in order to survive. If I didn't become a slave, he'd kill me, Seth said with his heart palpitating heavily. If I did not become a slave, then he would kill me, Seth said with his heart palpitating heavily. Xia Fei was stunned. Who would kill you? Seth was ultimately a defense-type expert, so someone who could perhaps threaten him to become a slave must be a super expert. I'd better start from several months ago. Seth gulped, making the choice to reveal everything about himself. As you know, I'm a mercenary who specializes in traveling everywhere to make a living by capturing slaves. I've worked hard all those years and finally accumulated quite a bit of fame and fortune. I originally planned to wash my hands of the business entirely, finding somewhere quiet to live out the rest of my life. But this was when a slave trader by the name of Lu Yuming came looking for me, giving me an offer too good to refuse. He wanted me to bring my men and clear out a particular village for him, capturing everyone there and bringing them in. I reckoned that doing one last job before officially retiring wasn't a bad idea. After all, the price the Lu person offered was high. I would be able to earn additional funds for my retirement and help my brothers better land on their feet for the future. As such, I agreed to his offer and led my brothers to a desolate planet. The work progressed quite smoothly at the start. Though the red-skinned flame imps are powerful, they lack any brains to speak of. We first sent them a batch of gifts, causing an uneven distribution in the village and thereby fanning the flames of dissent and internal fighting among their ranks. After several of their most outstanding warriors were heavily injured, I brought my comrades in and took care of the flame imps in one fell swoop. That's usually how we captured slaves. My comrades were all familiar with the operation, so we managed to capture more than half of the tribe, which had more than 30,000 civilians, successfully completing our mission. Seth was pleased with his methods as he spoke about it, but his expression slowly turned grim as the topic shifted. Just as we were getting ready to hand in the cargo shipment, a big and tall lionheart appeared from one of the huts among the tribe. Lionhearts were of the demon race, and we would rarely see them appear anywhere in the exiled grounds. Not only did this individual have a great law emperor cultivation, he even had a strange stone which was shaped like a diamond, looking very much like the tail of a pheasant. That stone's really powerful. It's like a living weapon that could travel anywhere in the air. My poor comrades, who were thousands strong, all got slaughtered by him. And if not for my crag defense, I might have died right there and then too. Thinking about it now, that was truly a harrowing experience. Had he used his full strength, I would have at most lasted 10 minutes. If he were to break my crag defense, my life would be gone. That Lionheart warrior gave me two options: be killed by him or become a slave. That's why I ended up here with the Lu family, selling myself as a slave. Xia Fei carefully observed Seth's expression and realized he was not lying. With this, the issue of why Seth had become a slave was resolved. He had been forced into slavery. The communicator allowed Xia Fei to see the Lionheart Emperor in his retinas, and what he saw was the old demon getting abnormally excited. Ask him just how that Lionheart looked. Where did he stay, and what was his name? Oro shouted, his two eyes almost ablaze. Xia Fei had no idea why Oro had such a huge reaction, so he asked Seth for further details about that Lionheart he had run into, all the while harboring his doubts in his heart. I don't know his name, but I'll never forget his looks my whole life. He didn't have a whole body of golden fur the Lionhearts have. The left side of this great Law Emperor's head was half bald, while what remaining fur he had there was fiery red, like half a firework. Plus, there were 5 distinct claw marks on the bald portion, as if a wild beast had forcibly torn off his fur. It's utterly terrifying. He was wearing the mask that Lionhearts would often have on, so I couldn't make out his facial features. He was huge, though, no shorter than 6 meters. Every step he took left a deep dent on the ground. From what he said, he's living on the same planet as the red-skinned flame imps, cultivating some relationship after a long time. He only acted to stop me after seeing me and my men ransack the tribe, and killing everyone else was merely a warning. The next time he sees me, he promises to kill me and drink my blood. Seth was stammering when he said that. From the look of horror on his face, the great Law Emperor from the Lionheart clan must have left a frightening impression on him, so much so that he broke out in a cold sweat just by recalling the incident. I've never seen anyone break my crag defense so easily like what you did. I do believe that your cultivation is definitely substantial, so please let me follow you. That great law emperor from the Lionheart clan still has that stone in his hand, and it's practically a divine weapon of sorts. Every night, I will have nightmares about it. My days have been an intolerable living hell ever since. Seth pleaded incessantly. Xia Fei did not give him an answer. He was attentively watching Oro's reaction, uncertain of just what was making him so infuriated. Buy this person and have him lead us to where we can find that Lionheart warrior, the old demon lord said in a somber voice after letting loose a rage-filled roar. Xia Fei was surprised. Why? Do you know this person Seth described? Not only do I know him, he's even the one I've been searching for the many times I went to the exiled grounds. Heavens are truly kind. Quinn, after tens of thousands of years, you're finally about to fall into my hands. Lionheart Emperor Oro's 2 eyes were bloodshot as he said this through clenched teeth. That great law emperor goes by the name of Quinn. Correct. After hearing Seth's description of him, I'm absolutely certain that he's Quinn. Those 5 marks were the souvenirs I left him many years ago. I wouldn't forget it even if I turned into ashes. Xia Fei thought about this for a while before asking. That's not right. He's only at a great law emperor cultivation, so there's no way he should have survived all these years. Could you be mistaken? Oro had an immortal body, and it must have been several tens of thousands of years when they became nemesis. So how could he still be alive until now? Xia Fei felt that there must be some sort of mistake here. Oro let out a long sigh. While it's true that a great law emperor can't live that long, he'll be able to if he has the law of life. As the last inheritor of the law of life, I personally taught Quinn the law because he was my disciple. Your disciple? After a brief moment of silence, Xia Fei quietly waited for Lionheart Emperor Oro to calm down and tell him about this sordid past. Quinn was once a member of the Lionheart royalty, bearing blood relation to me. Ever since young, Quinn has demonstrated unique talent, becoming a law adept by the age of 12, a law sovereign by the age of 14, attaining law emperor cultivation by 16, and great law emperor by 17. He specialized in the law of darkness. Everyone in the clan admired him greatly, and as the patriarch back then, I personally took him in as my disciple, not only imparting him law powers, but also the most important law of life. Quinn indeed didn't disappoint me, becoming famous in the circle in just a handful of years, with everyone singing praises of the Lionheart, birthing yet another genius possessing outstanding talent. Unfortunately, these good times didn't last. While I was away, Quinn stole the most important heirloom of my clan, the Phoenix Tail Stone, subsequently subduing it. In a fit of anger, I injured him, and his 7th brain region was also severely mangled by me. He escaped to the exiled grounds with the help of the Phoenix Tail Stone, and I've come here many times since in search of him, yet I've never been able to locate him. Xia Fei was startled. The Phoenix Tail Stone. Out of the 5 major elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth that the immemorial mystical armaments were split into, Earth has the 4 stones of the Southern Star, namely Phoenix Tail Stone, Distant Void Stone, Sky Destroyer Stone, and Flowing Cloud Stone. Are you telling me that the Phoenix Tail Stone is that very immemorial mystical armament? Oro nodded. That's correct. The 4 stones of the Southern Star were once in the possession of the Lionheart clan, and our ancestor once merged all 4 armaments into one weapon, thereby establishing the superb status that we of the Lionhearts now enjoy. Unfortunately, the 4 stones scattered into the winds after our ancestor died, and we of the Lionhearts only managed to find just one after much effort, and that's the Phoenix Tail Stone. However, it ended up being stolen by that unloyal ingrate, Quinn. Xia Fei shook his head, puzzled. From what I know, it's difficult for the immemorial mystical armament to accept a master, and since Quinn was a disciple whom you favored and even been accepted by the Phoenix Tail Stone, though it's wrong of him to steal the stone, you shouldn't have hunted him down for it just to end his life. Wouldn't just disciplining such a talented individual suffice? Xia Fei felt that it was far too harsh to lose their life for stealing something. Anyone would make mistakes in their youth, and what mattered was to learn from them. The old demon lord growled. He must die, not because he stole the Phoenix Tail Stone, but because he killed his own father when he was discovered. Xia Fei was speechless now. It turned out Quinn had been so ruthless in his methods, and actually committed patricide just to protect himself. Death alone would not be enough to atone for the wickedness of the act. Quinn's father was my cousin. He didn't have any talent, but he had been loyal and honest his entire life. I trusted the man greatly, which was why I entrusted plenty of important secrets to him. Yet despite being cautious his whole life, he ended up being killed by his own son. Tell me, why would I not seek to kill such a bestiality? Doesn't he deserve death? Oro's anger surged. He wished he could just charge out and kill Quinn with his 2 hands right now. No doubt, he's probably stagnated as a great law emperor this whole time ever since I injured his 7th brain region, unable to progress his cultivation all this time. It's too bad that I've also imparted him with the law of life, which is how he still lives even to this day. The old demon lord was angrily shouting yet again. Xia Fei completely understood how he felt. It was no wonder why Oro had been so exasperated earlier. Such an evildoer must indeed be killed, and letting Quinn live would be letting down Oro's loyal and honest cousin. Thus, many years had gone by, and Quinn must have felt that the Lionheart's hunt for him ended, which was why he had so boldly resurfaced in the exiled grounds. By a remarkable coincidence, it just so happened that Xia Fei and Oro would now be crossing paths with him. Even if you let me out now, I won't have the power to kill Quinn. After all, my cultivation in this life has been severed, and it will take some years before I can be reborn and start cultivating again. However, I don't have the slightest intention of letting such a bestiality live a minute longer. Xia Fei, you must help me kill him. Oro howled. Xia Fei smiled. I am quite willing to help you do this, but Quinn has the cultivation of a great law emperor. Even the level 2 law emperor Seth with his law of defense was frightened to the point of pissing his pants. I'm afraid that it will take quite the effort if I fight with him. Besides, with age comes wisdom. Quinn has lived for over 10,000 years, thanks to his cultivation of the law of life. I can't be too hasty when dealing with someone like that. I must slowly plan and strategize. Oro was somewhat dissatisfied with Xia Fei's answer. Quinn has the Phoenix Tail Stone, while you have the enhanced Peacock Blue. There's no need for you to be afraid of him at all. Besides, I'm the one who imparted those skills to Quinn, so no one will know how to counter him better than I do. The immemorial mystical armament Peacock Blue is also the 9-night plum after its fusion, becoming a completely new weapon. There's basically no better test subject than the Phoenix Tail Stone if we want to see just what effect it has. No time to think. Let's head out immediately. Xia Fei was a little shocked. Peacock Blue versus Phoenix Tail Stone? Indeed, this was a situation that excited him quite a bit. While Xia Fei talked to the Lionheart Emperor Oro, it was as if Seth were sitting on a bed of needles as he uneasily looked at Xia Fei, who was deep in his thoughts, and waited for a verdict on his life. Humans were sometimes very quirky. The Law Emperor Seth was clinging onto Xia Fei as if the latter were a life-saving medicine, yet he had no idea just what cultivation Xia Fei possessed, nor did he know his true identity or age. However, what he knew clearly was how easily Xia Fei had broken his crag defense. This particular defensive barrier that he was so proud of had actually been shattered like brittle glass when facing Xia Fei. A single special move, and Xia Fei had swiftly conquered Seth with his law of primal chaos. Even though his head was still swollen like a pig, Seth was still smiling happily at Xia Fei. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei lifted his head and turned to Seth. How far away is that planet where you met that Lionheart warrior? Xia Fei asked. Quite far. It can be considered to be at the borders of the Law Realm. It'll require a very dangerous trip through a long asteroid belt if you go there on a warship, Seth honestly answered. Xia Fei nodded and asked, Are you willing to head back there? Seth was in shock. He replied with a very shaky voice, Head back. Are you insane? Witnessing that once in my life is more than enough. I won't go back even if you kill me. That Lionheart expert is truly too powerful. I'll surely suffer a terrible death if uses his fullest strength on me. Smiling, Xia Fei said, I don't care or know how you think, but as my slave, you can only obey me. With that said, Xia Fei got up and pushed open the door, telling old Lu who had been waiting outside, I'll take the slave. Lu Jinju was overjoyed, practically tearing himself a new mouth from that wide smile across his face. Seth was no normal slave, and staying here only brought him big problems. He was more than willing to get rid of this living calamity to Xia Fei. That was when he saw Xia Fei's palm stretch out, placing it squarely in front of his nose. What is this? You agreed to pay, Xia Fei simply answered. Though he was not in any lack of money, he was not about to reject free crystals. It would not be a bad idea to leave them as snacks for Furball. Oh yes, I'll have them sent to you right away, old Lu said, mildly annoyed. The thought that he must pay 10,000 grade 4 crystals just for this one transaction caused an unbearable itch to erupt at the root of Lu Jinju's teeth. The rosemary thornberry was actually very small, like a black pill. Xia Fei left an imprint on the berry before he sent it right into Seth's belly, thus completing the slave contract. As long as Xia Fei was willing, he could cause that thornberry to act at any moment he desired, tormenting Seth to death from his insides. Xia Fei had 2 demands of Seth: always wear a face mask, and to remain quiet at all times so as to avoid interrupting his training of thoughts. Seth agreed to both. After receiving the gift of origin crystals from old Lu, Xia Fei swaggered his way out from the warehouse with both Seth and Rocco in tow. Those courtesans were very disappointed, for Xia Fei did not purchase any of them. Meanwhile, old Lu's underlings were all extremely jealous. To leave with a law emperor as a slave and bonus money, Xia Fei was definitely not losing out from this transaction. Democrat, Minnesota. 10,000 grade 4 origin crystals. That's a sum I wouldn't be able to get even if I had 10 lives. Don't be so envious. Do you dare to take a scoundrel like Seth if he's presented to you? Not at all. It takes an evil being to control another evil being. I don't have the ability like that young man. You can tell that he's really harsh just from a look at Seth's disfigured face. Old Lu's underlings discussed the matter animatedly. The strong would also be revered here in the law realm, especially someone who had such an unfathomable cultivation like Xia Fei. Here, he had no problems being ruthless. Without even realizing it, everyone had thought Xia Fei to be an even more ferocious individual than Seth. Before they parted by the entrance of Lady C's hotel, Rocco left smiling with several origin crystals that Xia Fei had given him, a sum enough to ensure that he had enough to live sufficiently over the next few years. It was around evening, and the merchants, who were guests at the hotel, had already returned. They were all exchanging valuable information like which slaves had seen a dip in price and which slaves were diseased and such. Xia Fei returned with Seth, pushing the door open for him to enter. The restaurant instantly turned a lot quieter, as the now masked Seth looked many times more fearsome than before, his 2 eyes sparkling in green, which gave everyone goosebumps. "You're back, my lord." Young Lady C came in a panic to receive the pair, leading both Xia Fei and Seth to take seats in the restaurant. Seth did not sit, choosing instead to stand by the side and glare. "I must thank you for the poncho. Wearing it helped me quite a bit." Xia Fei took off the colorful poncho and handed it back to Young Lady C. Young Lady C felt very guilty. Her 2 eyes could not help but wander and avert from his gaze. After all, she had left a secret sign on Xia Fei with the poncho, treating him like a fat lamb sent to be fleeced at Lu's. Now that news of Xia Fei acquiring the Law Emperor Seth spread throughout the city, a single glance from Seth's evil eyes made Young Lady C quake in terror. The people around quietly got up, ready to leave, but the cold stare from the notorious master bounty hunter Seth was on them, and each felt very uneasy. "Everyone, remain seated. Nobody's allowed to leave without my master's approval." Seth barked viciously. Because he was wearing a mask, his voice sounded a lot lower. Crash. Young Lady C had been returning with a tray of tea, and this shout from Seth caused her to instantly lose all color from her cheeks, that pot of tea falling and shattering onto the ground. "Master, why didn't you let me destroy the entire hotel? The mother and daughter of Lady C's left a secret sign on you, treating you as a fat lamb. That's simply too much." Returning to the room, Seth was in a huff. He felt that it was a perfect opportunity for him to showcase his loyalty towards Xia Fei, since he was now going to follow Xia Fei from here on. Forget it. Just a little lesson for the 2 is enough. The 2 got quite the fright from today, and I doubt that they'll bully strangers anymore from today onward. Besides, the 2 agreed to accept Rocco and give him a stable job in the hotel. Rocco's not going to gain anything if we back those 2 in a corner. Seth nodded and did not say a word any longer. Xia Fei asked about the situation here in the exiled grounds, and given Seth's many years of capturing slaves out there, his familiarity with the Star region was second to none. He was more than happy to share everything he knew about the place. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked, So what you're saying is that the exiled grounds is a loose society, where mercenaries make up the main fighting force. Seth nodded. Correct. Take me for example. Though I am in the business of enslaving people, I am also considered a mercenary of sorts. As long as the price is right, I have no problem taking up bodyguarding, killing, and other such assignments. The exile grounds are barren, so anyone is willing to do everything just to fill their stomachs. In the past, mercenaries were very loosely managed, and there would often be situations where mercenaries could work both sides, taking money from one employer and joining the other camp. Later, some of the more prestigious mercenary teams formed a professional guild, becoming a third party in the acceptance and allocation of missions. Only then was order restored in the exiled grounds. Xia Fei nodded. Mercenaries were the biggest force in the exiled grounds, and in a sea of stars, where constant strife and poverty flourished, just forming a militia would cost plenty of effort and money. Thus, aside from the few tribes that had a measure of power coming together to form a force, the small villages and merchants simply did not have any ability to raise an army. The moment any fight occurred, only temporarily hiring warriors could keep their lives intact. Xia Fei mulled over this for some time before asking, "Does that mean I'll find a suitable impersonator if I head to the mercenary guild?" Impersonator. Those people are very sinister, used to working on their own. Their asking price is very high, too, especially if you're talking about hiring a top-class impersonator. Unless there's no specific requirements, people from exile grounds will hardly hire impersonators, Seth said. Xia Fei shook his head. Money isn't an issue. The issue is that I want to find the best impersonator and help me do some things. Not only must their cultivation be high, this person must also demonstrate sufficient loyalty. Seth lowered his head and pondered before answering. This won't be easy. There are two major tribes skilled at impersonating out here. There are more Shepherdians, but their cultivation is average. Meanwhile, they have the bad habit of eating other sapient life forms and are characteristically cruel. Unless it's a must, the people of the exiled grounds won't deal with Shepherdians if they can help it. People are, more often than not, hiding from them instead of the other way around. Xia Fei remained silent. The Shepherdians, who had once attacked the Dragon Ascension Conclave, those ruthless BSDRDS, did not leave a good impression on Xia Fei. As such, he essentially rejected the idea of hiring them. Aside from the Shepherdians, the other tribe is the Purple Blood Rockies, who are well-versed in subterfuge. They're the real experts in the field, and when the relations between the two peak races reach its peak, both sides often hire the Rockies to cause trouble in their enemy's territory. It's a pity that the Rockies are few in numbers unlike the Shepherdians, and they enjoy living away from others and by themselves. It won't be easy locating them, either. The Rockies have a rule where they will sever their own finger if they fail to accomplish their client's assignments, while revealing the client's secret will see the same result. To know if a Rocky is exceptional, all you need to do is see their age, including how many fingers they have lost. If a master truly doesn't mind the cost, the impersonators from the Rockies are the perfect choice. It was rare for Seth to speak of others with such respect and reverence, even praising these impersonators quite a bit. Xia Fei slightly nodded his head, agreeing that they would be the perfect candidates to be assigned such an important mission. The exiled grounds existed independent from the two peak races, and the two strictly guarded against these exiles. Only a true expert impersonator could make it over the many hurdles and get anywhere near the core region of the two races. Xia Fei had a plan, and he needed to send people to the heavily guarded White Horse constellation if he wanted to execute it successfully. No one else would be able to accomplish this aside from the really skilled impersonators, which was why hiring the best impersonators found in the exiled grounds became the heart of why he came here. I do have someone in mind who will be suitable. He has a Law Emperor cultivation, having infiltrated the core regions of the two peak races countless times. He's good at hunting, monitoring, and analyzing information. He's considered one of the best in the business, only failing once in his 30 years of work, and it's something that happened 20 years ago. Ever since, he hasn't failed even once. Seth rubbed his chin and said. Xia Fei was quite taken aback. Not failing once in 25 years? That's indeed a top-class impersonator. Are you able to get in contact with him? Seth's expression turned troubled. It's not hard finding him. He's alone in a huge bamboo forest in the city of Ulaanbaatar, but he has a very strange personality, and it will depend on your luck to see if you can convince him into taking the job. Honestly, I've only seen him once, so the best I can do is make an attempt. Also, his price is outrageous. 300 grade 4 origin crystals. Xia Fei chuckled. That's not high. Hiring an expert for 300 grade 4 origin crystals is practically a steal. No, you misheard me. His price is 300 a day. It begins the moment he accepts your mission. As for when he will act or when he'll be back, that's all up to him to decide, Seth said somewhat enviously. A major city like Ulaanbaatar was not commonly seen in the exiled grounds. The size of the city was nothing to be scoffed at, with plenty of skyscrapers shooting up to the skies. However, it was not as orderly as other locations in the law realm. It was as if these large buildings were all erected at will, completely ignoring if they would be blocking out the sun or otherwise. The exiled grounds is such a place where the lack of a governing body means the fists do the talking. It's very simple for anyone who wishes to build a house in the city. As long as they have the ability to snatch enough land and hire people for construction, besides the local gangsters who will charge protection fees, they needn't pay for taxes or any such costs. The more chaotic the city, the more serious the situation. Your average citizen will find it difficult living in the city without a powerful figure protecting them. So there are few cities in the exiled grounds to speak of. Most would much rather live on some deserted planets. Though there aren't any convenient facilities around, they'll at least be able to keep their lives intact. It's not uncommon to be in a situation where the companion whom you're just chatting with yesterday to suddenly be reduced into a desiccated corpse today. Standing by a hill beyond the city, Seth pointed to a huge building with a square roof and said, "That is where the mercenaries of Ulaanbaatar gather. Not just merchants, even the various major forces have a need for warriors. The average citizen will also hire 1 or 2 mercenaries as bodyguards when going out. Though they're practically useless when bumping into somebody strong, the citizen will at least have a sense of security. Here in the exiled grounds, mercenaries have already penetrated all aspects of life and are acknowledged as indispensable existences." Xia Fei nodded. The exiled grounds was ultimately formed by the banished tribes and clans from the circle, and not everyone had the prowess to become a warrior. It was very normal for commoners to seek experts for protection. If we head west and make our way past that mountain, we'll reach a bamboo forest. That highly skilled impersonator I mentioned before lives in that bamboo forest, so let's hope that he happens to be home today, Seth said. Xia Fei used his cloak and wrapped his body up tightly. Because there would often be people from the 2 peak races who did business with the exiled grounds, reselling prohibited information or goods, and given that he had a bounty of 1,000,000 crystals on his head, it was better for him to avoid revealing his face in highly populated areas. "What's the name of the impersonator?" Xia Fei asked. "Hyacinth. That's a good name, though a little effeminate," Xia Fei casually commented. "Hyacinth is just his code name. Because he's too good at disguising himself, no one knows his actual name or age despite being in this line of work for 30 years. That's the only name he's known by," Seth explained. Xia Fei smiled. "What an exceptional individual. Guess I'll be widening my knowledge today." The bamboo forest was green and pristine, with bamboo shoots that were just little sproutlings, which gave off a light scent of fresh greenery. It was a very appetizing smell, and Xia Fei would have asked Pod to prepare for him a dish of stir-fried pork and bamboo shoots if he was around to satiate his appetite. Unfortunately, his robot was currently accompanying Avril back in the Hidden Realm, and Xia Fei was bad at cooking like most men, so all he could do was look. The winding path had been covered by a thick layer of fallen leaves, and the entire forest was quiet except for the sound of the birds chirping and the rustling of leaves. The path had plenty of forks, and this was the first time Seth had been here, so it did not take long for him to get lost, his forehead sweating profusely. Xia Fei pointed in the direction of the setting sun and said, "This way." "Do you know the way?" Seth asked, surprised. "Nope. It's just my intuition." Seth was speechless. Xia Fei was an expert in his eyes, yet he was an expert who enjoyed doing things according to his intuition. It was hard to know which way to go in such a large bamboo forest through intuition, let alone find a lone person. Seth shook his head and followed Xia Fei. Soon, Seth's eyes shone. "I remember now. Hyacinth's house is really near here. Master, your intuition is really sharp." Xia Fei softly replied. The aura of wild beasts is present in every direction, and the only unusually peaceful place is this one. Since Hyacinth is an expert, those wild beasts must be avoiding him, so I chose to head this way. Seth nodded his head repeatedly, doing his best to flatter Xia Fei. After taking a few more turns, the forest revealed a fence which had pink morning glory climbing over it. The gate to the courtyard was hidden, and Xia Fei could see 3 simple thatched houses made from bamboo. Furthermore, there was a well on the property and a set of stone tables with benches. Great Master Hyacinth, I am Seth. I once had the pleasure 10 years ago of meeting you. Seth entered through the gate and searched for traces of Hyacinth everywhere. He circled the 3 thatched houses and returned to Xia Fei with a look of disappointment, shrugging. Hyacinth isn't around. He's probably out on a mission. Xia Fei smiled, his eyes trained on Seth. The master truly lives up to his name as a top impersonator. Such superb skills. Master, what are you saying? I'm Seth. I've only been gone for a bit, so how could you have not recognized me? Seth asked, completely panicking. I don't know who you are, but I know you're not Seth. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, his voice soft and composed. I really am Seth. Didn't you have issues with my breath, so you got me to wear this mask and air purification gear? Here, let me take it off, Seth somewhat nervously said. The moment he took his mask off, he revealed a mouth of yellowing teeth. His breath was so heavy that it nearly caused the bamboo to bend over. You ought to believe me now, right? I really am Seth. Hyacinth isn't in, so why don't we continue waiting for him? Seth asked. Xia Fei shook his head and slowly pulled out the scarlet dagger, blood crystal, from his spatial ring. Seth, since you're my slave, then you'd better be cognizant that you must be ready to die at any time. Right now, I suddenly have a great urge to kill you, Xia Fei said with a smile. Master, just what have I done wrong for you to desire my death? I refuse to resign to this. Seth took 2 steps back and leaned against the fence, gazing at Xia Fei with a pale face. Xia Fei did not say another word. With his eyes exuding a measure of killing intent, he slowly approached Seth. If you were to kill me, who'd bring you to look for Hyacinth? I simply refuse to believe that you'd be such a heartless person, Master. Seth shouted angrily, his 2 fists clenched as he stared right into Xia Fei's 2 eyes. Xia Fei shrugged. You'd better believe it then. I've never been reasonable when it comes to killing people. Seth still refused to believe what was happening, believing that this was Xia Fei testing him. As such, he puffed out his chest and steeled himself. Whoosh! The red dagger went right for Seth. As the blade flashed, Seth was utterly stunned. He originally thought that this was merely a test, that it was all a joke, but it was too bad that he did not understand Xia Fei at all. He had never been someone who would joke around when it came to killing people, and since he stated that he was going to kill Seth, he would really do just that. Doubt, shock, and fear. That instant of fear Seth felt caused his pupils to dilate as that sharp dagger edge aimed for his throat. Unreasonable. Completely unreasonable. Even if Xia Fei thought that he was not Seth, there was no need for him to go for a lethal kill. At such a point, Seth did not even have time to cry. He quickly squatted and used his escape technique. The martial technique of the law of matter, concealed figure. Xia Fei smirked sinisterly. He had ascertained that this person in front of him was definitely not Seth. This was because the crag defense that Seth was most proud of did not surface. The reason why defense-type warriors were powerful was the fact that their special abilities and laws were completely autonomous. This allowed them to coordinate with the practitioner's attacks and defenses actively. And for Seth not to have activated his crag defense at such a critical juncture and, instead, rely on a law of matter evasion technique was proof enough that this one was not Seth himself. Crafty approach. The fake Seth burrowed into the ground. It even looked like he would get away. Too bad Xia Fei's crafty approach was even faster than how fast he could flee. Kaboom! With a sweep of his toes, Xia Fei used one leg to kick away the soil and directly kicked the fake Seth out from the ground. His entire person was in mid-air. With a light tap of both his feet, Xia Fei went hurtling into the air and struck Seth's chest with a single wave of his hand. He did not exert much strength in this one attack, but Xia Fei's palm happened to have touched 2 lumps of soft and bouncy flesh. It felt strange to the touch. The fake Seth fell from the sky. The ground was still moist from yesterday's rain, so a puddle of mud formed. Xia Fei saw as the impostor let out a gasp and plunged headfirst into the mud, looking as soiled as a mangy mutt caked in mud. Splash! Xia Fei landed from the air and clutched onto Seth's collar, grabbing the other out from the mud, lifting him up like he was a baby chick. However, upon closer inspection, he saw that the figure of the dirty Seth became a lot smaller, and his limbs also turned more and more slender, like that of an older child. His skin was pale and pristine, with a slight purple hue to them. That stinky breath was gone, too, and in its place was a faint fragrance, which was intermingled with the smell of mud. All in all, it was a very interesting and strange combination. A girl? Xia Fei was in shock. This fake Seth had revealed himself to actually be a young girl who was still undergoing puberty. Her two small hands were hurriedly wiping the muddy stains off her face, revealing a pair of big clear eyes. Even her pupils were purple, which was a mysterious yet peculiar color. Xia Fei was very close to her, and he could tell through the girl's labored breathing that she lacked the horrid stench of Seth's bad breath. Crap, Xia Fei felt unsettled. No matter what the situation was, bullying a little girl felt wrong, not to mention someone as small and young as the one before him. A single glance, and Xia Fei could tell that the girl was on the verge of tears. He hurriedly let her go, pondering over just what sort of words should he say to console her when Furball suddenly angrily jumped out. Though Xia Fei did not like the fact that Furball had become even smaller than before, spending all his time just sleeping in Xia Fei's bosom, the beast would be flustered and instantly wake up when he realized Xia Fei was in the midst of the battle. Fighting with his master was one thing, but disturbing the great Furball from his nap on top of that was a disaster. The little girl had essentially committed two of Furball's biggest taboos, and as a holy beast, he of course knew nothing about the notion of being graceful to the fairer sex. He jumped out and roared loudly at this little lady. Whoa! Furball was ultimately a holy beast despite his small size, and the sound of his direct roar caused the little girl's hair to stand on end. The entire bamboo forest could clearly hear that roar from Furball. Xia Fei hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was already too late. The girl had been frightened stiff by Furball. Never in her wildest dream did she expect that the cute ball, no bigger than a peanut, would be so scary when angered. Blinking her big eyes, the lady finally bawled out in tears. A heart-wrenching wail echoed and distressed Xia Fei immensely. Why were you so unreasonable? I was only playing a prank on you, yet you actually wanted to kill me. How have I offended you? I hate you. Hate you, hate you, hate you, hate you. You're a baddie. A big baddie. Father, uncle, where are you two? There's a baddie here bullying your daughter. Do either of you care at all? A black figure darted out from one of the houses and appeared beside the little lady. This was a teenager, approximately 14 or 15 years of age, who held her. His eyebrows were as thick as broad strokes from a paintbrush, and though he was deathly afraid as well, he still demonstrated the air of an adult, protecting the young girl. Xia Fei was a little vexed. He did not know what he ought to say. The old demon lord swallowed a mouth of spit as he gloated gleefully. Huh? You've beaten up Hyacinth's little girl? Guess I'm in for a good show now. The little girl was sobbing with great sorrow not because Xia Fei had struck too harshly, but because her ego had been bruised. Forget about how Xia Fei had seen through her impersonation skill. The fact that she had also been very ruthlessly thrown into a puddle of mud, which resulted in her face being caked in the filth, greatly damaged the lady's self-esteem. Haha, looks like she is Hyacinth's daughter. You're here to ask for his help with your business, yet you beat up his daughter. There's bound to be a good show now, the old demon lord gloated. Xia Fei shook his head, giving a side eye to the three thatched houses before carefully scrutinizing that teenager with the thick eyebrows. It's not that simple. We've already been tricked by Hyacinth's disguise from the very start, Xia Fei said with knitted eyebrows. The courtyard's fake, the forest is fake, and even the people are fake. The teenager, who was standing in front of the girl to protect her, was startled because Xia Fei's eyes had suddenly sharpened. The old demon lord found it inconceivable. How were you able to sense this, but not me? Xia Fei whispered. This is an illusion skill, a complement of both disguise and superb acting. Rather than calling this a bamboo forest, it's better to call it a stage, a huge stage. Oro could not help but harumph. Though his cultivation had been severed, he still had a discerning eye. The fact that Xia Fei could detect that Seth was not the real Seth had already surprised him enough. But now that Xia Fei was stating that everything here had been false, did that not mean that his level of insight and analysis was even greater than Oro's if he was actually proven correct? Taking a step forward, Xia Fei got beside the young girl and teenage boy. The teenager remained closely guarding the girl behind him, his eyes alarmed. Meanwhile, the girl was wiping away her tears and the mud, curiously taking stock of Xia Fei, as well as the peanut-sized fur ball on his shoulder. A slight trace of excitement could be seen in her innocent eyes. There's an old saying from my own planet: once and twice, but never thrice. Today, I sincerely came to consult the great master, Hyacinth, so if you don't wish to do so, you can just directly state that, and I won't trouble you over your decision. Is there a need to lay down deception to such an extent? Besides, though your methods are clever, you've failed to fool my two eyes. Xia Fei spoke earnestly, and the teenager with thick eyebrows replied solemnly, I have no idea what you're talking about. Master's not in, and you bullying my junior sister is evidence that it's you who visited us with ill intent, yet you're now blaming us for tricking you? What sort of logic is this? Xia Fei lifted his wrist and handed to the lady a delicately embroidered handkerchief with deft skill, such that the thin and silken cloth floated down like a falling leaf. The young lady took this handkerchief and wiped her tears. She was curious and interested in knowing how Xia Fei had managed to make the handkerchief float like that. If not for the young miss first pretending to be Seth, things wouldn't have unfolded like this, Xia Fei softly admitted. Still, no matter what it was, bullying a little girl isn't right, and for that, I apologize to the young miss. With that said, Xia Fei did a slight bow to express his regret. However, the girl mumbled with dissatisfaction, I'm already 14. How dared you call me little? The teenager threw a sharp glance at the little girl next to him, and she abruptly went silent, no longer saying a word. Xia Fei noticed this scene unfold and was even more certain of his judgment. The lady is still young and likes playing pranks, so of course I won't comment on this. But the master is a generation older than us all, so it's hard to justify this continued lie, no? It's just an insult to your status as a master, Xia Fei casually said. Who's trying to lie to you? My junior sister was just messing around with you. But what proof do you have that we are both trying to trick you? The teenager spoke strongly. Xia Fei spotted a sliver of disdain in his eyes, looking like he had steeled his resolve to keep up the charade to the end. He must believe that there was no way for Xia Fei to have seen through it all. Xia Fei shook his head lightly. Since the master wants proof, then please watch. With two clenched fists, Xia Fei grabbed two stray strings from the air and jerked them together in one direction. Collapse. Crash. Imperceptible law force dissipated in mid-air. It was as if a hurricane had passed through. The bamboo forest was blown in every direction, and even the thatched houses fell along with everything. A shocking scene unveiled. Xia Fei's surroundings all changed as a result of his one attack. Another courtyard was revealed after the bamboo forest fell away. Green glazed tiles were overhead, with white, clean walls. Pebbles decorated the courtyard walls, which gave it an inelegant look. With a stomp, Xia Fei dashed out to where the collapsed houses were and retrieved two people. One was the drugged and unconscious Seth, and the other was a stranger with a sparse goatee, wearing an angry expression on his face. Whoosh! Xia Fei threw that goateed man beside the two youths. The master asked for evidence. I'm not sure if this is enough. A series of wrinkles, which was incongruent with the teenager's age, appeared on his forehead. He had a bewildered look on him. His illusion had been broken, and even his disguise had been seen through. His assistant, who had been hiding in a corner, was dragged out by Xia Fei. 2. As a disguise artist, a top-class impersonator, being seen through was no doubt an embarrassment. The young girl stopped crying, pouting as she looked at Xia Fei. After a good while, the girl angrily yelled, You're so unreasonable. Where would there be anyone as belligerent as you? Xia Fei replied, unperturbed. You're the ones who were bullying guests first. My slave didn't offend any of you, and was even eagerly leading me to meet with the great master, yet you drugged him. With that said, Xia Fei pulled out some medicinal concoction which he had previously prepared, and placed it in front of his slave's nose for him to smell. Seth leaped up from the ground, all alarmed. He examined his surroundings before blushing profusely. I got careless and… No need to explain. It's not your fault. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively. That was when the teenager suddenly burst into laughter, no longer sounding like a child, but rather someone with a slightly hoarse voice. Good stuff. It's been 20 years, and this is actually the first time that my thatched cottage of obscurity got seen through. Green smoke suddenly appeared, enveloping the teenager, little girl, and even the goateed man. By the time the smoke dissipated, 3 people could be seen standing in the bamboo forest. One was a lady in a long dress, looking the same as before. The only difference being that she was no longer stained in mud, and her hair was well-groomed, with crescent-shaped bangs hanging from her forehead. Her 2 arms were folded in front of her, glaring at Xia Fei indignantly. The other 2 were a middle-aged couple of husband and wife. Their expression was calm, and Xia Fei understood that they were still in disguise. As a top-class impersonator, the Hyacinth couple seemed very reluctant to reveal their true faces to others. Xia Fei did not care to unmask them and decided to let them be. Seth, 10 years have passed since we last met. Are you still well? Hyacinth chuckled as he approached, seemingly having already let go of the fact that Xia Fei managed to see through their ruse. After a short exchange of greetings, Seth introduced Xia Fei to Hyacinth, while he told the impersonator how he ended up becoming Xia Fei's slave. With the fake houses gone, Hyacinth had no choice but to lead Xia Fei into his real abode. Upon entering, Hyacinth's spouse set up a formation outside, and the courtyard was surrounded by a bamboo forest again. Looking from outside in, there was no trace of the real house, and even the 3 thatched houses were rebuilt. Living up to the name as a master of disguise, the intricate camouflage was set up with deft swiftness. If anyone mistakenly entered Hyacinth's compound again, there would be no way for them to discover where their home really was. With both the guest and host seated, the spouse came back with a tray of bamboo tea and snacks. How should we address you, brother? Hyacinth asked. Seth had no clue what Xia Fei's real name was, so he could only look questioningly at him. Just call me Ah Fei, Xia Fei softly answered. Ah Fei was an assassin written by the famed writer Gu Long. The speed of his daggers were second to none, making a name for himself with just his 2 bare hands. Now that Xia Fei was wanted by both sides, it was not ideal for him to reveal his real name, and so he decided to borrow the name of Ah Fei for use as his pseudonym. You must be the prestigious and respected master of camouflage, Hyacinth. I've long heard and admired your exploits, Xia Fei said even as he furtively scanned the man's palms. Sure enough, he noted that a little finger was missing on his left hand, which confirmed what Seth had once said. Over the last 25 years, Hyacinth had only failed once, and he had maintained his flawless record in his career from then on. Even a great expert would occasionally slip up. The powerful Oro himself ended up being sealed in the law of ternary spectrum's isolation containment and had been trapped inside for tens of thousands of years. The key was not making the same mistake twice. If a warrior's life had only been smooth sailing, that would hardly be a good thing at all. It would be very easy for one to get too full of themselves and turn impetuous, so the flawless record Hyacinth maintained after the one failure meant that he was a smart person, able to learn from his lesson and finally become a master in his field. Hyacinth chuckled. I won't lie to you, but Hyacinth isn't just one person, but rather an entire group. I'm only the representative of the whole team. Xia Fei nodded. The young miss called to her father and uncle in her panic earlier. I suppose that these uncles of hers aren't too far from here, are they? Hyacinth smiled. Those who work in this line stress on being everywhere and also nowhere, so I really can't give a straight answer to your question. Xia Fei nodded. But of course, I've witnessed your methods firsthand, and it's truly very ingenious. Hyacinth paled. Xia Fei had clearly seen through his ruse, so the compliment he gave was a little hard to accept at face value. Come, brother Ah Fei, let me do some introductions. This is my wife, Poria, and my daughter, Sakura. Hyacinth changed the topic and introduced his family to him. Xia Fei did not bother scrutinizing the face of Hyacinth's wife. Since it was just a fake visage, there was no point in remembering her face. Instead, it was the lady Sakura, whose face he was certain was her true face. At the moment, she was blowing at a green bean cake, taking a big bite of the treat while she turned her face away, ignoring Xia Fei. After some very superficial small talk was done, Hyacinth asked, Brother Ah Fei, how did you manage to see through Sakura's disguise just now? I'm not one to toot my own horn, but Sakura has an innate gift in this profession, and given that she received the tutelage from me and my wife since the age of 7, you're actually the first to have spotted that she's an impersonator. When the young girl heard her name mentioned, her ears pricked up and she carefully listened, blinking her little eyes intently. Xia Fei answered, "Yesterday's rain made the ground muddy, and Seth's body frame meant he would make distinct imprints with every step he took." Sakura abruptly stood up and pointed at Xia Fei. "What nonsense! How could impersonators like us have missed that particular detail? I already imitated it perfectly." Xia Fei smiled. "It's too bad. The young Mrs. Footprints were very similar, but she overlooked a slight detail. A human soul isn't flat, unless they have flat feet. Otherwise, there will surely be slight unevenness in the print. Furthermore, Seth's left leg is injured, so his footprint tilts slightly outward. Due to his injury, his steps are a little off base, so one foot stride is about 50 centimeters wide, and the other is 49 centimeters. Hyacinth and his family were all stunned upon hearing this. They had not expected that there would be so many minutiae in just the imitation of footprints and strides. Xia Fei's observation skills were too shocking. Actually, these minor details aren't that critical. What mattered the most is that Miss Sakura is a lady, and she isn't a boorish man like Seth. When walking, her steps are slightly clamped up, and her inner thighs are tense, not completely relaxed. Clank. Sakura's cheeks blushed. She was still a young girl, so her slightly tensed walking was the innate self-protection a girl had. After all, men and women were anatomically different. This was the logic on how an expert could tell whether a woman was a virgin or not from the way she walked. When the uncouth Seth began walking like a virgin, it became a huge giveaway that Xia Fei could not ignore. An awkward atmosphere hung over the living room. Due to biological reasons, Sakura failed to impersonate the uncouth man to the extreme. Actually, what Sakura had achieved was already very good, but the issue was that she happened to have been pitted against the eagle-eyed Xia Fei, which was why she ended up getting seen through. Hearing his deductions, Sakura no longer said a word. Her lips pouted as she dejectedly drew little circles with her finger. After some thought, Hyacinth asked, "How did you find out the fact that my house is actually hidden in the bamboo forest?" Xia Fei replied, "I just applied common sense. Since Hyacinth is a top-class impersonator, it doesn't seem appropriate for your house to be situated so obviously by the roadside. It simply doesn't align with the habit of hiding that any master of disguise will have. Meanwhile, my discovery of the real house in the bamboo forest has been completely accidental. I just felt that the bamboo forest was too dense and green, different from elsewhere. I only realized the mystery behind it after pulling it all down." Hyacinth nodded his head repeatedly as he said, "In order to use the bamboo as part of the disguise, I utilized the law of matter and moved them from elsewhere, so their roots were slightly damaged. To fool others, I added some nutrient solution to them. I never expected for those to end up becoming self-defeating moves on my part, causing the bamboo forest where my compound to be overly verdant, ruining its beauty. I'll be sure to bear Brother Ah Fei's words to mind." Hyacinth's wife, who was sitting next to him, was also full of praises, marveling at Xia Fei's sharp observation skills and analytical mind. Sakura was very dissatisfied, however. With her arms akimbo, she contemplated something unknown. "It really gave me a fright when you went and jabbed that dark red dagger on my girl. The impulse you showed had me convinced that you'd really kill her," Hyacinth jokingly commented when he saw that the atmosphere was easing. Xia Fei shook his head. "I wasn't threatening her then. It's only when Miss Sakura used the law of matter's escape technique that I dismissed the thought, seeing how immature and unthreatening that move was." Everyone was startled. Hyacinth asked, "Do you mean to say that if the impersonator threatened you in any way, you would kill them there and then?" "Indeed. Whoever impersonated Seth could be an enemy, and I've never had the habit of letting my enemies off scot-free," replied Xia Fei evenly. Seth's expression went blank. His master's killing intent was truly intense. As such, if there was ever a day when he did something untoward to Xia Fei, he would definitely not let him off. Sakura was slightly dazed. It turned out that her immaturity had saved her life. Had her mother or father been the one impersonating Seth, the result, "You're too ruthless." Sakura yelled bitterly at Xia Fei before she dashed out of the room. Hyacinth somewhat awkwardly apologized. Sakura's been pampered since she was young. I hope that you won't take offense, Brother Ah Fei. Actually, his thoughts were not too far off from his daughters. He felt that Xia Fei was too ruthless, killing just because they were potentially enemies without any room for discussion. I wonder just why you came looking for me this time, Hyacinth asked. Xia Fei cupped a hand over fist. I've long heard of your reputable name as one of the top impersonators in the exiled grounds. Respectfully, I wanted to come for a visit. Indeed, I do have some matters that I need your aid with. I want you to make a trip to White Horse Constellation on my behalf. Hyacinth nodded. Xia Fei's first 2 lines of flattery made him feel very good, but it was still far from fostering any sense of kinship between the two. Ah yes, White Horse Constellation. That's a major base of the humans from the god race. A strictly guarded location with many families and clans. We of the Purple Blood Rockies are said to look very similar to humans, and it's said that we can be considered distant relatives in the distant past. I wonder if Brother Ah Fei has heard of this. What a transition. Xia Fei was somewhat disappointed. Hyacinth had not mentioned Xia Fei's request, but, instead, changed the topic of conversation to the similarities between Purple Blood Rockies and humans. Needless to say, he must be unwilling to lend a hand. The rumors can't be trusted, but it is evident that Rockies and humans share certain similarities. The blood of humans is red, which is why people of my species are all radiant and rosy. Meanwhile, people of your species have the rare purple blood, with even purple irises, giving off a more mysterious aura than humans. Aside from that, there's really not much difference between us, Xia Fei casually noted. Rockies and humans really did look alike, having the common 5 senses and orifices on their faces, different from Lionhearts like the old demon Oro. Lionhearts were all big and tall with a full body of golden fur, along with hundreds of differences that were noticeable from a mere glance. In contrast, there were only those handful of differences between Rockies and humans that could not be identified without close scrutiny. They chatted without Hyacinth returning to the topic at hand, and Xia Fei felt restless, so he attempted to pull the conversation back to White Horse Constellation. A fairly troubled expression appeared over Hyacinth's face as he heaved a deep sigh. Brother Ah Fei may not know this, but though Hyacinth used to be in the line of impersonation, matters between the 2 peak races have turned tense in recent years. There are rumors that a war between the two is imminent and that the defenses are also becoming stricter. If Brother Ah Fei wishes to ask us to infiltrate the lesser regions of the 2 races, there can still be room for discussion. But White Horse Constellation is a core constellation of the god race, where the capital of the humans is situated. Not only will one need to be extremely skilled at subterfuge, the necessary official documentation and DNA authentication are also required. This is truly a tall task. There are specializations in every field. As the 2 tribes here in exiled grounds who are expert impersonators, while Shepherdians specialize in attacking the god race, we the Rockies specialize in the demon race. If you wish for us to infiltrate White Horse Constellation, it's simply not what we are good at. I heard that the Shepherdians had found several methods to do so during the years, able to get into the core regions of the god race undetected. It's not too long ago when they actually received a huge contract to stir trouble in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Brother Ah Fei must know that Dragon Ascension is the premier martial hall of the god race, wielding extraordinary strength. The fact that the Shepherdians accepted such a mission is evidence of the abilities they possess. In order not to cause unnecessary delays to Brother Ah Fei's task, I feel that it is more suitable for you to seek the Shepherdians instead. After all, they are the ones who specialize in infiltrating the territories of the god race. It's not that Hyacinth doesn't wish to help, nor that we are afraid of accepting your task. It's just that I don't wish to hold up Ah Fei and his task any longer than necessary. It was a good explanation from Hyacinth that did not make them lose face and also cleanly rejected Xia Fei's request. Simply by stating that it was not their specialization to target the god race, but rather the demon race, he smoothly directed Xia Fei to the Shepherdians. Sakura was feeling madder by the second after she left the room. Xia Fei seeing through her impersonation skills that she had been so proud of was one thing, but the fact that he was actually going to kill her with that dagger before? This was a huge blow to the 14-year-old girl. A young lady would often see the world with optimism, and that the future was filled with hope. Sakura could not fully grasp the darkness of the outside world, and just how Xia Fei's ruthless personality could take shape. Sakura was quite stubborn, and it was difficult for her to change her mind after having decided on something. At present, she saw Xia Fei as an extremely evil person, a hateable and diabolical villain. Sakura, who is it that provoked you again? Look at you being all furious. Come, let your grandfather help stand up for you. Sakura had been hiding in the bamboo forest by herself when an elderly man and a young man approached her. The elder had thinning white hair, leaning on a walking stick, looking like he was having difficulty with every step he took. The young man next to him looked to be about the same age as Sakura. He had thick, bushy eyebrows, looking exactly like the teenager that Hyacinth had previously disguised himself as, except that this was the actual person. Grandfather. Sakura pouted, acting like a spoiled child as she ran over to the old man to give him a hug and bury her face into his robe. Someone bullied me, and father and mother didn't help me, either. She was undoubtedly worthy of being the offspring of impersonators. Sakura acted pitiful so well that people would have trouble not sympathizing with her. Her voice was soft, yet all the words she spoke penetrated like knives into people's hearts. Sister Sakura, just who bullied you? Brother Sambo will help teach that person a lesson for you, the teenager said while blushing hard. He appeared to be slightly shy, acting very unnaturally when he saw Sakura, his thick eyebrows twitching. Hyacinth was an organization, and the people who were part of the organization more or less had close ties with one another. The elderly man was Sakura's birth grandfather, the famed impersonator of exiled grounds called Otter. In the past, the Purple Blood Rockies enjoyed acting alone, and although that made it convenient for them to hide their whereabouts, it made it difficult for them to accomplish major contracts, and it was very limiting. Sakura's father, Hyacinth, had plenty of foresight. He believed that if the Rockies steadfastly continued abiding by this rule, it would only be a matter of time before they declined. As such, they must change this situation, coming together to create a formidable team of combatants, utilizing a combination of everybody's strength and characteristic to handle larger and more complex missions. Hyacinth gathered his fellow Rockies and told them of his idea. Naturally, the traditionalists among them strongly opposed it. Even Hyacinth's father did not agree, arguing for 3 days and 3 nights before they came up with a compromise. They would first experiment this idea with Hyacinth and his wife before they discussed the matter if it proved to be effective. As such, Hyacinth and Poria began performing a variety of missions together, and having an additional capable helper was as good as growing an additional arm, hardly ever redundant. When the people of their tribe saw the benefits, they were no longer against the idea and gradually requested to join the organization. With Hyacinth selecting only the most elite individuals to join his organization and his more than decent management skills, the name of Hyacinth slowly spread, becoming a golden-plated name brand. His asking price rose with this as well, and what Seth said about Hyacinth commanding a price of 300 grade 4 crystals daily was true 10 years ago. In the time since they last met, he was unaware that the price had already risen by a whole 10-fold. The price was now at 3,000 grade 4 crystals a day. As for the other impersonator tribe, the Shepherdians, their violent and brutal characteristics and the bad habit of consuming other sapient life forms meant most people were unwilling to hire Shepherdians in most cases. Only those who were looking to induce destruction to the targets would hire the Shepherdians. Just like what happened during the Dragon Ascension Conclave, it was a case of utter devastation, and there was hardly much technical expertise in their attempt at subterfuge. The benefits of Hyacinth's organization expanding were apparent. There would always be someone ready to begin taking on a mission once it got accepted. Every aspect, like the setup during, the extraction after, who would be in disguise, who would be dealing with combat, would be delegated accurately by their leader. This was also how they achieved a 100% success rate with their missions. If Xia Fei could convince Hyacinth, not only would he get just Hyacinth alone, but the entire elite team, which had not failed even once in 25 years. Just this point alone made the daily 3,000 grade 4 origin crystals price tag nothing too outrageous. You must be referring to that young man who came today. He's pretty good, with quite the eyesight and deduction skills. If he nurtures his skills accordingly, He may even become an even greater impersonator than your father. The elderly otter stroked his beard as he said this, seemingly having found Xia Fei to be rather admirable. Miss Sakura got even angrier when she heard that Xia Fei could be even better than her own father. That was when an idea came to her. Actually, I feel that Ah Fei has quite the talent to have been able to see through father's subterfuge. I'm just mad that he speaks bluntly. Sakura muttered, pretending to be aggrieved. What did he say? Otter curiously wondered. He said that Hyacinth isn't worthy of his name, that he failed to even trick an outsider like him, thereby unfit to call ourselves impersonators. Sakura was watching her grandfather's expression as she said this. To nobody's surprise, Elder Otter's purple face instantly turned stern. His long silver hair stood on end as he bristled. What? That's really too much. Otter bellowed with rage. Snap! That walking stick in his hand broke as Otter said to the teenager Sambo. Go and gather our men. I'll let this Ah Fei know just how the legend of Hyacinth's 25 flawless years came to be. Flip flip. After the secret signal was sent out, more and more people gathered in the bamboo forest. Soon, there were more than a dozen men present. Elder Otter, have you gathered all of us for a mission? Every single member of Hyacinth had their own code name. Because of Otter's seniority and his position as the father of their organization's leader, everyone was used to calling him Elder Otter. Otter, where's Brother Hyacinth? Isn't he participating in the mission this time? Old Otter tossed his broken walking staff to the side and meditated amidst the bamboo. Actually, longevity was commonplace in the law realm, and Otter had yet to reach the age where he needed to rely on a walking staff. He was still physically healthy in more ways than one, and the only reason why he pretended to be a frail old man was due to the skills he possessed as an impersonator. More and more people gathered. These elite impersonators were all well trained, and it took all of them less than 10 minutes to assemble. Some squatted on the ground, while others sat on treetops. Some were even trees, meaning that they disguised themselves as trees. Seeing that Hyacinth had not shown up and that Otter was meditating, the rest could only silently wait for the mission briefing. Sakura shuttled through the crowd, looking as cute as ever while she addressed her uncles warmly. The honest Sambo kept following her as if he wanted to say something, but could not find it in him to speak up. Seeing everyone present, Elder Otter slowly opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. He swept his gaze across the crowd in front of him. Today, something did indeed happen, which led me into gathering everyone here, but it's not for the sake of a mission. Otter solemnly addressed the crowd. Oh, then what is this for? Brother Hyacinth told us that it's best if we remain scattered if we're not on a mission to avoid drawing people's attention. Otter wore a grim expression on his face as he unhappily announced, Would I gather you all if there's nothing important happening? This time, the matter concerns the honor of the Hyacinth and dignity of the Purple Blood Rockies. Sweeping his gaze across everyone once more, Elder Otter's pupils went a little wild. Everyone was stumped about this. Otter raised this issue to be a matter of their species' dignity, and everyone figured it must be something major, so they all felt somewhat on edge. Just now, Hyacinth lost. Someone has seen through his subterfuge, even giving Sakura a beating. Otter bemoaned in pain. What? Brother Hyacinth lost. Just who could have done this? To be so brazen and even beat Sister Sakura, too. Shameful. An absolute disgrace. Everyone turned toward Sakura, who used this opportunity to appear aggrieved. She slightly dabbed at her fake tears when, really, she was brimming with elation deep down. This was even more so when she saw everyone reacting indignantly on her behalf, and even appeared like they would stop at nothing until they dealt with Xia Fei. Old Otter was shrewd in the ways of people, and he knew that this was the perfect opportunity when he saw that everyone had gotten riled up. Actually, it's not a big deal for Hyacinth and Sakura to have been seen through by someone else and, subsequently, taught a little lesson. Otter helplessly corrected. After all, it's our skill which is inferior. Saying this caused everyone to turn disgruntled. Elder Otter, Sakura is the precious child of the Rockies' leader. How could an outsider teach her a lesson just like that? That's right. That person's far too preposterous, daring to strike our precious Sakura. How could Brother Hyacinth have made a mistake? That person must have gotten lucky. Otter waved his arm to get everyone to settle down. They were all belligerent and angrily fuming. Hyacinth had single-handedly established this impersonator organization, and its results spoke for itself. Everyone respected it greatly. So now that someone had come causing trouble, even beating up their leader's daughter, there was no reason for any of them to simply take this lying down. This was what it meant to share weal and woe. Hyacinth did not just represent himself, but rather a top organization, which had not experienced failure in 25 years. That person called Xia Fei is of unknown origin, and he's ruthless with his methods. He actually dared to claim that we, Hyacinth, aren't worthy of our name and that we, Rockies, are all dependent on the good name and prestige of our predecessors. Even an outsider like him managed to see through our subterfuge, which only means that it doesn't take much skill to speak of. I was originally feeling magnanimous, not planning to nitpick with that arrogant young man. But now that he's gone so far as to slander our entire tribe, how can this old man let that slide? This statement was met with cheers from everyone present. They were already feeling unhappy with Xia Fei for bullying Sakura. Calling all Rockies useless basically incurred their wrath. Some of the more impatient Rockies lifted their weapons, wanting to seek Xia Fei and settle the score, while those who were more composed had a hard time keeping it together, their faces turning red as they listened to Elder Otter's words. Sakura, who was hiding in a corner, snickered, thinking to herself, "This time, that villain will have nowhere to run." Sambo hesitantly patted Sakura's shoulder. Uncle Hyacinth is going to be mad at you for this." Sakura was about to throw a tantrum when she suddenly changed her mind. Smiling sweetly at Sambo, she blinked her doe eyes. "Brother Sambo, you're afraid of my father getting angry. Are you perhaps unconcerned with the grievance Sakura is feeling?" Sambo's chubby purple face turned red. The silly boy was completely helpless when it came to her, instantly changing his mind and crying that he must help avenge Sakura's honor, not caring even if he ended up getting kicked out of the organization. "Wait." Elder Otter got up, and everyone went silent. They waited for the old man to give the order to make their move and grind Xia Fei into pieces. "We are impersonators, so we shall deal with this by the rules of impersonators. We can't be reckless in the least." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Actually, Otter still had other considerations to make. He clearly saw what Xia Fei was capable of from the few moves he had shown thus far. Anyone in his line of work would have keen observation skills. It was important for him to clearly identify just what kind of person could be dealt with head-on and what sort needed trickery. There was also the defense-type law Emperor Seth by Xia Fei's side. Just Xia Fei alone was troublesome enough to deal with, especially given how ruthless and quick he was. Even if Otter led this troop of over 100 Rockies, they may not be the young man's match. That was why he decided to use the strength of the organization to their advantage. Impersonation. Trickery. I personally witnessed Xia Fei using that dark red dagger and pointing it at Sakura. The tip of the blade was just shy of causing injury. We must somehow obtain his weapon or his spatial ring and teach him an unforgettable lesson. Let him know that Hyacinth is the true elite in the field. It's through our sheer talent that we've remained flawless in these 25 years. Everyone was excited. They felt that Elder Otter's idea was ingenious. As long as they managed to snatch away Xia Fei's most cherished weapon, even if he wanted to bow and admit his fault, they would not accept it. A warrior losing his weapon was the greatest shame. It was no different from a slap. This move was a lot more vicious than directly killing him. Giving them orders one after another, members from the most outstanding subterfuge organization in exiled grounds quickly departed, each determined to let Xia Fei have a taste of their prowess. Leaving Hyacinth's abode, Xia Fei strolled along as he mulled over his plan. Now that Hyacinth had clearly stated that he could not help him with his matter, he had no choice but to come up with something else. Whitehorse Constellation, the Yu family. These were a few of the places which Xia Fei could not get near to. After all, the bounty of 1 million grade 4 origin crystals for his head had already pushed Xia Fei to the cusp of the storm. This was not his first time, but he had never experienced being targeted by so many super experts before. He needed to go about his business with even greater caution than ever. He needed to observe with utmost vigilance. In order to pull open the layers of curtain behind Yuhua, Xia Fei needed to send men over. Moon Song could do him a favor and help him keep an eye on the Yu family, but he had no intention of ever putting her at risk. He needed to find someone or even a whole group of people, to enter White Horse Constellation and put their lives on the line for him. Even if they were unable to take out the enemy, they must at least leave his foes in a terrible fix. An impersonator was the linchpin to Xia Fei's whole plan, so now that Hyacinth had rejected him, did that mean he had to turn to the Shepherdians? Xia Fei shook his head. Shepherdians had not left a good impression on him. If he was simply looking to destroy his enemies, the Shepherdians would indeed be a good choice because of how merciless their methods were, hardly giving any regard to the rules in the least. However, what Xia Fei was trying to do was to unveil the mastermind pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The blind, reckless devastation that Shepherdians brought to the table would not fulfill his requirement. Lionheart Emperor Oro pursed his lips, expressing his slight dissatisfaction. Why don't you go and deal with Quinn first before coming back to search for an impersonator? You'll just end up losing up more if Quinn ends up fleeing while you dawdle. Xia Fei smiled. Relax. It's not like I'm just staying for a single day here in exiled grounds. He's not going to get away. The fact that you're so anxiously hurrying me to get to it. Do you perhaps have another purpose in mind? Oro felt a rush of dejection as he helplessly answered. Quinn has a copy of the Law of Life, so we must exterminate him as soon as possible. If it ever ends up in the hands of my foes, then all that torture I went through while refusing to hand over the Law of Life will have been for naught. Besides, Quinn has taken several other things aside from the Law of Life. We must get them back as fast as we can. Xia Fei was puzzled. The fact that you're so hung up on it, the items you're talking about must be something else. The old demon lord did not reply, which was as good as a silent admission. Xia Fei could not help but secretly wonder just what could be the items that Oro so anxiously wanted to get back. Aside from Quinn's life, there was probably some secret which should not be divulged. Master, where are we off to now? Seth asked glumly. He was the one who had brought Xia Fei to Hyacinth, and now that the latter had rejected the job offer, Seth was feeling rather embarrassed at the moment. Let's head to the city and look around the mercenary guild. I still need a few more men. Seth perked up. There are plenty of large mercenary groups. The Flying Dragon Society, Joint Doors, Fierce Bull, Tower of Stars and Moon are some of them, and they are all very amazing. Too bad I don't really have any connections with these top mercenary groups, so there's no way for me to introduce you to them. After all, the work I used to do isn't exactly well regarded by the mercenaries, so most won't really care to pay us any attention. Xia Fei knew very well what he meant. Seth could only lower his head and admit defeat when he encountered a powerful enemy, unable to find anyone to help him at all. It was all ultimately due to his use of two insidious methods in the past, drawing the ire of the people. Though Hyacinth had been polite when they were speaking, it was clear that he despised Seth. His popularity and relations with people were truly terrible, but that was to be expected. The man was someone who made a living out of preying on civilians at the end of the day. No one would bat an eyelid to what happened to him. It's fine. I'm not looking for a mercenary group, anyway, Xia Fei casually answered. Seth still lacked the qualifications for Xia Fei to share his thoughts yet. Xia Fei was contemplating his plan as he walked, arriving at a wooden bridge after leaving the bamboo forest. The bridge was no more than 2 meters wide, with a clear stream running below. He saw people struggling up on the bridge, where 7 or 8 men were surrounding an older gentleman. They were all dressed like warriors decked out in armor, brandishing different weapons in hand. Looks like a passing mercenary group. Look at their armor. Though they are all different, they all have the same red bandana with a horse pattern imprinted on them. This is a method mercenaries often use to prevent them from mistakenly injuring their own, Seth told Xia Fei. Unable to convince Hyacinth, Seth was very eager to prove himself in front of Xia Fei. With how keen Xia Fei's eyes were, he had already seen through this group of men before him. What he was most interested in was the big lizard which was sitting next to the elderly gentleman. There were 9 vertical scales growing on its back, which were as red as the setting sun. It was staring at the mercenaries with a pair of small golden eyes, occasionally extending out its pink whip-like tongue. Is that an undead beast king, the 9-armored land drake? Xia Fei's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself. Is that an undead beast king, the 9-armored land drake? Xia Fei's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself. The 9-armored land drake was a level 9 beast king. It was an undead, so despite its fairly majestic appearance at the moment, it was actually a living corpse. Different from other types of exotic beasts, the nine-armored land drake had a nucleus that was formed by absorbing cosmic origin energy. It was called the beast spirit core. The beast spirit codex had mentioned this, but while exotic beasts had a beast spirit fire, undead exotic beasts would actually ossify this beast spirit fire into a shiny crystal core. As long as the crystal core remained intact, no one would be able to kill it. Flesh which got chopped off could regrow, and it was the same for its internal organs. Unless that beast spirit core got shattered, the creature could just keep coming back to life. After all, the beast spirit core was an amalgamation of both the cosmic origin energy and the life force that exotic beasts uniquely possessed. It was very sturdy on its own and difficult to break without some superhuman cultivation or a divinely sharp weapon. These sorts of beasts were called undead not because they could not die, but because most warriors would have no means by which to deal with them. Xia Fei did not care about what undead exotic beast. The peanut-sized furball on his shoulder was a holy beast, after all, and he was several times stronger than this dull and foolish lizard. What really stopped Xia Fei's heart was the 9 vertical scales which were on the 9-armored land drake's back. They were sharp like honed knives and were faintly pulsating fiery red. A single glance, and he could tell that it was something else. An undead exotic beast was of course quite magical, but the 9 vertical scales were far more fascinating than the exotic beast itself. Haha, a 9-armored land drake. Lionheart Emperor Oro somewhat excitedly said. There are plenty of treasures all over an undead exotic beast. Aside from its impressive fighting power, it can also be used as medicine. That crystal core inside can even be used as additional material in the creation of law weapons, giving weapons or armor additional attributes. The artificers would probably go mad if they were to come across one. It's precisely because undead exotic beasts are filled with such valuables that law warriors will hunt for them on a large scale. As such, they have become endangered nowadays, almost on the verge of extinction. Meeting a 9-armored land drake here is truly a rare chance. Why don't you ask these mercenaries if they're selling it and buy that beast from them? It's not like you have a lack of money, either. Xia Fei did not respond. The old demon lord was right. The 9-armored land drake's body was filled with treasures, and Xia Fei was far more aware of this fact than Oro as an inheritor of the beast spirit codex. Those 9 fiery scales, as well as that crystal core inside its body, were enough to form a set of nitrox. Nitrox, or also called an instantaneous accelerator, gave a user super acceleration. At present, Xia Fei's speed surpassed 30,000 kilometers per second, but if he was holding on to nitrox, he could see his speed increase by 3-fold, reaching 90,000 kilometers per second. The 9 vertical scales were the key to activating nitrox, with every activation consuming 1 scale. This meant that he could instantly accelerate 9 times, and the 9-armored land drake scales would appear fiery red when fully grown. A 3-fold increase would just be the minimum, since it was possible for it to reach 4 or even 5 times the speed. If his opponent had a speed of 50,000 while he only had 30,000, there was no doubt that the slower Xia Fei would fall into passivity. After all, it was a huge headache to face someone with superior speed. Even an immemorial mystical armament like Peacock Blue would have trouble ensnaring such an opponent. So how would Xia Fei be able to give them a beating if he could not even pin them down? How would he be able to pierce them with the blood crystal? If he had nitrox, Xia Fei could instantaneously suppress his enemies, and the unlucky ones would be those completely unprepared to face this sudden acceleration. Charging over, a single cut would decide the battle. Clean and decisive. Against enemies who were faster than him, nitrox was definitely a must. The corners of his lips curled as Xia Fei mused. Though the 9-armored land drake is good, this group doesn't seem friendly. Just as the old demon lord wanted to ask why, that old gentleman on the bridge suddenly spoke. Do you all want this beast king drake of mine? That's right. Why don't you tell us your price? A mercenary with curly hair stepped up and asked. Humph. The old gentleman scoffed. This drake is my precious, and there's no way I'm selling it. You can try and kill it if you've got the ability to. This old man won't complain if you succeed. Those are your words, not mine. You'd better not be heartbroken if I end up killing it. That pack of mercenaries all got excited as they began yelling all together. However, the older gentleman's face turned frigid. If you fail to kill my precious, you'll have to hand over the weapon you've got in your hands as compensation. The mercenaries all wavered. It turned out that this old coot wanted to have a wager with them, letting them use their weapons to attack the 9-armored land drake. If they failed, they would all have to hand over their weapons. It was as if the drake understood the language they were speaking, for it raised its head high and proudly, looking like it did not care about what was being discussed. The mercenaries were all enraged, raring to give it a shot. Unfortunately, they did not know that it was an undead exotic beast. It would hardly be worth much if a simple stab was all it took to kill the undead. This was not mentioning the fact that the 9-armored land drake was a level 9 beast king, only a step away from being a divine beast. Forget these mercenaries. Even a law emperor or a great law emperor would be useless against it. An undead exotic beast was just that transcendental of an existence. Let me go first. A silly fatty unclasped a trident from his waist. It was inky black, looking like it was a fairly decent weapon. Old man, you're too full of yourself. Today, I'll let you know that there's no such thing as an unkillable exotic beast. The elder gentleman stroked his beard, a look of disapproval appearing when he heard that statement. Meanwhile, that 9-armored land drake's head seemed to have lifted even higher as its golden beady eyes became filled with scorn. The fat mercenary bellowed with rage and stabbed his trident forward. Squelch! His trident stabbed into the land drake's body, but that strange beast did not even flinch, as if it were a statue. What's going on here? The mercenaries were all bewildered, completely at a loss. Does it not know pain? Not even bleeding? Is this lizard a fake? Just as everyone was airing out their exasperation and surprise, they saw that black trident slowly get pushed out from its body, falling onto the bridge. Meanwhile, the wound that the trident created moments ago healed up as if nothing had happened. It closed up. This lizard couldn't have an immortal body, could it? The mercenaries were all visibly annoyed. None of them had witnessed such a magical scene before. The wound actually healed by itself? What else was there left to say? Could this strange lizard really possess an immortal body? The elder gentleman chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, that trident on the floor of the bridge disappeared. That settles it. Your weapon's mine. Is there anyone else who dares make another attempt? Go on ahead. Saying this, the gentleman threw an inadvertent glance at Xia Fei. With him standing so near, the young man had obviously seen and heard this. When he saw that Xia Fei was not making a move, that curly-haired mercenary stepped up and attempted to attack the 9-armored land drake. Having learned from his comrade's lesson, he used a knife that glowed blue and stabbed it right into the lizard's head. Anyone could tell that it had been coated with a layer of poison, showing just how sinister this method was. Unfortunately, how could an undead exotic beast be poisoned? His weapon was also taken by the gentleman. Everyone was infuriated, each of them trying all sorts of means and weapons to attack the beast. The 9-armored land drake did not care, and the elder gentleman did not step in to stop them, either. In just the span of 2 seconds, the lizard had managed to abstract over 20 weapons from the crowd. Daggers, long knives, short swords, and long swords. There was even an awl, which was used to pry open red wine corks. Clatter! These weapons all dropped to the ground like before, while the beast's body, which was filled with injuries, had all but healed in less than a second. Everyone was flabbergasted. The expression on their faces was priceless. Amazing. Truly amazing. The elder gentleman collected all the weapons on the ground as he cupped his hands. I must admit that you, gentlemen, have been far too kind to give me so many precious weapons, enough for this old man to buy plenty of wine. The mercenaries all bristled in anger, but they had no idea what to say. At the end of the day, they had a verbal agreement that they would relinquish their weapons if they failed to kill that lizard. So their only option was to suppress whatever frustration they felt bubbling inside. Xia Fei had been watching everything with a cold smirk. He strode over, and these mercenaries tacitly parted a path for him. None of them had the disappointment they were showing before, but were evidently very excited. Instead, Shuffle, the 9-armored land drake, which had been very arrogant before, suddenly lowered its head like a frosted eggplant, its entire body going soft as it kept licking Xia Fei's 2 feet, appearing to be absolutely servile. Everyone was very puzzled. Xia Fei had neither said a word nor done anything. So why would the undead level 9 Beast King just go soft like that? Its air of majesty had disappeared as well. Slap. Xia Fei gave Furball, who was perched on his shoulder as usual, a slap. Why did you go and scare it? Furball was now as small as a peanut and was hardly conspicuous. No one would have noticed him had Xia Fei not moved his hand. Furball was not in the least bit annoyed after taking a hit from Xia Fei. Instead, he became even more eager to ingratiate himself to Xia Fei. The mercenaries had no clue just what sort of creature Furball was, but the older gentleman was very much aware. The expression on his face was livid, as sweat the size of beans trickled down. A holy beast. That's the holy beast Shatterstar. The elder gentleman yelped in his mind. This was especially so after he saw how Xia Fei had just given the holy beast a tight slap. That act frightened him immensely. It was far more appropriate for most to treat the holy beast with reverence. Who would even dare to do what Xia Fei did and slap the beast? Did he not know that what he struck was a dignified holy beast? That was not all. Just as the elder gentleman was still reeling from shock, Xia Fei chided Furball once more. Remember, it's not okay to scare others. Furball nodded his head as if he understood what Xia Fei had said. You need to kill them like I do. Xia Fei said this very casually, as if he were discussing whether to eat bread or biscuit for breakfast. With that said, a red blur flashed past right into the 9-armored land drake's back. The 1.5-meter-long lizard was fat and weird. The instant his blood crystal stabbed its flesh, the Beast King 9-armored land drake let out a shrill cry of heart-rending pain. Without any resistance, it pleaded pitifully and was overcome with fright. Whoosh! Like a football that had been deflated, the 9-armored land drake, which weighed over 300 pounds, rapidly shrank. 1 second, the level 9 Beast King, which was still alive a second ago, turned into a dried-up mummy almost instantaneously. Thunk! Xia Fei shattered the desiccated carcass with a single kick, locating its golden crystal core within. Then he took the 9 vertical scales on its back, holding them in his hand to observe. Everything had happened so quickly. Before the crowd could react, Xia Fei had already taken care of the 9-armored land drake. They all showed unbelievably shocked faces, looking as devastated as if their own mother had died. This was especially true for the elderly gentleman, whose turbid eyes were shedding tears. Thanks. After saying just that one word, Xia Fei patted the dumbfounded Seth and continued along his way across the wooden bridge. To even offer up an undead Beast King so that you could put on a show, you guys are truly very professional, Xia Fei seemingly said to himself. Cough. Hearing that, the already heartbroken elder gentleman could no longer hold back and actually threw up a mouthful of blood. He went pale. Stop right there. The gentleman wiped the blood from his mouth and shakily got up. Stop right there. The gentleman wiped the blood from his mouth and shakily got up. Xia Fei really came to a halt, turning around to give them a smile. What? Was I mistaken? Everyone was speechless. They looked questioningly at the elder gentleman. Actually, this person was none other than Hyacinth's father, Otter, and this show had indeed been his orchestration from the start. The atmosphere got a little tense. Seth rolled up his sleeves and stood beside Xia Fei. He had no idea what was happening, but he did get the sense that the situation was going awry. Elder Otter could not take that comment lying down, so he called for Xia Fei to stay. He had practically gone dizzy from anger by now. He really wanted to chide Xia Fei for doing something wrong, but he could not just point out what exactly the latter did wrong. After all, this had been a scenario he set up, and the undead 9-armored land drake was something he allowed others to kill. However, it just so happened that the undead exotic beast was no match for Blood Crystal. Xia Fei did not waste any strength to kill it, even harvesting its precious resources, which were enough for him to make nitrox along the way. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, turning round and stalking over. His expression exuded his killing intent. These mercenaries immediately stood in front of Otter once they saw the change in the situation. At this point, even a fool could tell that they had all been on the same side to begin with. The term impersonator was nothing more than an euphemism. The truth was that these impersonators were more like swindlers. Imitating others was just a part of their subterfuge, but more often than not, it was just layers and layers of scenarios, nothing more than activities which allowed them to swindle others. How very interesting. I came here today in order to ask Hyacinth for help in doing some things, which more or less makes me a potential client. I don't mind that you all rejected my request, but to turn around and spring this trap for me to walk into. Just what could be the reason for this? Xia Fei asked coldly, strolling over slowly as he did. Seth knew how powerful this group was. He originally had no intention of clashing with Hyacinth, but he had no choice but to put his life on the line for Xia Fei, so all he could do was puff his chest out and glare menacingly. Elder Otter's expression changed many times before he hissed through gritted teeth. You're the one who injured my granddaughter first. BLLSHD. Xia Fei cursed unceremoniously. If not for your precious granddaughter seeking to trick me, would I retaliate? Besides, I could have easily killed anyone if it had been my intention to do so, not to mention a 14-year-old girl. I wouldn't even break a sweat killing the lot of you together. What arrogance! We, Hyacinth, aren't no pushovers, the curly-haired, middle-aged man yelled, furious as well. Whoosh! Xia Fei suddenly disappeared from where he stood, and when the next time he appeared, he had already scored an uppercut directly at that curly-haired man's chin. Crack! His lower jawbone shattered, and several teeth and purple blood came flying out. Due to the force from the uppercut, that man who weighed over 200 pounds went flying out in a parabolic arc, like a kite with its string cut, before he landed into the river nearby. Splash! What do I have to do with you being pushovers? You claim I'm arrogant? Why don't I show you all what true arrogance means? In this world, our fists do the talking, so if you think you've got a hard enough fist, come right at me. If you can survive one round against me, I'll take your surname. I see killing intent pervaded. Xia Fei had really gotten enraged by now, and the pent-up rage in his belly was having free rein of his emotions. A powerful aura instantly engulfed that bridge, shrouding the bamboo forest all around. Russell, those members of Hyacinth, who had been hiding in the forest, all arrived at that bridge, forming a mob of over 100. Aside from Hyacinth and his wife Poria, this organization of impersonators, who had not tasted defeat in 25 years, all assembled. The warriors among them stood in front, and even those support members who were not particularly versed in combat also eyed Xia Fei furiously. That uppercut Xia Fei had delivered was a sort of signal. He was intent on becoming enemies with the Hyacinth. On one side was an elite organization from exile grounds, and on the other side stood Xia Fei and Seth. Though it was just the two of them, Xia Fei did not have the slightest inclination to retreat. His stern gaze did not seem to be showing any regard for any of these 100 men before him whatsoever. Grinding his teeth, Seth quickly calculated the ultimate results of what might actually happen if they were to clash. As a level 2 Law Emperor, taking on 30-odd men at once was no problem, while Xia Fei and his unfathomable cultivation was someone Seth admired greatly. Crag defense could hardly hold against Xia Fei, so Seth had no doubt that these impersonators could do anything to him, either. Just a bit of mental simulation, and Seth soon realized that his side had a very high chance of winning. As such, he stepped in front of Xia Fei and lectured the enemy loudly. You swindlers actually dared to challenge my master? How preposterous. You must all be tired of living. If you don't kneel and apologize soon, I'm afraid I'll have to tear you all up and feed you to the dogs. Otter's expression chilled. Seth's words were akin to dousing a fire with oil. With how things had escalated, it seemed like there was no other outcome to this situation aside from a fight. Plop. Seth was secretly pleased with his grand show of loyalty, but what he had not expected was for Xia Fei to pick him up directly and toss him several meters out. His huge frame crashed down on the bridge, the impact almost strong enough for him to break through the wooden bridge. Scram. I don't need you here. Xia Fei growled discourteously. These people did not know Xia Fei, but many knew about Seth, and they knew that he was a Law Emperor with the rare law of defense. The fact that a Law Emperor would accept Xia Fei as his master was shocking enough, but for Xia Fei to treat Seth so rudely as well, picking him up and throwing him with such force that he lay sprawled on the ground, not even giving the man a sliver of face. Just what sort of logic was that? Otter was secretly bemoaning his fate deep down. He had always enjoyed studying exotic beasts since young, and he knew that the little ball on Xia Fei was the holy beast Shatterstar. Given how Xia Fei had unreservedly slapped a holy beast, of course he would not hold any regard for Law Emperor Seth, either. There were plenty of law emperors in the circle, but the holy beast Shatterstar was a unique existence. Otter could tell from Xia Fei's slapping furball that he was definitely not an enemy to be trifled with. It was just that the undead beast King Nine-Armored Land Drake had been his companion for many years, and he could not bear seeing it die just like that. That was why he had yelled at Xia Fei like he did, but he did not expect that his own disciples would take it as the old man deciding to reduce this matter into a fight, so they all showed themselves from their hiding spots. You may come at me all at once. Xia Fei came to a halt about a dozen meters away from where they all stood, uttering out this line emotionlessly. Everyone gritted their teeth and looked at Otter, waiting for him to give the order. Otter was deathly afraid of giving this order. He knew that Xia Fei would not show even a hint of mercy once he acted, and a single mistake would be all it took for Hyacinth to be wiped fresh of their existence from here on out. The crowd was visibly agitated, but the elderly Otter pondered over just how he could perfectly back away from this conflict without crossing Xia Fei or causing himself to lose face. It just so happened that this was the very moment when that curly-haired man, who had been tossed into the river, came charging out, his two hands holding high a great axe, which was cleaving right at Xia Fei. Because his lower jaw had been shattered by Xia Fei's punch, his mouth was a mangle of flesh. No one could tell just what he was trying to say, and it seemed like he was demanding for Xia Fei to pay a similar price. Don't! Otter yelled in his panic. He knew very well that there was still a way to guide this altercation toward a peaceful resolution, but if this conflict escalated, hypothetically, then there would be no end to the slaughter ahead. Unfortunately for him, his words had come out a step too late. Everyone saw as Xia Fei's figure suddenly disappeared, abruptly grabbing a hold of that curly-haired man in midair as easy as if he were catching a sparrow. He used two fingers to seize that man's throat, and the slightest exertion of force from Xia Fei caused that man to howl. The water of the river was intermingled with purple blood, which kept dripping off the bridge. Even his tears had mixed in, and another thing mixing from this release of bodily fluids was pee. Seeing just how powerful Xia Fei was, the old demon lord chuckled. Looks like you're not planning to hire Hyacinth anymore. Kill them all, and Exiled Grounds may not have a stronger organization anymore. Why don't you let them off if they're willing to cooperate with you? Xia Fei frowned. Originally, I didn't plan to trouble this group of impersonators who make a living out of cheating people, but the fact that they dared to come up with a plan just to take my weapon. You're of greater seniority. You ought to understand just how serious a problem this is. Oro did not say another word. A warrior's weapon was akin to their life, and its importance could not be further emphasized. It was a good thing that Xia Fei had seen through this ruse. Not only did he not lose his blood crystal, he even managed to kill the undead Beast King. However, their initial intention was sinister, and they had violated a great taboo for a warrior. Pursing his lips, Oro found it hard to say what he originally wanted to say in an attempt to persuade Xia Fei. If he were in his shoes, Hyacinth might probably already be subjected to great calamity at this moment. Just as he thought that there would be no way to clean up this mess, a sudden cry interrupted the tense atmosphere. Brother Ah Fei, Brother Seth, have mercy. From afar, Hyacinth and Poria came running over in a panic, and behind them were Sakura and the teenager Sambo. Though Sakura was pampered, she had never been someone who had a bad nature, and she was a lot smarter than people of her age. She had been hiding in the forest, wanting to watch the situation with Xia Fei unfold, but Xia Fei ended up seeing through Otter's ruse, and both sides clashed as a result. Sakura knew that impersonators were no warriors. Their strength lay in using disguises to perform trickery and subterfuge. There was no way that they would be a match for a professional warrior like Xia Fei. In the first place, she had been the one who caused this situation by embellishing details, which infuriated Otter and caused him to attempt cheating Xia Fei of his weapon, just so they could show him what they were capable of. However, now that his plan had failed and Xia Fei had been angered, the instigator Sakura was of course terrified. She ignored the consequences of letting her parents find out and ran back home to bring both Hyacinth and Poria over. Brother Ah Fei, let us talk things over properly. We are all friends here. Is there a need for such escalation? Hyacinth anxiously implored. Xia Fei let out a mirthless laugh. I treated you all as friends, but did you all extend the same kindness to me? A tiger will be mistaken for a sick cat if it doesn't show its fangs. To think that you'd actually plan to cheat me of my weapon. A warrior's weapon is akin to their second life. Just how do you intend to settle this score? While his words sounded unforgiving, Xia Fei still showed a measure of leeway. That was because he had suddenly thought of a plan that could possibly allow him to take a sizable bite off Hyacinth. The scary thing about Xia Fei was his willingness to stake his life whenever he went crazy, while his analytical skills were overwhelming when he saw reason. Be it martial or aptitude means, Xia Fei was not someone who would let anyone take advantage of him. Hyacinth's expression froze slightly. His eyes were looking strangely at these comrades whom he had worked with all these years. A quick glance of his father's look of uncertainty, and Hyacinth instantly understood everything there and then. Brother Ah Fei, I am the leader of this organization, so I will bear full responsibility for this transgression. Can you let my comrades off and slowly discuss this? Sakura clenched her teeth and admitted through quivering lips. Actually, this whole thing is my fault. Xia Fei cut the girl off gruffly before she could even finish. He could already tell that there was something strange about this. Though he did not manage to come to an agreement with Hyacinth for their services, it would not have devolved into a point where they would see the need to target him. Xia Fei instantly understood everything when Sakura spoke up. It turned out that it was this lass who had instigated things. After having figuratively gotten a hold of Hyacinth by its pigtail, Xia Fei was in the process of acquiring the organization's aid. So if Sakura took the initiative to admit her mistake right now, Xia Fei would be unable to act viciously. At the end of the day, she was still a little girl, and there was no way that Xia Fei could be petty over the antics of a child. You don't have to say anything more. I don't care what excuses you give. What's done is done. I don't care if you try to placate me with flattery or try to deny what happened. Playtime is over. Xia Fei ominously barked. I'll give you two options. Either we let go by the rules of a warrior and let this descend into a massacre, with me facing every one of you, or we can follow the rules of you, impersonators, and let us do a ruse-off. It will also be me against all of you. Since we're doing this, let's do it to the utmost. I'll let you all experience a convincing defeat. Everyone gathered was completely taken aback by this. Xia Fei intended to challenge Hyacinth all by himself. It would be either a martial or aptitude challenge. Such arrogance. Absolute arrogance. Xia Fei's arrogance was embedded in his bones. With his aura of insufferable arrogance rearing its ugly head, everyone on that bridge could feel the pressure he was exerting. A dole of turtle doves nearby might have perhaps been affected by this stifling aura he was giving off, so they flew away in a panic from within the forest, getting away as far as they could from this place. Yours truly will let you all experience a satisfying defeat today. Xia Fei's two eyes were filled with rage as he raised his one hand and made this declaration. After that moment of shock subsided, this mob, which was acknowledged to be the best impersonators in exiled grounds, all flashed him a disdainful smile. Even Elder Otter heaved a sigh of relief. If they were to compete in terms of their martial strength, Hyacinth would not have too much confidence in coming out on top. There were just under 30 in the organization who could be considered warriors, but even they were incomparable to actual professional warriors. After all, they had to take care of many logistical tasks on top of training their martial techniques. They also had to learn the methods required to set up the scenarios for impersonators, so they would surely be worse off in both the degree of specialization and what combat experience they had. However, Xia Fei had given Hyacinth the right to choose the challenge, meaning that there was no way that they would be competing in terms of their martial strength, but rather through a ruse-off between either party. A ruse-off was essentially a scam, and impersonation was a means of method for Hyacinth. Their real goal was to cheat and acquire, and as a top-class organization that specialized in such acts, they of course had the qualifications to be proud of themselves, since this was what they were good at. However, a look at Xia Fei's arrogant expression, and Hyacinth could not help but be somewhat worried. There was a saying about how someone who had not specialized in something would not dare to be so rash as to undertake said task. It seemed like Xia Fei was also similarly confident in his ability to compete in this aspect. Old swindlers who had traveled the world could not help but be nervous, guessing that Xia Fei must have some trump card he had yet to unveil. Those are your words. You must be rather bold to actually dare challenge us, Hyacinth, in a ruse-off. Your boldness is worthy of praise, but it is foolish not to know your limits. Different from the caution that the older generation of impersonators like Hyacinth, Poria, and Otter felt, the younger members all verbally mocked Xia Fei. To them, this was nothing more than a joke. Xia Fei must truly be overbearingly haughty that he would even dare to pit himself against Hyacinth with its flawless 25-year record. Sakura was very surprised, too. She had not been turned off by Xia Fei's brazen challenge, but was, instead, strongly piqued and in awe by him. Girls loved heroes, and Sakura suddenly felt that Xia Fei was a lot taller and bigger than before. Even though she did not think that Xia Fei could win against her father and grandfather, at least he had the guts to challenge them. There were plenty who would not have even made the attempt. This time, Ah Fei will lose for sure. Hyacinth's skills are no joke. Could he really have gone insane to actually want to challenge us to a ruse-off? Sambo, who was standing beside Sakura, felt relieved. Tisk. Sakura pouted as she swept her gaze over her fellow Rockies. What's there to be so happy about? Ruses are our bread and butter. There's hardly any honor if we win. They're so disgraceful, acting all happy like that. Have none of them thought that Ah Fei is a warrior, and that they may not even be his match even after ganging up together if he really clashes against us? Her bright eyes stared at Xia Fei. Sakura bit her lower lip and softly stated, "One against many. Even if he loses, it will be a valiant defeat." Sambo knitted his eyebrows. Sakura, he's an outsider, after all. How could you speak for an outsider? So what if he is? He has far more courage than you all. Go away. I don't want you around me anymore. Sakura's willfulness was acting up again. Sambo's face was originally purple, but it turned into an ugly shade, similar to that of a pig's liver, after hearing what Sakura said. Women were said to be very outspoken, and it seemed that this was very true. Sambo was on the verge of dejection. It was clearly Sakura who had incited her grandfather into dealing with Xia Fei, causing this situation to descend into its current unmanageable state. Now, Sakura was speaking up for the human. Not too long ago, the man threw her into a muddy puddle. Not only did she no longer bear a grudge, she even showed a measure of fondness and respect for the bully Xia Fei. Just what sort of logic was this? If I knew that this would happen, I'd have beaten you up, too, Sambo indignantly said as he watched her walk away. How would Xia Fei know that he had inadvertently left a very bad impression on the mind of the idiot Sambo, who now believed that it was necessary to beat up a woman in order to woo her? Actually, in the ancient times, there were ancestors who would find a solid stick and bludgeon the one that they were fond of, dragging them back into a cave to consummate. Somehow, Sambo's thinking was no different from the ancient ones right now, a return to the old ways. Unfortunately, they were already a spacefaring society, and technique was required in everything. Though Xia Fei did manage to beat out feelings from someone, the young Sambo would most likely end up paying a terrible price if he tried to reenact the same thing. Splash! Xia Fei tossed that curly-haired man in his hand on the bridge. The latter then curled up and coughed heavily. Hyacinth furrowed his brows and ordered someone to help the man back. He approached Xia Fei by himself. Since brother Ah Fei has thrown the gauntlet, we will accept your challenge. Xia Fei smiled and lit a cigarette. So you've decided? Hyacinth slightly nodded. I've already seen what brother Ah Fei is capable of, and we will merely be overestimating ourselves if we accept a martial fight. We are impersonators, not warriors, after all, so we can only accept the aptitude challenge. We shall do a ruse-off. Xia Fei pouted. Hyacinth had spoken with great morality, as if Xia Fei had forced him to pick the ruse-off challenge. His eyes gave away smugness, seemingly having already assumed that Xia Fei would lose terribly. Seth tugged at Xia Fei and hesitantly stated, "Master, perhaps you should reconsider this." Worry was etched all over his face. Seth did not believe that Xia Fei could win against these very clever swindlers. Xia Fei did not give any indication beyond a casual. The method will be very simple. Since you're all impersonators, we'll have a competition of impersonation. Hyacinth was slightly stunned before letting out a gasp of relief. Impersonation meant disguising as someone different. This was their line of work, and they were able to imitate a stranger right down to the slightest detail. No matter how they look or what they did, they would not have any problem at all. Xia Fei actually wanted to challenge impersonators in impersonation? That was as good as pointing the barrel of a gun right into his own mouth. No one would be optimistic of his chances. Still, I wonder how we will be competing. Hyacinth was gloating deep down, but his face was completely stern, looking very proper and humble. Even Seth could not bear to watch this any longer, believing that the man is clearly just bullying his master. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile. It's very simple. There will be two of me later, and as long as you can determine who's the real one and which is the fake, you'll win. There was no need to tell just how happy Hyacinth felt deep down. They were all experts at impersonation and disguises, and he was even feeling a slight pity towards Xia Fei. This was clearly an act of trying to crack a stone with eggs, and Xia Fei must clearly have shorted out in his mind so much so that he would want to compete in this. All right, we'll do as you suggested. Feeling that the win was well within his grasp, Hyacinth spoke a lot more easily and gave off the air of a master. Xia Fei coldly harumphed. There ought to be something to be wagered for winning or losing, right? Hyacinth agreed. But of course, we'll listen to what brother Ah Fei suggests. Xia Fei had been waiting for these words. Flicking away the cigarette butt in his hand, drawing a beautiful arc in the air before it landed in the water, Xia Fei somberly said, "Then let's bet our lives." He had not uttered this line loudly, but it was enough for everyone present to hear him. They were all astounded. A life wager was unlike anything else. Losing meant that their lives would be forfeit, and whether they lived or died would depend on what the other demanded. This was too heavy a bet to make. Sure enough, Hyacinth was worthy of being the leader of these impersonators. While others would panic upon hearing that, he, instead, appeared calm and composed. Brother Ah Fei, you are but one person, and we have over 100 lives here. Won't it be a little unfair for us to wager our lives on this? Xia Fei simply replied, "Who says it's just me? I have the Law Emperor Seth with me and the Holy Beast Shatterstar on my shoulder. The 3 lives of us will be used in exchange for yours, your father's, and your daughter's life. Isn't that fair?" Well, Hyacinth hesitated. Xia Fei was very strong. Seth was also very strong. And the Holy Beast Shatterstar was a unique existence throughout the entire universe. It almost seemed as if they were the ones who would be at the advantage if they wagered with them evenly. However, never could he understand just what trump card Xia Fei held that he would dare bet his life on this. There was no need to mention the regret that Seth was feeling. He had been afraid of being hunted down by Quinn, which was why he sold himself off as a slave. He did not think that he would meet a master who would be so insane. Had he known that this would happen, he would have just gone all out against Quinn. At least then, he would not be used by Xia Fei as a wager. Furball stuck his tongue out unhappily, but he was not worried about Xia Fei. He knew very well just how insane his master was, and that Xia Fei was no fool. There was no way he would take on a fight he was not confident in winning, and winning measured risks had always been a move Xia Fei often used. The crowd was reeling. Nobody had expected this wager to be so significant. Hyacinth noticed his father slightly nod as he hesitated. He let out a sigh and knew right away what Otter meant. He was an impersonator. Even if he were to take a subsequent loss from an outsider like Xia Fei, though the latter might not want to take his life, he would no longer have the face to continue living, either. He would simply become a laughingstock to everyone of his species. Facing such a situation, the only option he had was to accept. It was uncharacteristic for the purple-blood Rockies to be cowards. I agree. Hyacinth readily nodded once he thought about this, quite decisively regaining the graceful bearing that he had as the top impersonator. Xia Fei did not say a word, though the corner of his mouth did curve into a strange arc. Hyacinth was the first to step forward in the first round of this ruse-off. 2 middle-aged men of Hyacinth appeared on the bridge. Their clothes, looks, height, weight, and facial features were all the same. Even their breathing was at the same cadence. They sure lived up to their name as top impersonators and being part of an organization that had not met with failure in 25 years. Though it was unknown who was impersonating Hyacinth, they were no doubt an expert. It was not hard to impersonate someone, and the hardest to impersonate would be their disposition. And these 2 Hyacinth's heartbeat and breathing were even in sync. It was completely unbelievable. These impersonators had long realized that, when 2 people appeared at the same time, they would likely see an increase in heartbeat due to feelings of doubts, and their blood pressure would rise as well. Any impersonator with experience would be able to determine who was real and who was fake by this. In order to avoid being exposed, Hyacinth had studied a physiological synchronization skill. So forget about Xia Fei wanting to differentiate the two in this manner. Even someone in their line of work would be unable to determine the real from the fake, and this was something he was very confident about. The time limit was 3 minutes, where he would have to admit defeat if he could not identify the real Hyacinth between the two. Delighted chuckles sounded from the forest around. Honestly, even these juniors of Hyacinth had no way of telling the real from fake, so they were absolutely certain that Xia Fei would lose. This was why they were laughing, with some even ridiculing Xia Fei. The left is the fake, Xia Fei softly answered. He did not even look at the two intently. The mockery came to an awkward stop. They had not even properly displayed their arrogance in full, yet Xia Fei had slapped them back to reality. The two Hyacinths sweated profusely, nearly fainting over. Not even 10 seconds had passed. The top-class master impersonator Hyacinth could not even last 10 seconds against Xia Fei. Now, that was what mockery really meant. The group was suddenly silent. Because Xia Fei had only taken 10 seconds to discover who was the impersonator. No way. Did Brother Hyacinth fail again? A member of the impersonator organization exclaimed in shock. Everyone suddenly remembered after hearing this that Xia Fei had already seen through Hyacinth's ruse before, and this time would be the second. The most renowned impersonator in the exiled grounds ended up losing consecutively? Who would have believed this? Enough blathering. Do any of you know which is fake? Nope. I can't tell them apart. That's right. Even we failed to see through Brother Hyacinth, so Ah Fei must have gotten lucky. Don't forget that it isn't just about spotting the impersonator. He must also provide the reason. It's still considered a loss if he doesn't provide a reasonable logic behind his choice. The crowd nodded their heads repeatedly. There were only 2 choices in such a true or false ruse, so there's a 50% chance of getting it right. That was why they had to also provide a believable reason aside from identifying the impersonator from the real deal. The reason why these juniors of Hyacinth were speechless was that Xia Fei had already differentiated the real from the fake. None of them had been able to make sense of this. So how could they know whether Xia Fei was right or wrong? Brother Hyacinth, say something. Is he correct or not? Do you even have to ask? He must have given a wild guess. Why else do you think Brother Hyacinth is ignoring him? Oh, so I see. I thought that Ah Fei had seen through him. Heck no. Brother Hyacinth is the greatest impersonator of all time. How could he lose like that? We need to teach this conceited rascal a proper lesson. Let him know just how great we impersonators are. To actually dare make a wild guess and muddle through this ruse off. How utterly detestable. The juniors and disciples were all confident that Xia Fei had no clue. The louder they got, the more hurt Hyacinth felt in his heart as he stood there on the bridge. This was because Xia Fei had actually gotten the correct answer. The 2 Hyacinths sweated profusely, one paled while the other went livid. The former's calf shook ever so slightly, while the latter ground his teeth. Everyone else was behind them, so none of them knew the torture that these 2 were currently experiencing. The 25 years that they were so proud of, their fame that had spread across the stars, was shattered like dust in the wind at this moment, all due to Xia Fei's answer. A completely emotionless reveal. You're correct, Hyacinth unwillingly admitted after quite some time passed. He did not speak loudly, soft like the buzzing of a fly. Brother Hyacinth, what did you just say? We didn't hear it. Say it once more for that pretentious rascal to hear. Those behind him were still deluding themselves, and every word they said was like a little knife that stabbed right into Hyacinth's shivering heart. I said, he's correct. Unable to bear it any longer, Hyacinth yelled his answer word by word. As if he was being slapped each time, his face turned red. Thunk. Several men collapsed onto the ground. They were unable to accept the truth. Did the renowned Hyacinth actually lose? Some of the more disgruntled continued to shout after a pause. Tell him to give us the reason. We'd tear him apart if he merely guessed the answer. That's right. What's the reason? Speak, or none of us will let you off today. Brother Hyacinth, don't worry. That kid must have been guessing. They were clutching onto this final straw. These juniors clamored once more, while a slight hope wavered in Hyacinth's heart, hoping that Xia Fei had indeed just guessed correctly. The latter would suffer heavy reprisals if he failed to give a good reason. Unfortunately, None of these people understood Xia Fei at all, and this hope of theirs would soon turn into despair. Not only do I know that the left is the impersonator, I even know that he is your brother Hyacinth's father. Xia Fei smiled as he faced the crowd. It's because he has this lingering scent on him, an exotic beast scent, most likely the residue from his many years of rearing exotic beasts. At that moment, Hyacinth and those impersonators were all left speechless. Everyone knew that Hyacinth's father, Otter, really liked exotic beasts, and he had a whole menagerie of beasts aside from his undead nine-armored land drake. When he was not on assignment, Otter would spend his time surrounded by these beasts, and the teenager Sambo's job was to help take care of these precious beasts of Otter's. There was once when Elder Otter borrowed a hefty sum of shared funds from Hyacinth, all just to buy a golden wing flying serpent, only clearing this debt just 2 years ago. This matter had even caused quite a bit of criticism to be levied his way, and if it had not been for Hyacinth being far too powerful, someone would have stepped up to impeach the old man already. To use public funds just so he could buy an exotic beast, it was evidence that Otter was truly a fanatic of exotic beasts. Everyone knew that what Xia Fei had said made sense, that it must have been the result of this lingering smell that exposed his identity. Hyacinth had mulled over long and hard in order to find someone who could impersonate himself, ultimately deciding that only those closest to him would be able to pull it off impeccably. His father, wife, and daughter were all the best choices, and they had the cultivation to do it. However, ever since Xia Fei saw through Sakura's previous impersonation, Hyacinth could not help but have reservations, afraid that Xia Fei would pick out some feminine traits that they were unable to hide. He had witnessed Xia Fei's keen observational skills firsthand, so his father, Otter, became the only choice. Otter had raised him until adulthood and had gotten along with each other over several decades. They shared the same blood and were truly kin, so he figured that this should work well, believing that there was really no one else out there who could better impersonate him. However, he still ended up surprised. Xia Fei had actually managed to see through his ruse again. Uncle Hyacinth's Universal Spring Flourish is a top-rated aura suppression technique. Even if there's any lingering scent of exotic beasts on Elder Otter, it should have been eliminated. So how could that be how he got discovered? The honest Sambo was still shaking his head, wondering to himself. This dissatisfied complaint was heard by the crowd, and that reminded everyone else about it. That's right. Universal Spring Flourish is an ultimate technique of ours. No one has seen through it in 25 years. So how could it not work with Ah Fei? There must be some trick to this. Could he be cheating us? Explain yourself. Just how did you counter Universal Spring Flourish? How did you discover the smell of exotic beasts? The crowd was riled again. No one could believe that Xia Fei had managed to see through the ultimate technique that Hyacinth had painstakingly studied. Hyacinth himself was suspicious of this explanation. His Universal Spring Flourish was similar to Xia Fei's breath control, able to eliminate an individual's presence, making it possible for the user to blend perfectly into a crowd. It also allowed for the synchronous control of the heart rate and blood pressure, so even people in their line of work could not see through the disguise at all. How could Xia Fei have succeeded? The racket got louder, but Xia Fei merely let out a cold chuckle. A bunch of fools. Do you all think I only depended on the scent to determine the fake? What else could you have relied on then? You're the one who said that Elder Otter had the smell of exotic beasts on him. Xia Fei swept his mocking gaze over the crowd as he answered. People who rear exotic beasts over a long time will carry a peculiar ferocity unique to exotic beasts. This sort of nature will seep deep into their very being, and every gesture they make will demonstrate this intensity. No amount of profound technique can mask that. Your Universal Spring Flourish can remove the scent that a nose is able to smell, but it can't remove the ferocity that has seeped into his very bones. That is how I sensed him. Besides this unerasable scent on him, your disguise can't be considered perfect, either. There's more, the crowd explained in shock. The hair. The number of hair strands a person has is in the tens of thousands, and it is the hardest to hide. Furthermore, a person will gradually grow white hair as they get older, and this white hair will first begin to deteriorate from the roots, the color of the hair fading until it's completely white. These are all flaws that you can't completely cover up. In any case, there's hair that is half white, where the top half is white while the bottom is still black. Xia Fei explained casually. giving these self-proclaimed impersonators a lesson. Nobody would have thought that besides the factor of odor, Xia Fei had even found 7 other flaws from Elder Otter's impersonation. Every difference he pointed out was a fatal flaw in itself. Reality has proven that there's simply no such thing as impeccable in this world, and it's really just a matter of how keen a person's observational skills are. Xia Fei was not too loud when he said this, but every word he said resonated loudly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nobody dared to believe that Xia Fei had even managed to count the number of hair strands on Hyacinth's head, remembering all their positions, which were white and which were only graying. This was some powerful eyesight. Everyone could not help but suspect if this young man before them was a monster or a human. How was it possible for his perception skills to have been honed to such a point, where it was even sharper than that of monsters? Xia Fei smirked. Don't any of you doubt my observation skills? Miss Sakura has 3 imperceptible moles under her chin that are smaller than sesame seeds, arranged to form an irregular triangle. In my home planet, women who have such a feature enjoy eating sweet food, the sort who won't get fat no matter how many they ate. Everyone ran over to Sakura's side and carefully inspected her. I don't see anything. Sakura, is what Ah Fei said true? I have an electron microscope on me. Someone really pulled out an electron microscope from a spatial ring, pointing it right to Sakura's chin. Meanwhile, Sakura herself had already been rendered speechless, her mouth hanging agape. What shocked her was not if she had any mole on her chin, or rather, she had been eating large amounts of candies every day, and she was able to maintain her figure despite the diet, where even a bit less would make her too skinny, and a bit more would make her seem too fat. It was exactly as what Xia Fei said. As for the 3 moles under her chin, even Sakura had no idea if that was true. I found them. There really are 3 moles. Aren't they too small? You need to use a microscope to even find them. Right? Just how exactly did he spot them? Everyone was completely disturbed by what Xia Fei had just proven. After all, Xia Fei was standing on the bridge, while Sakura was over in the forest a good 400 meters away. For Xia Fei to have spotted this from such a distance away, just what sort of visual acuity did the man possess? Unbeknown to any of these people, Xia Fei was someone who cultivated the beast's spirit codex, and when using ocular cognition, even a strand of hair would be unable to escape his eyes. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a line from the Journey to the West play. The reason why you have yet to become the Saint's son Wukong is that you have yet to meet the person who will give you your 3 moles. However, no matter how Xia Fei looked, the pretty Miss Sakura did not seem to look like a monkey, so it would be worth it if such a pretty monkey were to ascend. Who knew how his aid in discovering her 3 moles would have any impact on her life? While Xia Fei was entertaining his random thoughts, the impersonators had all already been sufficiently satisfied. Just as how there was always something superior to another, their impersonation techniques were all useless against Xia Fei's ocular cognition. The despondent atmosphere hung heavy, and it was too bad that Xia Fei had no plans of letting them off just yet. I already said that I'd fully convince you. I've already seen your inferior acting, so you can prepare to die after, Xia Fei coldly remarked. Sakura was stunned. She suddenly remembered that there was a wager of life and death on this. Is he willing to kill me? The contest was still ongoing, though this completely overwhelming advantage meant that it was no longer accurate to call this a contest. It was more like Xia Fei was holding a class for Hyacinth, a very simple and vivid class on observation and analysis. If Phantom were present, he would surely complain about Xia Fei bullying these people. He was a practitioner of ocular cognition, where even a fly would not be able to escape Xia Fei's sharp gaze when used. As the last inheritor of the Beast Spirit Codex, it was simply unfair for Xia Fei to challenge Hyacinth to this contest. However, Xia Fei was not the sort that would have reservation because of this. The poor must be brave enough to seek victory, and what was started must be seen through till the end. Now was not the time to be complacent. He had already made the decision to give it his all, to ruin the last bit of confidence Hyacinth had completely and utterly. Are you ready? Because now it should be my turn, Xia Fei simply said with an arched brow. Hyacinth's expression changed again. He had lost 2 rounds by now, and he would still have lost even if the next contest did not continue, so it would hardly affect the final outcome. Slightly opening his mouth, Hyacinth had no wish to continue this contest and wanted to admit defeat. You'll at least be able to save some face, his father softly whispered to his ear. Hyacinth froze slightly. Next would be for Xia Fei to set up his ruse, which he would attempt to see through. His father was right. If he could see through Xia Fei's impersonation like what the latter had just done, it would not be considered a complete loss, and he would at least be able to save himself some face. Xia Fei's observational skills were superb, but Hyacinth's own was not to be scoffed at, either. After all, he was an impersonator, and both disguise and the exposing of a disguise were both compulsory courses he had learned ever since he was young. It was very surprising to see that an outsider like Xia Fei could have such a high level of observation and analytical skills, but surely he would be incapable of serving up an impeccable disguise, would he? That would be far too overpowered. Just like that, Hyacinth grasped onto this final sliver of life-saving medicine and slightly nodded, his voice stern. Brother Ah Fei, you may begin. Go prepare over by the wooden bridge. I swear upon my honor that I won't sneak a peek. The somber atmosphere continued, as several members of Hyacinth walked over to the bridge, hoping that they could be of help in this final round. All of them knew that their impersonation had already been seen through, so if they failed to do the same to Xia Fei's disguise, then they would truly have lost every bit of pride. There was strength in numbers, and the organization had over 100 pairs of trained eyes. No matter how amazing Xia Fei's impersonation attempt could be, there was no way that it could not be exposed. A human would face plenty of major challenges in life. Everyone hoped to help this final round and earn back a bit of face for Hyacinth. Xia Fei chuckled. There's no need. My disguise needs only a handful of seconds. Kaboom. Just as he finished saying his words, a thick, black smoke rose from the bridge, which instantly surrounded Xia Fei. I'll tell you this. The Holy Beast Shatterstar will be my impersonation, if you can't even tell us apart. Xia Fei's voice could be heard coming out from the smoke, and Hyacinth's forehead sweated profusely. Xia Fei had very clearly told him that he would be using Fur Ball to disguise himself, which was like giving an opponent a handicap. Losing now would really be an utter disgrace to the Hyacinth name. Everyone held their breath and stared forward. The black smoke suddenly dissipated, and there were now two Xia Fei standing on the bridge. Every pair of eyes widened. What was it to be exactly the same? This was it. These Xia Feis were practically two peas in the same pod. There was not even a slight difference between the two. The impersonation skill was actually an extension of the law of matter. The law of matter's creation ability could be used to mimic another. Even experts like Hyacinth and Otter needed several dozens of minutes to prepare. After all, the utilization of the law of matter would expend some energy, and the detailed adjustments would take plenty of time. Just now, Hyacinth and Otter had both spent almost a good half an hour before they stepped out for the reveal, yet Xia Fei's disguise only took him a few seconds. This was a huge disparity, and it appeared that Xia Fei's disguise was no worse than what Hyacinth had achieved. It could even be a more detailed rendition. Just from the preparation time alone, the Exiled Ground's #1 master of impersonation, Hyacinth, had suffered a complete defeat. Everyone was just flabbergasted, holding their breath as their stars turned vacant. This was the first time they had all witnessed such a detailed impersonation. Lionheart Emperor Oro, who had not spoken for the longest time, sighed. You're really too much of a bully. Hyacinth used an impersonation technique, yet you used a cloning technique. The two of you are hardly even on the same level. Impersonation focuses on a physical transformation, to change the user into someone else. The cloning technique you did is a mirror image, projecting a copy of yourself into someone else. There's not even a millimeter of difference to be found, and every slightest detail is properly copied. I'd be the first to yell ghost if anyone in this group of people could discover any difference at all. Xia Fei was unperturbed. This is a contest that they agreed to. I didn't even force them at knife point. Oro laughed. You're right. These people have all been tricked by you without even realizing it. No matter how amazing a cloning technique is, there's no way for you to impersonate anyone but yourself. They just have no idea how powerful cloning techniques are, so of course they're bound to lose. They were only given 3 minutes, and with every second that ticked past, the whole lot slowly felt their surprise turn into uneasiness. Energy. Examined both their energy. Ah Fei used an exotic beast to be his impersonator, so there must be a difference in terms of their energy signatures. As long as we can sense their energy composition, we will surely be able to crack this. Sure enough, several experts who were adept at examining energy immediately began screening the two Xia Feis for irregularity. They're the same. Exactly the same. No way. Look closely. How could a human share the same energy composition as an exotic beast? It really is the same. There's not any difference at all. Everyone was shocked once more. The exact same energy composition? This was far too implausible. Impersonating a different life form was the hardest hurdle any impersonator had to overcome. This was especially true for exotic beasts and sapient life forms, of which the difference was heaven and earth. Truly, no one had a clue just how Xia Fei had been able to bridge this gap. Xia Fei found this to be quite hilarious deep down. The reason why he could act so arrogantly was obviously because he had something to rely on. The cloning technique, delusion, was not like other cloning techniques that could project several or even dozens of other clones, but it was capable of allowing energy to be transfused between user and clone. That was the most amazing aspect of delusion. Furball's energy had been absorbed into Xia Fei's body, while Xia Fei could also provide his energy to Furball. That was why everyone saw the same energy composition in both Furball and Xia Fei. The two of them were presently exchanging energies. Don't panic. If we can't surmise through energy screening, then we can try through smell. Exotic beasts and humans both have different scents. That's right. He used his sense of smell to differentiate Elder Otter and Brother Hyacinth. We can do the same as well. 3 members of the organization with the most sensitive noses came over and sniffed at Xia Fei's. I smell nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's impossible. Fei enjoys smoking a peculiar smoke. How could there be no smell on him at all? Xia Fei chuckled. There was definitely usually a light scent of tobacco on him, but he was currently using breath control. There would be no smell in a radius of 100 meters around him, and he would also appear insignificant. His breath control technique was even more brilliant than Hyacinth's universal spring flourish, and Xia Fei was well practiced with this ultimate technique from the assassin sect. He had even further improved upon it, breaking away from the original configuration and turning it into a brand new stealth technique. Only a fool would dream of identifying Xia Fei and Furball through the sense of smell alone. Thump! A tall impersonator pulled out heavy equipment from his spatial ring, looking like a shoulder-mounted bazooka as he pointed it at Xia Fei and Furball from a good distance. We don't have much time left. Let me use the ray analyzer. That's a good idea. That will surely work. A human and an exotic beast will reveal a different color when scanned by the analyzer. I refuse to believe that he's able to completely change even his body constitution. Everyone was invigorated, all of them approving this sort of precision instrument which sought to stay in a laboratory. Xia Fei pouted. Hyacinth's ugliness was really on full display at the moment, even pulling out instruments that belonged in a laboratory. It looked like this organization, which was so-called the greatest impersonators in exiled grounds, was already in a state where they were completely out of options. However, Xia Fei was not in the least bit concerned. Furball was his clone, meaning that every single cell on him was exactly the same. Even the most accurate precision instrument would be unable to see through this impersonation. Enough! Hyacinth bellowed with a stern expression on his face. These juniors were all stunned, not knowing just why he had stopped everyone. Is none of you content with how embarrassing you all are acting right now? Esteemed impersonators who actually have to rely on instruments so that they can tell real from fake. If word of this gets out, all Purple Blood Rockies will be too ashamed to face anyone anymore. None of you may want your dignity, but I do. Hyacinth was fuming, chiding these people behind him without any restraint. All of them lowered their heads, wordless. Why don't we just take a wild guess? The tall man, who had pulled out the ray analyzer, appeared not to be very bright, but even he felt awkward as he suggested this, scratching his head as he spoke. The veins on Hyacinth's forehead nearly popped out when he heard this, shuddering all over so much that he nearly fainted from the anger he was feeling. Are you so keen on humiliating ourselves even further? Okay. After saying the word okay thrice, Hyacinth could feel his throat seize. He then said the words that were stuck in his gullet that he had trouble uttering. We lost. His voice was filled with such sadness. It was 2 simple words, yet the meaning behind them weighed heavily. Hyacinth, who had been flawless for the last 25 years, finally lost. Furthermore, they had lost to an outsider like Xia Fei. This was truly what made it the toughest truth to accept. An awkward silence permeated the air for quite a while. Xia Fei was silent. Ultimately, he still needed Hyacinth and his men to help him do certain things, so he could not possibly kill them here and now, could he? Since Hyacinth was satisfied with this loss, it should be time for their reward. The carrot and the stick motivator was an approach that worked everywhere, after all. Master, you're really amazing. Just what sort of method did you do that allowed you to create another you? And you even suppressed your presence completely. Seth excitedly exclaimed. Seth was showering his master with utter admiration and praise, and his success over Hyacinth and the organization's reputation as being undefeated 25 years only made him even more pleased. It was as if he was the one who had won, puffing his chest out in pride. Hyacinth and the others were also listening intently, wanting to know just what Xia Fei intended to do at this point. With a smile, Xia Fei had just prepared himself an impassioned speech to make them completely yield to him, so that he could better assign them to do his bidding. However, this was when an urgent alarm blared, which caused Xia Fei to swallow the words that he had long prepared. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm sounded more and more pressing. The communicators that every member was holding were all making a din. The entire bamboo forest descended into chaos. Xia Fei was relieved that he had defeated Hyacinth, but that was not what was most important to him. The most important was how he could subjugate this organization and make them do his bidding. That was the ultimate goal. Xia Fei had come to exiled grounds this time. Just as Xia Fei was preparing to show them the carrot after the stick so that he could convince these impersonators to give their lives to him, an alarm repeatedly blared. In the beginning, the alarm came from just one of them, but soon, everyone's terminals began blaring in a matter of seconds. It seems like Hyacinth is in some sort of trouble. What should we do? Seth whispered into Xia Fei's ear to ask. These people are of use to me, so we should protect them at this critical juncture. Let's quietly observe the situation first, Xia Fei said in a low voice. Seth rolled up his sleeves and patted his chest as a guarantee towards Xia Fei, who ignored him. Xia Fei was not at all interested in pledges of loyalty. What mattered was the actions people did during crucial moments. It did not matter how beautiful the words used were, since it would just be evidence of their eloquence. It hardly proved anything concrete. Shepherdians are here. Those despicable scoundrels actually dared to launch a surprise assault while we're all away from the base. What are you all standing around for? Let's hurry back. Seeing the message their terminals had sent over, the crowd began panicking. There were two major species that specialized in subterfuge and impersonation, the Shepherdians and the purple-blooded Rockies. As the saying went, people working in the same profession were all rivals, and the two species hardly got along with each other. It was also normal for skirmishes between the two to occur, stabbing and bludgeoning each other when the opportunity surfaced. This was an unending feud that had been going on for quite a few years. As the top organization of the Rockies, Hyacinth had become the key to their species' revival, acquiring plenty of the Shepherdians' clients over the 20 years, stealing the limelight for quite a while. Shepherdians steadily retreated, their business no longer as good as before, practically to the point where they were struggling to make ends meet. Toward their nemesis, the Rockies, the hatred ran deep, and it was even more pronounced toward Hyacinth. Unfortunately, Hyacinth worked very discreetly and carefully. Their members were usually scattered in different locations, and rarely would they gather like today. Though the Shepherdians had investigated where Hyacinth resided, they had never had the chance to strike. After all, Hyacinth was where the face of the Rockies was. If they could not weed them out, roots and all in one go, they would surely receive a powerful retaliation. As such, the Shepherdians had secretly waited for the chance, and it just so happened that Xia Fei had arrived today, accidentally becoming the catalyst to this fight. Every one of these 100 Rockies in front of him was the elite of Hyacinth, and they had all gathered at the last minute to deal with Xia Fei. Their base was empty, for the elite members were all gathered in the bamboo forest or by the banks of the wooden bridge. The Shepherdians reckoned that the chance that they had been waiting for had finally arrived and thought that it would surely deal a severe blow to the morale of the Rockies if they could wipe out Hyacinth. This sneak attack, which had long been in the planning, was finally enacted. The Shepherdians infiltrated under the guise of the Chief Arhut mercenary team. Also, they could wipe out Hyacinth in one fell swoop. It had to be said that the Shepherdians were actually very shrewd. Chief Arhut mercenary team was an independent group with over 90% of the members being Shepherdians. If Hyacinth got wiped out, the purple-blooded Rockies would find it difficult to pin their rage to the Shepherdians since the ones who did the deed were part of an independent mercenary team and had little connection to the species as a whole on the surface. Thus, whether they won or lost, the Shepherdians could not be implicated in this plan to attack the Hyacinth. The crowd was in an uproar. The whole lot was requesting to return and defend their headquarters. They were all terribly upset that Hyacinth had just lost to Xia Fei, so they had no idea how they should deal with the SOS sent by their headquarters. All right, we'll immediately form up for a counterattack. Kappa, with you leading your men as the vanguard, get ready to conduct a surprise attack. The others will follow me and flank them on both sides. Hyacinth was someone who had experienced such large-scale fights, after all, so he had very swiftly adjusted himself to the situation, calmly giving out orders to his men. The purple-blooded Rockies and the Shepherdians were mortal enemies. Now that they had launched an assault on their own home turf, everyone was worried about their own families while they were itching to fight, ready to give a good show. Xia Fei shook his head and let out a cold laugh. If you're all really intending to retaliate, then I'm afraid that you'll really fall for the Shepherdian scheme. His voice was not too loud, but this calm voice was particularly crisp amid the clamor of the crowd. My wife and kids are all back in the base. You sure sound carefree saying that. What scheme? The Shepherdians have always been cruel and known for their brutality. Just the average all-brawn and no-brains meat sacks. We have to save the base no matter what. My family assets are all there. Some were worried about their family, while others were concerned with their fortune. There were also those who looked down upon the Shepherdians. Not a single one of these elite impersonators found this odd, and Xia Fei could not help but feel somewhat disappointed. However, this did concern their own affairs, so it was hard for them to share the same calm consideration from the sidelines that Xia Fei had, swiftly analyzing the situation with impassivity. Brother Ah Fei, though 3 generations of ours lost to you, the assault on our base today has made the situation extremely tense. We'll be sure to give you an answer after we resolve the matter back at our base. Hyacinth shouted. Xia Fei gave a cold stare as he scolded. You fool! What would a dead Hyacinth be of any use to me? It's very easy if you wish to die, but don't drag your family with you. Trust that your fellow tribesmen will help you. As the leader of an organization, you must never lose your cool. Look at you now, acting no different from a bereaved dog. He spoke rather harshly, but it had instead caused Hyacinth to gain quite the epiphany. It was no use trying to persuade someone when they were being impulsive. Only a stern blow from someone could clear the cobweb in their head. Hyacinth was the spiritual leader of the organization, and being reprimanded in front of everyone by Xia Fei was a heavy blow to take. We have no need for you to butt into Hyacinth's affairs. We support Brother Hyacinth's decision. We have no qualms even if he leads us to our deaths. No one believed Xia Fei, and everyone suspected him of bearing ill intent, for he would not let them return to their base. Though Hyacinth felt that there was something off, he began to feel his blood boil after his men's instigation. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and calmly asked, How many people are in the base, and who are they? The people back in base are all our parents. They aren't capable of protecting themselves, and every minute we waste will put them in graver danger. Brother Hyacinth, make your decision, quick. That tall and big man from before was practically in tears, and everyone was feeling terrible. Xia Fei solemnly continued. It's evident that the Shepherdians have planned this assault with great care. The fact that you're weak and frail didn't get wiped out instantly, and even managed to send out a distress signal. You people could not possibly believe such an obvious trap, could you? To think you dared to call yourselves masters of subterfuge, setting up schemes and ruses your entire life, only to end up being deceived by such a simple lure and surround tactic. Everyone could feel their scalps numb. Xia Fei was right. There were only 200 to 300 old and young back in base. And if the Shepherdians had already come up with a plan and struck, even an average mercenary team would be able to take down the camp with ease. Why would they even give them the time to send out the distress signal? This was an act with a hidden motive. The reason why the Shepherdians surrounded their base and let everyone live still would be to wait for Hyacinth to respond to the call for aid so that they could all be caught in one fell swoop. If nothing went awry, a dragnet spread was likely in place at Hyacinth's base, just awaiting their return. There's indeed something afoot. No one strong was guarding back in the base, so there's no way they could have prevented the Shepherdians' attack. So what do? We couldn't possibly just stand here and let the Shepherdians slay our kin. We have to head on back, even if it's a setup. My mother's still back in the base. Xia Fei stomped on his cigarette, but hard as he said, "Fools." The enemy already expected this very point, which was why they dared to so openly surround your base. You'll only be serving yourselves right into the arms of your enemies when you return. The goal of those Shepherdians is you, so your families will still have a few minutes to live if you don't head back, but the moment you show yourselves, they'll all be killed on the spot. If any of you dislike your family living long lives, head back for all I care. The crowd fell silent. Xia Fei's words were hard to hear, but he made sense. No one could deny it. So what do? Xia Fei looked at the time and said, 2 minutes. The moment the Shepherdians realize that you've uncovered their scheme, they'll surely slaughter everyone in the base and retreat. There's only one option left now. What is that? I'll go, Xia Fei said firmly. I'm not a purple blood Rocky, so the Shepherdians might treat me as a guest and will not immediately start the massacre. Gather all your manpower and stay here. Wait for my signal. Some people were born leaders, and the more critical the situation, the more their unruffled temperament would show. Xia Fei's words at this time had allowed him to exude an irresistible awe. Though he was not too old, that did not affect his decisiveness. What's your plan? I'll deal with things as they come, Xia Fei simply answered. What he meant by dealing with things as they came was that he had no plan to speak of. Everyone was unimpressed. Though they were filled with apprehension, none of them could think of any alternate solution, either. Well, what are you all standing there for? Quickly send me the coordinates to your base. Also, inform everyone you can contact. Prepare for a counterattack. Xia Fei glared at the lot of them as he said frigidly. His powerful aura emanated everywhere. Hyacinth's base was below a snowy mountain. This snowy mountain was huge, and the peak was forever winter, while the mountainside was in a perpetual state of spring. The foot of the mountain was in summer. Whoosh! A spatial channel opened, and Xia Fei stretched himself as he stepped out from it. He looked like someone who was completely harmless, wearing a slightly worn-out expression on his face. He gave off the impression that he had traveled a long way before he arrived at this place. There was a village by the foot of this snowy mountain, and it was said to be where the Hyacinth, the top impersonation group in exiled grounds, resided. They had plenty of enemies, so they ought to have their base set up like a military bunker. But this village was full of wooden structures, and its weak defenses were a complete mess. The purple-blooded Rockies were already enemies of the Shepherdians, and they did not believe that a sturdy fortress could stop them. The most effective method would be to change their location every once in a while, drifting about the stars, which was also why it caused the attack today. Xia Fei appeared to be somewhat awkward, taking big stomping strides as he swaggered to the base with a cigarette wedged between his lips, his eyes furtively observing his surroundings. There are about 100 people hiding in the base, and close to 300 hiding by a nearby mound by the foot of the mountain. There are 200 in the river and about 500 in the forest. That comes up to a total of 1,100 Shepherdian warriors. I'm sure that those in the base are prepared to slaughter the civilians, so the real fighting force will come from all 4 directions, besieging from all sides. As long as Hyacinth returns, the base and everywhere around will break into carnage, eliminating everybody within 5 minutes. It's a really good play by the Shepherdians, the old demon lord remarked solemnly. Xia Fei gave a slight nod, not once breaking his strides as he headed into the base, whistling a little tune. 3 individuals walked out from Hyacinth's base. Wearing the clothes that the purple-blooded Rockies wore, their faces had the slightest shade of purple, as if they were people from Hyacinth. Xia Fei was well aware that they were all Shepherdians in disguise. Seeing that Xia Fei was about to enter the base, these individuals were presumably trying to stop Xia Fei. The moment Xia Fei entered, he would very easily discover that the people of Hyacinth were detained, with knives on their throats. They were all ready to take the 300 lives inside, all defenseless civilians of young and old. Xia Fei raised his hand to greet them from a distance. Greetings. I'm Ah Fei. Sakura is my cousin. I happened to be passing by here, so I came looking for her. Cousin? You're not a Rocky, so why have you come here to search for your cousin? Xia Fei shrugged, still approaching without slowing down. Just like you said, Sakura's grandmother is my 7th aunt's nephew's cousin's granny, so that's how I'm related. Sakura even came over to my house and played when she was younger. The 3 Shepherdians furrowed their brows. This complex relationship of relatives was hard to process quickly. Who was who to what again? Their eyes darted to the back and secretly signaled someone, meaning to get rid of Xia Fei. Their target was Hyacinth, and this was not the time to create unnecessary stirs. Sakura isn't in. Best if you come by another day. The 3 Shepherdians blocked Xia Fei and answered. Enough with the jokes already. Sakura and I already arranged to meet here. She must be hiding. That brat loves playing hide and seek. I'll just go on in and find her. Xia Fei was undeterred. The 3 Shepherdians were getting nervous. They reached out to grab a hold of Xia Fei, but they had no idea that Xia Fei would be even more slippery than a loach. His footsteps suddenly changed as he dodged past them, his 2 hands clasped together like holding a microphone as he yelled, Sakura, Sakura, where are you? Your cousin's here. Don't you know how to welcome someone? Don't barge in here, a Shepherdian shouted as he turned back around to chase after Xia Fei. Unfortunately, none of them had the speed to keep up with Xia Fei, who left them all in his dust in the blink of an eye as he ran into the base. Sakura, if you don't come out soon, these fellow tribesmen of yours will beat up your cousin. Sakura, Xia Fei was shouting as he examined the surroundings. Hyacinth's base was very scattered, with over 100 wooden buildings all over the place. Some were residential, others were storage warehouses, all of varying sizes. That was when Xia Fei's keen sense of hearing picked up some muffled sounds coming from the northwestern corner of the base, like those made by someone through a gagged mouth, unable to scream. All it could do was call out a hoarse growl in their throat. Over there, Xia Fei thought to himself. Having located where the Shepherdians were holding their hostages, everything else would be a lot simpler. All he now had to do was defend that building, ensuring the safety of the hostages inside while he waited for the people whom Hyacinth had gathered to mount their rescue. However, this was easier said than done. It had to be mentioned that there were over 1,100 Shepherdian warriors surrounding the base right now, while Xia Fei's side comprised just 1 man, 1 Umbal, and 1 powerful demon lord, who could not do anything at present. He was all alone, and he had no clue if there were enemy reinforcements somewhere further. Without missing a beat, Xia Fei burst into laughter. So that's where you're hiding. Crash. The sturdy wooden door had been blasted away with Xia Fei's 2 palms, and he saw over 300 young boys and girls, old and infirm, all squatting on the ground. It seemed like this room had been used as storage by Hyacinth, which was why there were also plenty of sundries, but not a single Shepherdian in sight. There was a corpse on the ground. This Rocky had just been killed, and his purple blood was still pooling from the fatal chest wound. No doubt, it was him who had alerted Xia Fei of where they were, which was why something tragic had occurred. There were no enemies in sight, yet every one of the tribesmen of Hyacinth was showing a look of fear, not daring to call for help despite seeing Xia Fei enter. With a smirk, Xia Fei understood the situation. It turned out that a Shepherdian had used his morphing ability to hide among the hostages. If anyone dared to make a sound, they would immediately be punished with death. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's eyes suddenly sharpened as he maintained his slight smile. Where's Sakura? Are all of you playing hide and seek as well? He had spoken this sentence with such silliness that everyone rolled their eyes at him, taking him for a fool. What a huge cockroach. Xia Fei reached out and slapped the ground consecutively 27 times, before turning to leave, not sparing another glance at those hostages. Seeing Xia Fei leave, everyone could not help but wondered just where such a silly teen had burrowed out from, with even some heaving a sigh of relief. Outside the warehouse, Xia Fei no longer hid his killing intent anymore. Blood crystal promptly appeared in his hand, and his 2 eyes inspected his surroundings vigilantly. Time to act. Whoosh. Having already been waiting for a long time, Furball suddenly went shooting out like a bullet. No, to be precise, he was more like a beam of light. His figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. With one going left, and the other going right. Xia Fei and Furball were actually matching each other's speed. It had to be stated that Xia Fei's speed had already broken past the 30,000 threshold. So when did Furball attain such a super speed himself? Kaboom! At the same time, a series of explosions thundered from inside the warehouse. Apparently, Xia Fei used his delayed martial technique when he slapped the ground 27 times just now. Concealed Flash Dragon. What appeared to be a relaxed palm technique would actually suddenly explode after several seconds. No one even had the time to cover their ears as the 27 Shepherdians hidden among the hostages became recipients of the surprise attack. Spurt. The bright white light was like a wild beast, opening its hungry maw as they took a bite of these targets, causing red blood to spray out endlessly like a fountain feature, achieving such velocity that it struck the ceiling that was over 4 meters high. Red blood. Shepherdians. Xia Fei had succeeded. Xia Fei's ocular cognition had identified all 27 Shepherdians, and he had subsequently dished out attacks to them. These people from Hyacinth held in that warehouse could not believe their eyes as 27 wild beasts suddenly appeared in that dark warehouse, each biting and killing those Shepherdians all in just the span of 1 second. Boom. Furball dashed all about the place as if he had gone mad. He had splintered 3 wooden boards one after another, and subsequently burst right through the heart of a Shepherdian hiding behind a door. Lowering his head, this Shepherdian giddily looked at the bloody hole on his chest. Furball's speed had been so fast that all he saw was what seemed like a dark golden beam of light flying in front of him. He barely had time to register what was happening because he completely could not determine if he had imagined it or if it was reality. Indeed, this was the latest ability Furball had gained after his 4th metamorphosis. He now had a speed that was not too far off Xia Fei's. According to tests, Furball was now able to achieve a speed of 20,000 to 25,000 meters per second, and though it was still a little slower than Xia Fei's, it was still absolutely astounding. The Holy Beast Shatterstar was already an overwhelming existence, so if his speed had even risen to such capacity, only God knew what could stop it. What made Xia Fei happier was how Furball could now complement his own speed. The man and the ball rushed at their enemies before they could even react. Who knew what depths of devastation could they bring about together? Pew pew pew. Furball had gone insane. He was like a meteor that had lost its sense of direction, barreling through Hyacinth's base recklessly. He was on the left moments ago, and would then appear on the right in the blink of an eye. It was small in size and hurtling fast. He was so lethal that no one could stop him. Actually, Furball had been holding in his anger this whole time. Xia Fei would often complain how he was not growing despite how big his appetite was, wasting so many origin crystals as a result. That was why he saw this as his chance to show Xia Fei the prowess of holy beasts. His small size did not affect his combat effectiveness at all. The peanut-sized Furball was many times more powerful because of its speed increase. An energy membrane surrounded Furball's body, and this was the origin energy he had after extraction. After releasing this energy, Furball was able to ensure he would not be injured, and he could also easily penetrate through the defenses of his enemies. If Furball's flight was replayed in slow motion, one would be able to see how this energy membrane could melt down any matter in front of him like laser the moment he got near any opponent. Be it wood or metal, nothing could impede him. Turning matter into energy was Furball's original ability. So how could any of these Shepherdians stop a holy beast's supersonic rampage? This small dot of light appeared weak to others until Furball penetrated right through their bodies, tearing out their innards in the process. That was when the Shepherdians realized that this little ball that was shuttling about carefreely would actually be such a lethal threat. On the other side of the base, Xia Fei was also unleashing a combat strength, which was far more powerful than before, with Peacock Blue no longer just ensnaring enemies, but transforming into a weapon that could capture and kill foes with ease. A Shepherdian, who realized that the circumstances were taking a turn for the worse and was about to turn tail and flee, felt his body constrict in his next few steps. It was as if he had been lifted by a bodybuilder, as an unspeakable pain pricked him all over. 2 blades of grass were putting the squeeze on him, and it was torture. Now that Peacock Blue had thorns all over, its talon-like hooks were over 30 centimeters long, tough and sharp. With the 2 grass glades working in concert, That Shepherdian was instantly turned into a meat paste as large slices of skin and flesh landed from midair. It was a gruesome sight. It was like a meat grinder. The now thorned peacock blue was as savage as a living meat grinder. Its purpose was no longer killing. Its goal was to torment foes to death. It would even turn their bones into powder. It was really hard to describe just how frightening peacock blue looked as it killed. Even a warrior like Xia Fei, who had kill counts in the many thousands, was chilled by it. The peacock blue with 3 leaves was nothing like the thorned peacock blue with 3 leaves. It was a complete transformation from what it was before. Just imagine someone being thrown into a cluster of cactuses, which numbered well in the dozens, and every single spine stabbing into their flesh before it began grinding until the victim lost their humanoid form, bleeding profusely as they turned into minced meat. Was this not bloodthirsty enough? Would it not be considered cruel? No, that was not even enough. The terror that peacock blue brought about was that it killed 1,000 times crueler. Of course, there was also Xia Fei's law of primal chaos. He had already cultivated this overpowering strength that could subvert everything it touched to the 3rd level. It was already far more powerful than what it was in the past. Even his self-created technique, falling leaves of autumn's demise, had been magnified several-fold. One should not assume that Xia Fei had only promoted himself from a level 4 law sovereign to that of level 7, for his combat strength had improved well beyond that. Furball had become a lot more powerful after his 4th metamorphosis, and now that Peacock Blue had absorbed the 9-night plum, it was still as tenacious as ever while also becoming many times more ferocious than before. Then there were also the dozens or so new martial techniques Xia Fei had learned in his law of primal chaos. All these factors contribute greatly to Xia Fei's increased offense. Though Xia Fei was not yet a law emperor in terms of his actual cultivation, he already possessed the strength and foundation to challenge great law emperors. Thump, thump, thump. The 27 Shepherdians had fallen in unison, bitten right in the middle. At the same time, the man in the ball had completely cleared out the remaining 87 Shepherdians who were situated around the base. 109 Shepherdians were killed in an instant, and this was what the current Xia Fei was capable of. Furball quietly stood on Xia Fei's shoulder, staring forward together with his master. Both of them shared an emotionless expression. These Shepherdians were just insignificant shrimps. Furthermore, the glares they got somewhere out in the distance had roused the fighting spirits in both Xia Fei and Furball. Thud. Xia Fei tossed a pouch into the warehouse. Don't panic. Hyacinth got me to save you all. There are 21 spatial compasses inside. Let the old and infirm, women and children, leave first. Those who aren't afraid to die can stand behind me and protect this warehouse. Reinforcement will be arriving soon, Xia Fei said as he turned around and glanced at these surviving Rockies. No one recognized Xia Fei, but none went against his orders. They already saw Xia Fei as their savior, and his killing of the Shepherdians before was evidence that Xia Fei was here to help. Xia Fei got these 21 spatial compasses from Hyacinth, and each of them could take along 3 people at once. Given that the base had around 300, it was only enough for the young to leave, and those who were left behind would have to wait here for some time. Without panicking, several women led over 30 children to leave under the lead of 2 elders, leaving most of the old, as well as the teens, who had not yet reached adulthood behind. All of them were spread out in the various corners of the warehouse. Though they were all feeling quite uneasy, none complained. Hyacinth's people are even calmer than himself. Looks like this impersonator organization is pretty well trained. They'll be useful. The old demon lord observed these people and was quite satisfied with what he saw. Xia Fei shook his head. I've just defeated Hyacinth just now, and he's still emotionally distraught. The sudden assault on his base was the catalyst that caused him to lose his cool, so I believe that he ought to have composed himself by now. If he's not someone above average, there would be no way for Hyacinth to have been so prestigious out here in exiled grounds. Glancing at the time, Xia Fei spoke to the Rockies behind him. Hyacinth will need at least 10 minutes to prepare. All of you must hold out till then. With so many of you, I can't take care of everyone, so there will surely be casualties if the Shepherdians charge in. The crowd nodded, determination shining in their eyes. Actually, Xia Fei was not too much older than those teenage Rockies who had been charged with protecting the base. However, they saw him more as their senior, like a hero. They all felt much more relieved having him guarding the entrance. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had already become a central figure to the crowd. His calmness, which detached him from their immediate circumstances, was not something anyone could easily imitate, and it was something a warrior would possess only after experiencing hundreds of battles and after beating countless opponents. Furball let out a low growl. A cold gaze from afar made him very uncomfortable. Perched on Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball stared icily at the forest in the distance, making eye contact with that terrorizing gaze. He was the holy beast Shatterstar. Any other exotic beast, even a beast king, would have already lowered themselves flat on the ground. Xia Fei had also sensed the presence of a very powerful foe among the enemies. It was the same dreadful aura that the Great Law Emperor Yu Hua gave off when he went all out. This meant that the person should also be at the Great Law Emperor cultivation at least. The 100 or so Shepherdans who had remained in base were the weakest out of all the enemies. Given that their goal was to slaughter the weak and the infirm, there was no need for them to be powerful. All they needed was the ability to be quick with their knives. The real elites were all hiding in the surroundings, inevitably turning it into a greater bloodbath after their cover was blown. "Here they come," the old demon lord warned. Xia Fei raised his head and saw a reinforcement leaving the forest, different from those Shepherdans whom he had murdered not too long ago. Those lackeys from before were not even wearing armor, all dressed in different colors, wielding weapons of varying quality. By comparison, this incoming horde was all armed, as if they were troops from an army. Though there were not as many of them, their competence trumping those from before. 1, 2, 3, 4. Xia Fei mentally noted that there were a total of 21 individuals. A muscularly built warrior strapped in a full suit of armor took the lead. This suit of armor was black, so airtight that even his eyes were covered, which made it quite a wonder how he could even make out his way forward. The troops behind him were split into 2 columns, each with 10 aligned. Their armor was gray, each wielding the same crescent blade. There was a mechanism on each blade's handle, which could connect to a metal pole to be used as halberds. "Do you still remember the Shepherdian whom you killed back in the Dragon Ascension Conclave?" Oro asked. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "I remember. That fellow was very powerful. I'll never forget his 2 black eyes devoid of anger." Oro chuckled. "That one was a Shepherdian centurion, an expert in command of 100 warriors. These troops who are bearing down on you are all about the same as him, and that warrior leading them is their chieftain." The Shepherdians lead fairly primitive lifestyles, with approximately 20 to 30,000 members living in different villages. What you're seeing now is the strongest fighting force of a Shepherdian village, the chieftain and his honor guards. Xia Fei clenched his fists. That centurion he fought with during the Dragon Ascension Conclave had already given Xia Fei plenty of trouble. Now, he would be facing 20 of them altogether. This was an immense pressure, not to mention that the village chieftain was here as well. That warrior in the lead was at least at the Great Law Emperor cultivation. Turning his head behind him, Xia Fei said gravely, "If anything goes awry, escape toward the east. That's where the enemy's defense is the weakest. We understand. Where will you go, benefactor?" Xia Fei stowed off without looking back. The Shepherdians didn't attack en masse, but, instead, sent a squad of elites. "It's fairly apparent they plan to take me on a bit, so I'll grant their wish. I'll do my best to buy time." The squad of Shepherdians advanced very quickly. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he exited the base, meeting them out in the wilds. This battlefield was far away from the base. Xia Fei was well aware that the further away they were from the base, the higher the chances of survival for those who still remained. "You're really paying quite the price just to get Hyacinth to help you. I hope that you succeed." The old demon lord sighed. Xia Fei shook his head lightly. "You've only got it half right. While it's true that I want Hyacinth, I also just want to try and find out if I have the ability to take on a Great Law Emperor." A level 7 Law Sovereign looking to take on a Great Law Emperor? This was a challenge that transcended an entire tier. Xia Fei had quite the guts to be attempting this. The old demon lord was slightly taken aback by this. He would surely consider such a statement to be flagrant arrogance had anyone else said it. But the Xia Fei right now did indeed have the qualifications to battle someone who had a Great Law Emperor cultivation. With Peacock Blue, Furball, and Law of Primal Chaos, how could he not be considered an overwhelming existence in his own right? The Shepardian chieftain sized up Xia Fei with a glance. The latter did not make any move. Aside from this being an attempt at challenging a great law emperor, Xia Fei was also looking to buy more time so that Hyacinth could gather what manpower he could and unleash a counterattack. Capture him alive. I'm hungry, the Shepardian chieftain snarled. Xia Fei was unamused. He had long heard of the Shepardian's habit of consuming other sapient life forms, but he never would have thought that this person would actually see himself as food. I'm afraid you'll choke. Xia Fei's expression turned stern as he rapidly backed away several hundred meters, his back facing the Rocky's base. Peacock Blue. Rumble. 3 huge blades of thorny leaves appeared from out of nowhere. They grew over 500 meters long in the blink of an eye. It was like 3 very nimble arms that spread themselves out laterally in front of Xia Fei, forming a barbed and blue long wall. Peacock Blue's sudden appearance was very shocking. Those Shepardian centurions were all stunned for a brief moment before they held the weapon in their hands and began charging right toward it. No matter how ferocious Peacock Blue was, it was nothing compared to the steely cold gaze from the chieftain standing behind them. All of them knew very well what the outcome of going against the orders of their chieftain would be, which was why they could only rush headlong ahead, putting their lives on the line. Whoosh! Xia Fei's figure shrank, entering right into Peacock Blue's encirclement. The old demon lord had once said that the ultimate goal of a law adept was not in learning the various laws, but rather in becoming one with them. Ever since then, Xia Fei had this added understanding in his mind and began pursuing finer control of his law forces. Peacock Blue had formed a circular shape, while Xia Fei stood right in the center of it. With the immemorial mystical armament as protection, anyone who entered this formation would thus enter his territory and would subsequently be subjected to Xia Fei, Peacock Blue, and Furball's concerted attacks. Attack and defend as one unified array. The Shepardian centurions thought that they would face a grievous assault from Peacock Blue when the reality was nothing like what they had expected. Peacock Blue easily gave way with the slightest resistance, and they instantly found themselves just 50 meters away from Xia Fei. The side of his lips crooked into a smirk as Xia Fei softly muttered, "You won't have any problems entering, but leaving will be another question altogether." Zoom. At the same time, Xia Fei and Furball disappeared from within the array. Both possessed supersonic speed, so all they left was the vaguest hint of an afterimage when they moved. Schluck! A Shepardian centurion had not even had the time to digest what had just happened when he felt a shock impact his chest. He lowered his head to see a large wound the size of a plate right where his heart ought to be. Squelch! At the moment he lowered his head, Xia Fei's blood crystal had already been driven right into his neck. There was no blood split, since all his blood essence was being devoured by blood crystal. These centurions were all high-level law sovereigns, and such people were regarded as wealthy individuals in Xia Fei's eyes. Blood crystal needed plenty of blood to grow, and its ability to draw away energy from its victims could help him promote it. That was why Peacock Blue did not attack at all, but trapped all his enemies within the enclosed space, instead, leaving it to Furball to massacre and for Xia Fei to absorb. Pew 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 pew. Furball was displaying his prowess in his nearly flawless coordination with Xia Fei. One took lives while the other absorbed them. Honestly speaking, Xia Fei's tactic here was nothing complex. It was all about speed. Speed remained king in the face of all martial techniques. When Furball gained over 20,000 meters per second of speed, the Holy Beast's attack power not only increased by 1-fold, but by several, too. The small size that Xia Fei had originally been complaining about became Furball's advantage. His miniature size made it impossible for others to defend against him. Consecutively taking down the 8 centurions, the confidence of the Shepardians were utterly shattered. They did not care about their chieftain's command as they got ready to flee, but this was when they realized that Peacock Blue was blocking all their paths of escape. The leaves of Peacock Blue were nimble and deadly, and they were incomparably robust to boot. Hoping to escape from Peacock Blue's grasp would be nothing short of a pipe dream, and these Shepardians were soon subjected to despair. However, this despair did not last long, as Xia Fei and Furball used their speed to very quickly dispatch all 20 of these centurions. Blood crystal was dripping crimson red. This was when Xia Fei realized that he was many times more powerful than before. Not only did he promote his own strength, Peacock Blue and Furball were also nothing like what they had once been. The three, including the weapon, had all improved alongside Xia Fei's cultivation, and the resulting effect of this was astounding. The Shepherdian Centurion, who had once given Xia Fei plenty of trouble, was now unable to mount even the slightest resistance against him, and they had all been reaped like wheat came harvest time. The difference between Xia Fei and his opponents was as wide as chasm. Even the Great Law Emperor expert would have to take Xia Fei seriously. These centurions were hardly able to even handle him now. This was not because the centurions were weak, but because Xia Fei had become much stronger. That heart, which was hanging in suspense, finally eased. As the old demon lord said with a smile, "Xia Fei, you've already got the capability to challenge a great law emperor." The Shepherdian chieftain standing across watched as his men got massacred and devoured. He did not make a single movement as he watched, and only his right had trembled slightly, seemingly due to the gleeful excitement that he was feeling inside. "Do you know why he hasn't made his move yet?" Oro asked. Xia Fei shook his head to express his puzzlement. Watching his subordinates get killed without doing a thing about it, that's indeed not something a leader should be doing. Oro's eyes turned cold. He's waiting for you to show all your trump cards. This person is very devious. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.